the victim, every show. Mysteries rise and truth unfolding. Ready, set, it's time to go. We say it's time to go. Whistling truth, battering news. Mixing stories, solving the lies. In this kitchen, secrets are broken. With a spark in our eyes. In the broken baker's kitchen, the secrets crumble like sunrise. We'll sift the clues, defy the moves. With a spark in our eyes. In broken rise. Broken rise. Welcome to the broken baker. Get ready. Let's go.
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
The most important people in this case that everybody seems to have forgotten in this room is the jury. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and both sides take a pregnant pause and think about the jury.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whatever. And even you who are not pregnant can have a pause with us because that's what we're here for. Sorry we were a bit late, but because we have the bingo, Ingo. Today, I just reminded myself that I have been out shopping a little bit for my next giveaway stream that will be occurring on, I don't know, Christmas
those are so
ornament.
cute.
It's gingerbread ornaments Lego.
And it will only take me 6+ years.
Well, it's like Sarah Boone. It's a set 4 to 8 years. And in honor of Sarah, a nutcracker.
Oh, I like it. Oh my gosh. That's hilarious.
So for my next giveaway in the spirit of Christmas, there will be some of these things up for offer. But today, because I have grifted so much in this case, all the millions I almost made, Mo and I have decided that because we have now both become millionaires, that we are going to do a bingo giveaway, doing closing arguments where you can win marzipan bread, French nougat, scrapyard hard candy, a pepper chocolate licorice stick,
Ooh.
some of my salty spunk. I don't have the fruity kind.
That will never not be funny.
A gold bar with crunch. The world famous Yankee bar. You can eat it south of the Mason-Dixon. And as Jamie calls them, skloddle, a skilpad bar, which is a chocolate bar filled with rum, cream, and caramel. Because this is Wine Mom Central. So rum will be accepted. And a mini moo. So if you want to do that, you have to go follow. You have to click some kind of link. Why isn't it showing up on StreamYard when it is showing up? It's in my my chat because it doesn't show up on StreamYard, but I can see it in chat. There's a link. You will get a bingo card with words on it. Alkylex is the free word. Should we make it hard because we only have one gift? we are going full palette. Not the easy 5 words. We saw how easy that was doing opening statements. So we're going to fill the board. Fill the board. And I have to... I'm going to say it again. Fill the board. Because...
okay. Let me look for Jedi Jess's link in my chat so I can pin it and be a semi-competent creator.
The seagull droppings hasn't been in this pack. It'll be in another pack. Yankees are playing tonight. Well, the Mets are out. I don't care. But if you play bingo, yell bingo in chat. Jemima will take care of you and tell you if it's correct. Full board. Because we only have one gift. If 2 or more have a bingo at the same time, we will do a spin of the wheel. If you are in doubt if the word is close enough to what you have, because you might have erectile dysfunction, is ED correct to put in there? You'll have to ask Jemima, hey Jemima, is erectile dysfunction ED? And she will say, I'll allow it or I won't allow it.
So did we notice that Sarah had 2 men on the side while she was yelling at George? Like, I'll either go with Ben or what's his face.
Well, she has a lot of love, but not a lot of patience. So she can love more than she can allow others to love others.
Also, question. Isn't her current flame also not one of us pale people? Like, she seems to have a lot of underlying hatred to non-pale people. Or at least it comes up when she's angry.
She seems like she has a little bit of hey, Blazy, a little bit of internalized hate because of her outward racisms.
True.
Hey, Lorelai, no ED when you're around. They were both always cheating. Probably yes. Hey, butterflies. I'm not a gambling man, but I'm betting there are more than 2 on the side. Who believes I only begged him for a cigarette and George flipped? No, we all know that she was sitting there trying to hook up with some guy. Hey, all, if I miss your chat, it's because YouTube chat is stopped on top messages only. Yeah, good idea. Check your live.
And in that one where he was telling her, like, you're free to go out. I just, don't go out with men. Oh, I can leave now? And he's like, yeah, I just wanted to make sure you're okay. Like, if it's 1 o'clock and you're not home, I'll probably go looking for you, at least call you. Oh, so you don't want me to go. It was just, dear, good night, nurse.
Is wine or bottles counting as bottle of wine? See, that's why we have Jemima here today. How long were they together? They were together for 3.5 years. The first body cam video we saw was 2 years before the incident. The second one was a year before the incident, and then they became more rapid. So she pumped up the frequency. No, I don't think they were swingers. They were just people who fell in love with people when they were out drinking. I think this is the link you need if you want to go get a bingo card. And remember, we will be playing for a sack of candy, mixed Danish candy, and, well, European. I'll call it European. There's some Swedish in there. But more than one winner, and we are playing full board, just to everyone. Because I've been at bingo games before. Whenever you're playing one row, people are asking, is it the whole card? No, it's one row. And then when you're playing 2 rows, the same person yells bingo on 1 row. It's in the Kion. Jess will send Sarah Boone to your house if there's a wrong bingo. Well, RJ, that's luck of the dice. If no one has a bingo when it's about to end, I don't know what to do. Jess, can you see who? Because I can make a spinner as big as possible. Then we can just randomly choose one. They both cheated. They were both alkies, but she was the controlling degenerate. Wallstrom, I couldn't agree more.
Hey, sailor. Mama needs a six. Can I show you?
Hug.
Can I show you what I can do with a cigarette? I can maybe do to you later.
This woman is beyond parody. I mean, she honestly took those videos and wanted those in, even though probably Owens was like, no. But she wanted to show the police those in the interrogation when they first came out to the scene. She's like, yeah, look at my phone. She honestly thinks those were good for her. And it is the startling lack of any perception beyond herself.
You get your tiny ass on that bike tomorrow. Did I tell you to let me be alone? That video, if anyone saw that and didn't feel guilty, they don't have a soul. My mom and grandma were professional bingo players. They were going every Sunday, and I used to go with them when I was a kid. When I got divorced, because I really didn't have much of a life, because I might have been in a relationship where, let's say, there was a little bit of a social isolation going on. Heard that one before? And so I went with my mom to bingo, because what you can do in bingo halls is play bingo, smoke a ton of cigarettes, and drink a ton of coffee. And if you are slightly depressed, that's wonderful. Don't do it. Medical advice and all of that. But yes, I have known the fears of yelling bingo with a 80-year-old woman with a blue rinse looking at you like, oh, you stole my turkey? I'm going to get you.
Did you guys have the little dab it things, or do you guys use little plasticky?
That's for the one on the side where you play for the last number. Dab that, and you play with the boards, and you, of course, you have those plastic with the little metal in it, so you can and hearing them taking off all those, because no one plays one board. No, it's at least 8. So it sounded like being shot at by a machine gun. By the way, I have to, Jemima, I haven't asked you, does it work in both chats? Can you see both chats? Is it equal? It's not only my chat, right?
I think because I directed them.
Yeah, of course they had, everyone had their seat, because you were playing cards for an hour before the bingo start.
Oh, good Lord. I would not have lasted. I am terrible at cards.
Medita Finn, I watched the video of yesterday where Sarah bullied George. It was horrible. Yeah, as I just brought up, anyone who has ever had any, because every relationship has its ups and downs and power structures and that, but anyone who has ever been in almost any situation with a little too dominating a person felt it in the back of their teeth yesterday. The way he was cowering, like, as I said to Mo just before we started, watching that, he wasn't a human being. It was like watching a dog that peed the carpet. She didn't treat him like a human, and he regressed so much. Remember that? He was kind of funny with the twat video. I've been trying to get to that all day, where he still had a little bit of meat on his bone, and in the end, he was just sitting there like a beaten dog. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. he didn't make eye contact. You could see him fiddling around. I mean, and he just wanted to get away at that point, but she had to follow him down the stairs. She had to continue to peck, peck, peck. And if Owens knew about these videos, that probably was the shouting that we got on her prisoner notes, because she's probably like, I'm not going to take a plea deal. I am a victim. I read this book, Terrifying Love, and it is all for me.
I still believe, and I believe this after watching yesterday, she thought those videos, if I can just get my hands on my phone. But she believed those videos were exonerating her. And she probably figured out, nah, probably not, but I can still delete them. She doesn't understand Celebrite. So she wanted her hands on her phone to take them away. Sadly, none of the bingo ladies tried to pawn off their daughters. Their daughters would have been my mother's age. So I'm not saying daddy ain't a hunter who can slay a cougar, but still, I think trawling for 60-year-old women when you're 26 years old, newly divorced, and not in the best place in life is not really what you're looking for. Hit my card, yay. Yes, happy belated birthday to Sue and Mo. And happy birthday to Mr. Glow, who's having a birthday today. And he's going to celebrate it by giving Miss Glow an extra big glass of wine so she can sit here and say, see, Chardonnay is not for alcoholics. Mo, how much is a handle of vodka?
So I went to my local Walmart, and a handle for Tito's is $30, but just a big plastic with not a handle, but the same amount, $10. Arbor Mist in the big bottle, also $10. So unless Florida is really different.
Jess, I might have missed it. I have a dark mode on StreamYard right now, so I miss a lot of chats because my eyes just have to adjust to it. Does it work in both chats? I didn't see if you answered that one earlier. I know Rackets was gifted military special rum vodka.
Oh.
I can't remember. He got those plastic things that you can buy on base. I bet you they cost $2.
If you want to get booze, go to the PX. That's if you have anyone in the service, it's like, oh, PX. Their liquor selection is massive.
Yeah, we are supposed to be at closing, and we are supposed to be at closing 44 minutes ago. But just to show you, I am not cheating. It is live. Nothing had happened. They were supposed to be back at 1:20. So I don't know what's happening. Maybe the printer doesn't work, so they couldn't print.
Maybe Sarah is reading the room, and she's like, can we have that plea deal?
No, I'm just asking this. It's not like if I say, okay, we didn't find a bingo word, so anyone who wants to participate, and I can do that StreamYard thing and say #bingo or something, and all those names get put in automatically, then they have to be in my chat. It's not like that. It's offsite, so it doesn't matter who has it. How much is a handle of Smirnoff? I don't know.
I was just looking at the cheapest, I think, Dark Eyes, which is awful, but
Cookie Karelian, can't you get the Stoskaevsky or whatever it's called in Aldi? I believe a bottle of that's 75 centiliters. So like a bottle of wine, I think in Aldi you can get that for, yeah, maybe that was $10 or something. You would rather drink paint thinner, but again, If you're an alcoholic, you are not savoring. You are just going for the impact it'll have on you. That's why I think she had that Dr. Pepper, because Dr. Pepper is great because it has a ton of flavor. And if you're drinking bad liquor, you want to flavor it with something that'll take away all the bad liquor flavor. And Dr. Pepper is better than Coke to do that, in my opinion, because it's sweeter. There's the cherry flavor to it. So I think that's why she was always asking for that Dr. Pepper. That was her daily driver, where she just kept spiking that can of Dr. Pepper, and probably because she believed that they can smell it. I smell like cherry atoms. Military special, aka cleaning fluid. Yeah, when I was deployed, a carton of 6 would be, I think 350 Danish for a carton of cigarettes. We bought them for 80 in the PX. They won't give her a plea deal now. I don't think so. Is the military special vodka 100% proof? I need some high proof to make tinctures. I don't know. I have some 100% proof Old Mountain. That's really not good. My daughter drank it. Her and her girlfriend were not girlfriend, but they were going out partying in my town because they lived in another town and hadn't been to my town. And then I came in the next morning and I thought, that's weird. Normally that mason jar isn't there. I put that in the back. I had have some with orange flavor and cherry flavor too. And that's normally, if I'll have some, I'll have the cherry one with some Coke on it. And she was like, yeah, we had a shot each. I was just, that's 100 proof. You're your daddy's girl. Sammy spills the tea. I'll listen at work, and well, ADD makes me miss things. What, if anything, are alkylegs? Alkylegs is the sexual construction Sarah Boone puts into those tiny pink shorts. When she straddles bushes, every man in chat wish he was a bush. You know, it's those a little too pale, with a little too much veins showing in it, and the redness of a good alcoholic. Daddy wants some. Thank you so much, Sammy spills the tea. I am an idiot. Guys are akavit if you want to get drunk cheap. Really awful, but it's cheap. Yeah, I used to buy a case of it was called Clear Pilsner. I think we got a case for at least 50 kroners less than you would pay for good beer. As long as it was cold. And again, we just wanted to party. We weren't going to sit and flavor and say, there's a hint of nutmeg in here.
I still need to figure out the story behind Malort, because if Alky Legs and Sarah Boone were compressed into a taste, I think that's Malort would be Sarah Boone's soul.
But again, the more I drink them a lot, the less I think it's that bad, because I like to drink well, we call it spiced spirits. In Denmark, we have one that's called Old Danish, and it's very well known. Nobody likes it. I love it. The first one tastes like all crap, but after that, I have it as my sidecar. If I'm having sidecars, I don't take shots of whiskey. I buy a little more expensive whiskey and just sip that one. But if I need a sidecar, I'll always have that spiced liquid, spiced spirit, and everyone else hates it. It's only people. They're advertising. It's good for hunting. It's good for fishing. It's good for breakfast or something. It's good. It's I like it, but I like stuff like that. Fernet Branca, stuff like that. I like it when it had a little bit of taste, like Sarah. Again, my lord, if you don't like spiced spirits, you would hate it. And it has a very long lingering aftertaste, so you need something that'll take the aftertaste away. And you will taste it when you burp in the morning.
Like, yeah, you would almost need, I don't know, something terrible. That it is such a lingering aftertaste. Because you can kind of get through the shot part of it, but then it's with you for 3 days, and it's like, oh yeah, had Malort at some point.
Yeah. Yes, there's a difference. Likes helps us being seen, because that means, oh, people are interacting. Watching is good because, again, people like to watch this channel. Let's endorse it. But what we get paid off is the numbers of viewers. So what we really should do, because I think they count a view for every 15 seconds. So what we really should do, we should have these lulls where we make you go away every 10 minutes and then come back in, which is stupid. But again, it's hard to decipher what works on YouTube. And Mo and I really don't care that much about it. We really love if you would give us a like and tell your friends about us, because where else can you talk about Alkylex, handles of vodka, and how to hide your severe alcohol addiction with a Dr. Pepper?
I know, I'm learning all the things. I am going to be fully functional at some point.
Passion Pop is cheap plunk here in Australia. $4 a bottle for passion fruit. But how big is this? Well, Spumante, that's... Ugh, I don't like sparkling.
It's girl wine. I like it. Dang, I want some.
$22 for Smirnoff. Yeah, that's all name brand. And then you can have Taka, that's 14, Skull 15, 12, and Sky is 15. So don't tell me you are buying a Magnum bottle of wine because you couldn't afford drinking vodka. It's way cheaper because, again, it's about the horsepowers. It's not about the flavor.
They're going to not start until I have to leave. They are being super Florida time today.
It's so... Let's not hold back the jury. Let's be ready to go at 1:30. Well, it's almost 2 o'clock.
Owens had to run back to Kinko's for another poster.
Yeah, I think, well, but Malort is just strong spirits, and it's just because it's an acquired taste. I'm so far behind. 32 for my Stoli vanilla. I can't find vanilla Van Gogh anymore. I learned how to make gin in a pumpkin. Pumpkin filled with sugar for 30 days, and bang, gin. And it'll only make you blind in one eye. Kilo, we are all weary of juries, but let's hope. Got a fistball one time. You could not taste the alcohol and swore it was just punch. Yeah, that's like the Long Island iced tea.
Oh my goodness. So, Bobby Hill, my Bobby Hill child, my middle son, he may or may not be a product of a real authentic big old margarita because they were giving them away on sale for Mother's Day. And you guys know how I cut everything with Diet Sprite, and I'm cheap. So I was like, this is $8, but it's so strong. I am going to finish this because it was $8. Mr. Mo is having to help me walk out of the restaurant because I'm like, you guys are awesome. This is the best thing. I love your chips and salsa. Can I tell you, this is the greatest Mother's Day ever. Mo becomes a Walmart greeter and drink.
And Shalom, yes, we have a version of hygge in Denmark because that's a Danish word. Maybe the jury got stuck at the door again. Maybe there's a fight outside again. Judge had to go print out jury instructions for him, the state defense, and Sarah Boone. It could be.
Maybe the judge is taking it. He's like, I need to get my Dr. Pepper in this Florida state thing.
Yeah. But it makes. Let's not waste the jury's time. Let's be back at 1:30. Nope. You can get a handle of the cheap no-name vodka for about 12. I think the regular bottles are the ones you mentioned. But how much was a handle? Was that like 1.5 liter, like the Magnum wine?
Well, I think they were 1.5. I must have looked like a very, discerning booze hound because I was in there like looking at bottles, okay, that means this. And then looking at another one and they're like, oh, which one are you picking? And I was like, none, I'm just doing research.
Yeah.
They just looked at me like, well,
sadly, I
woman.
can't anymore, but I just like the feel.
Like, look, my probie officer won't let me do this anymore, but I just come to say hi to the booze and
Well, it's not. Well, I don't think Norwegians have that word, but Norwegians are Danish people who are just in denial. So as soon as they run out of oil, Fedorowski will be Danish again, and he will enjoy it as much as Norway did the last time. We only starved them slightly. We were the good overlords. Subrovka bison grass is the vodka that is actually quite tasteful. Not all vodka are rocket fuel. And that's not an expensive one because I can remember getting that at some convenience store. But that was actually because I wanted to try it with the grass in it. It was weird, but better than a worm.
I do like so I will get a handle of vodka, but to make my own vanilla. So I'll get vanilla beans and you cut the vanilla bean in half and put it in vodka and let it set for several weeks or almost a year. I've got some that are a year.
My dad used to do it with, what are they called well, we had some old berry bushes and he picked them every year and then just sugar, berries in it and just cheap vodka and then kids always like to shake it so the sugar dissolved. And then we were always allowed to have the first taste of it.
It's a fun for the whole family. New baker to mow Christmas tradition. No, shake the booze well, children. We need to dissolve the sugar.
Well, and again, I was grown up at that time. I've probably been 8 years old when he started doing that. So, of course, me and my sister, when we had helped him, had to try the first taste test to see if it was good. Rules are different in Denmark. Belvedere. I never tried Belvedere. I heard them sing about it in rap songs. Not juniper. No, I don't like juniper berries. It's Danish. It's sunberries, but I can't remember the English name for it. Jalapeno tequila. Oh. There's a good Christmas song named Sugar and Booze. Well, no European Christmas without
like my
a little
family
drunkenness.
reunion.
Patty cake. Yeah, Brandon was baking today, so he baked patty cakes.
Ooh. I need to bake a bunch of apple dumplings because we went to the orchard and I need to get that done. Have I been motivated? No.
When are we going to run Charlie out of England again? Well, we have that trouble with this. When we get the Swedes, we'll go back to our old ways. France, England, North Africa, Rome. The boys are back. We're going on our European tour and getting our countries back. Belvedere socks, Kettle One, or Goose. I'm not a big vodka drinker. Well, I liked it in mixed drinks, but yeah. It's flavored. I don't need my vodka flavored. I need it to quickly address my sorrows. Yeah, but it makes the puke taste good.
Do you know the weirdest thing about me? So I don't drink, but I love a sale. And I have in my storage pantry at least one shelf full of booze that I found on clearance that I'll never probably drink, but we are ready for the apocalypse and not remembering it. I will be full Sarah during the apocalypse, like, there's some zombies. That's my name. Know that.
Zombies!
Can I have a hug? Can I have a hug?
What about a fist bump then? You know,
I
just
love that he tried to fist bump her and she just...
okay. No, because we need to do a full on. Because Mo would employ what is called the no square. Like we get full. Would you hurry up, desk? For the love of it, all that's Cheetos. But you know, arms out, like one leg out. I'm like, no, Sarah, just no.
Don't drink any liquor other than rum anymore. I haven't touched my whiskey in a long time. It's been a while.
Rum and Coke with a little bit of lime. Now that's good.
Oh, if Kettle One is Dutch Kettle One, then it's not vodka, it's Geneva. That's more like a gin then.
Oh.
Oh my. Oh my. That's like Sarah said to George. No, George said to Sarah and she said,
Fuck you.
Their love language was very different. She's like, no, that's how we always talk to each other.
yeah.
Like,
Well,
that's
normally he wakes me up with a slap, to the buttocks. No, straight to the face.
yeah. Just the dumbest woman in humanity.
Yeah, if you're streaming, standing desks are really, really good. Or if you're working.
Yeah.
Because sitting down for all these hours takes a toll.
Well, especially if you're supposed to be doing stretches for physical therapy.
I remember my brother had the white Bacardi Coke. That was his go-to. And in my mom and dad's house, when I cleaned it out, when my mom passed away and we had to move, or didn't have, my dad wanted to move to something smaller. We were emptying out a cupboard, and there was still half a bottle of Pisang Ambon that was left there. And I think, I never really tried it. It's banana flavored, green, and you know that 80s green food color where it just looks like poison. Half a bottle. It has been standing there, and my brother left my parents' house in the 80s, and it was still there. Now, the thing about vodka is, yeah, you can, but it's the same with whiskey. All of them will tell you, well, this is triple distilled true coal. Yeah, I don't. I can't taste the difference on my 300 Danish a bottle and my 500. It's kind of the same. Yes, and it's really bad when you puke it up again. I haven't drunken Gordon's gin since my buddy's 18-year-old birthday, where I mouth-talked the most of that bottle and then went to say hello to his mom's flowers. Not
no.
a big fan of the baker the day after.
Oh, Jägermeister is awful. I only tried it once in college, but I do not like anise flavor. Ugh. I love that we're talking about alcoholic drinks and honor of Sarah.
Yeah.
The one subject Sarah does excel at.
Well, we have to talk about something, and what's better to talk about than shared life experiences? The Gordons could be where you went wrong. No, because then I had some what are they called it? Artisan gin. We have a brewery a couple of miles from where I'm living. And when I was in City Hall, they had us on some excursions where they served that. That just tasted even more like kissing a Christmas tree and eating something weird they had found. I don't get. Oh, sorry, if you're one of those, I really like craft beer and all of these fancy things they come up with. No, because all of the time it is. Oh, I found this funny berry, and it's. I don't really know what it's called, but I put it in alcohol, and it's so great, and it tastes like soap. Soap and mixed with kissing a pine tree. Not for me. Gracias. Yes. A Cuba Libre. Pisang Ambon and orange juice was really good 25 years ago. You probably would. I liked what's called an ice bear. That's a Sprite with vodka and a little blue food coloring.
That sounds fun.
That's good.
Oh, he's finally back. I have to leave in 2 minutes, and they finally came back. Sir, Browso Justice.
Everyone, get ready. The bingo card, the link will be shared a last time, so everyone can go get their bingo cards. It's the full board, full board, full board, full board. When you have bingo, yell bingo, and Jemima will check if you're correct. If you want to win the prize, I will have to have your full name and address. I won't use it for anything, but just to make sure shipping goes correctly, I need your social security number and your mom's name too. If you don't want to give me that, just name, address. I'll ship it to you almost wherever in the world you are. And it's a mixed bag of European candy, something for everyone. Just ask Jamie. She found out the licorice is really good. We are playing the full board. If there are any words like advocate, lawyer, representative, whatever, ask Jemima and she will tell you in chat that it's a go or no go. When you have bingo, write bingo, bingo, bingo in chat, and I'll try and stop it and say, check it, Jemima. And if we have more than one winner like we had the last time, we will make a spin on the wheel of justice. Yes, DDP Yoga is made by Diamond Dallas Page. Come on, Wolfie. You're modding too much and bingoing too little. Are we ready to go? Is it one line or cover all? As I put in the Chiron, it's the full board because one line was way too fast and we were done within 10 minutes of opening statements. I can vouch for it. I used it. It's really good. Where do you get the bingo card? You do it by hitting the link that Jess might be sharing if she's not there. No closings happening. We're about to start.
And I need to leave. So I'm seeing if Jedi Jess will send me a link so I can pin it. I thought she was a mod on my channel.
No, Alkylex haven't been set, but it's the free word. An hour and a half for closing each.
But it is linked on Baker's chat, and she's put it up several times. So I will be listening and chatting as I'm waiting in the line of, hopelessness. And then I will be back. So have a great opening because, oh dear Lord. Owens is going to talk for 900 years.
Yes, and go all the way down the rabbit hole again, and black out the card like Jorge got a blacked out face. And talking about a blackout, this lady, if you're lucky enough to have to meet her, you will be blacked out by her beauty. Hey, Jamester.
Hi.
Over on Mo's channel, this is the link for the bingo, bingo, bingo. Let's get ready to go roll.
Yeah.
And bingo, full board, full board, full board.
We're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Limited appearances for the state, please.
Dave Ketchcore on behalf of the state. Will J. State.
Defense.
James Owens for Ms. Boone. Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same clothing from this morning. I apologize for my lateness. I realized that there were some typos after I'd sent this to print and needed to take them all apart to fix it. So thank you for your patience as we work through that. State.
Jess, can you share the link in my chat again? I didn't see it.
We noticed that in the
I'll link it. I'll link it in the top. I'm gonna pin it in the top. I just needed to share it.
Hi guys.
But chat is going a little fast, so I don't always see it when it pops by. She posted it. Yeah, she posted it in Mo's chat.
Yeah.
Alkylex is the free word. Come on.
Page 12.
There was a couple strike throughs with the use.
I saw.
However, there was also a mistake with leaving a paragraph about.
You get your card. You mark off whenever you have one of the words. When you have a full board, you yell bingo, and we check if it's correct. You have a little number on top saying something 005, and then you'll just say, yes, I have bingo, card 005. And then Jess will test if it's there.
Reputation in at the very end of the 3.6G, and that should have been a mirror.
She shared it earlier, but it's a long time.
I do see that.
I can't link it now. I saw that he, she bracketed still.
I fixed that on page 16.
And it's just that.
Yeah, I need that.
Okay, all right.
Jess is just nah. I'm on Mo's channel. I'm like Jamie. I don't watch that show anymore.
I don't know what's going on.
I can have Madam Clerk start fixing them here.
Yeah, I think we should proceed and get going if we can.
But they will have nothing in their hands.
All right. Well.
That's the issue.
Chrissy, we're trying to get the link going before opening statements, but I don't know if Jess is working or she doesn't hear me.
All right, let's face that one.
Sorry. All right, thank you. Just give us a minute to fix all this.
Full board, full board, full board.
Yes.
Do like Jamie when her colleagues have a question, say, you don't pay my wages, go F yourself.
I kind of do.
And,
put it in there.
Yeah. The link to the bingo board is linked at the top. Alkylex is the free word. Full board. When you have a bingo, write bingo 002, whatever your number is, and Jess will tell you if you have bingo.
And just so that I'm clear, back on the record, we're referring to the bottom of page 12, 3.6G, paragraph 2, where the use is struck through, correct? Yes, sir. And then we're referring to the top of page 13 as to that 2 lines as to reputation. Is that correct?
Yes, so that should be physical capability paragraph or sentence.
Let me pull back up to the 3.6G instruction.
Who's shaming him for everything?
What?
So that reputation paragraph should be removed in its entirety, and it should be the.
Considering.
Chrissy, there's multiple words. I don't know how many words she put in there. It's randomized, so.
Issue of self-defense may take into account the relative physical abilities and capacities of Sarah Boone and Jorge Torres.
Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't say it was easy, Peter.
13. Thank you.
Well, that's a good phrase.
It is not letting me copy it over, and I don't know why. Correct. Was there anything else other than that? If you find Jorge Torres had a reputation for being a violent and dangerous person, you may consider this act in determining whether he was the initial aggressor. Anything else that needs to be added to the jury instructions from the state side of the ledger?
Well, the reputation should be believed.
Correct. I agree with you. Yes. I'm sorry. What the heck is going on here?
No reputation, Judge?
That's correct.
We're starting 45 minutes late. See you, Nicola.
Did they get their little poster board printed? Looks like it.
I don't know if he had the right wording on it. On his report.
I don't believe so. The physical contact sentence is where it should be.
Okay. Maybe that's what I was making. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. So the sentence should read, in considering the issue of self-defense, you may take into account the relative physical capabilities and capacities of Sarah Boone and Jorge Torres. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Correct. It matches 3.6F now. I apologize. I'm going to have Madam Clerk, I'll email it to her now, have her print out pages 25 copies of 12 and 13, and we'll start taking apart our jury instructions and re-adding it. And I thank you for your patience. 12 and 13, that's it.
Yeah, they will be trying to paint him as the aggressor, and that's why thank you so much for opening the door to prior bad acts so we can get those videos in there. Because without those, they could have spun it.
Mr. Dare, you're going to be utilizing the verdict form in closing. Mr. Owens, are you going to be utilizing the verdict form in closing?
Hey, where's it going to be?
Yeah.
I'll ask you for it.
Very good, sir. Thank you.
Judge,
Go ahead, sir. I can multitask.
I know there's a mic here. I know there's a mic right here.
I will confirm with court admin that microphone is on. I believe it is. They turned it on during openings. I'll confirm now.
And the judge, last time I used this fingerprint table as my podium. I made it slide back, so
that's fine, sir.
And then, Judge, I've got 2 tripods. And I've got some demonstrative aids. One of these was originally a quote by Dr. Michael Brannon.
Okay.
Okay. May proceed. What are the other enlargements, sir?
It's a it's the one I tried to get in.
I hear no objection.
Opening, which was the justifiable use of non-deadly.
No objection.
And remember my reasonable doubt? I was using it for.
You've seen them?
Okay. No objection to those. I didn't like the 3 charts. I kind of agreed that the 3 times reasonable doubt charts they won't use. So I think we're all good on the charts.
All right. Very good.
And the only other thing I want to use.
But we're good with their demonstrative aids during closings that we were used during trial.
Okay. Very good.
I've got 2 videos that I'm going to want to play. And Shelby Andrews is going to walk up.
They're in evidence, right?
Yeah. They are.
Yep.
Okay.
One of us been pared down.
That's fine. As long as it's in evidence, you can present whatever you'd like.
Hey, Judge, do you want to talk about time for closing?
We can. What do you think, State? You advised an hour and a half.
Yeah. We both said hour and a half, but the court knows.
Hour and a half each.
That's true. How much do you anticipate, sir?
The judge, she's charged with murder. We've had a 2-week trial. I've got a lot to say. I've got a lot of notes.
We're good.
Say again?
I'm not hearing any,
Yes,
stammering from the state.
After the state has had their first opening, give them a short break, and then let me start.
Agreed. We'll take our afternoon break at that point in time, then we can proceed with the defense closing and then rebuttal. I have received approval from the chief to work after 9 o'clock. So we can go till about 10, maybe a little bit thereafter.
So, you're saying with the jury. And
correct.
Then at 10 o'clock, if we hit some number 10 or 11, then when we come back Monday?
That's correct.
No, they are not even started yet. They are only an hour late.
Come on.
8 p.m. Volstom did this because he'll be on Friday Night Live, Halloween special over on The Experts channel tonight, where he will be dressed up as Little Bo Peep, and Dictionary Diva will be his sheep. It's a thing to behold. And when we're done here, I will redirect all of you over there because I will then put on my costume and be on the show as well.
Is that really what he's doing?
Yeah.
Like, these aren't secret, like, costumes?
No, not Volstoms and Dictionary Divas. No, they have been planning it out since last year, that they are Little Bo Peep. She said, couldn't I be the female this year? And he said, Mama, ain't got legs like daddy. You said this on Twitter. You sent me the pictures of those silky stockings you were having on. Don't worry, your legs are fine. And I don't know if you used to be a bike rider, but you shave your legs prettier than any women I ever been with.
So, bingo question. If they play something that says a bingo word, does that count? Or does it just have to be the lawyer saying it?
I am not the judge. The judge is Jemima. What is DV? That's a word I can't say in the YouTube. It has something to do with your house and punishing someone else. You can probably make it out.
Jess, did you hear my question?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I was answering Brandon, saying, yeah, a fleet of drunken sailors boarding FNL would be a delightful offensive package.
She said, yes, if they play something that says the word, it'll count. So, okay.
Don't come. Professional bike riders shave their legs.
Do they? What's the purpose for that?
Because they get so many massages and they fall so much, so not to get hair into wounds. And when you're getting all these massages, it's you'll get your hair removed. So it's easy to just shave them. That's what they say. If it's true, I don't know. Bingo card 099 will not be playing. Don't know the rules. The rules are just every time you hear one of the words on your card, you cross it out. And I'm not up to it. Well, I can't help with that. But I hope the winner really enjoys it.
Are you doing like, are we doing like
yes, I know that they have a video interview out with them, but I'm not playing content like that because I still have the Sinclair strike. They can claim ownership over that. It's not public. I could object and say it's fair use, as I will be commenting on it. But I am still having my Sinclair strike, which was bogus and illegal, that YouTube wouldn't take away. So I am not playing any content like that on my channel until the 25th of November, I think.
That's when it
Sorry,
falls
Jamie,
off?
you were asking something.
Oh, I was just asking about the bingo. Is it says on here it's the blackout board, so it has to be completely covered?
I don't know what you call it in America, but I can see that's what everyone is saying. I call it a full board.
That's what I mean, like
But
the full board?
yeah, it's everything, because we saw in opening statements, it took 5 minutes and then everyone had bingo. So it's the full board, full board, full board. Every single word. Alkylax is the free word. Every word. And when you have bingo, you write bingo 0047 or whatever your number is. Jess will then say, nah, you cheated. We didn't hear Fluff Monster. So you cheated. And then we'll go on to someone else have bingo. And she will say, oh, that's correct. And then you just have to PM me your address, correct name, address with first and last name, and I'll ship it out to you. If that's on your bingo board, I think you're screwed.
Is it the dog's drinking Dr. Pepper? That's not going to come up. Is a dog?
I haven't. When people start yelling at me because of the stupid words, I refer to my head of legal in Baker Media, which is Jemima. She made it. Well, Jemima's email is jemima@bakermedia.xo. So send all your mail and there, and she will at some point address it. Follow card, exactly. Not the shape because of the drag. No, that doesn't. They've actually found out guys with a big beard is faster than people without beards, which is counterintuitive.
Counterintuitive, yeah.
No, it doesn't need to be an order. Well, if you're in doubt if it was said, ask, and she will say yes or no.
State, are you ready to proceed?
Yeah.
Defense, are you ready to proceed?
1 minute.
Yes, sir.
We're ready, Judge.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in our jury.
I couldn't imagine it.
Lordy.
Huh?
Yeah, that would be fabulous.
Bruce.
The mic is hot. The mic is hot.
The
Jury. Okay, thank you.
Yes, we are very frustrated about the delays. Please don't mention the Cowboys when Jamie's here. He is a corn husker. To the room.
You have to test me, don't you?
No, bingo is not starting until opening statement starts. So you can still, links on top of the chats, get a bingo card art and participate in bingo, go, go. No, it's not the real one. Point is down, set the lock. So.
Jury entering.
We only had 100 cards. Oh, I'm sorry. Then please write Jemima at bakermedia.exo and she will say sorry. Sorry. We are out of bingo cards. We never tried it before. I said, make 20. She said, I'll make 100. And I thought, women. But thank you all for participating. There's 1% chance that you will win a bag of candy from Europe.
Yeah. Pretty good stuff,
State,
guys.
you recognize our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
Everyone can be seated. Thank you. Members of the jury, thank you for your patience. We had a long conversation about the jury instructions, and I missed a typo or two after I printed everything, and it took us a while to print everything out. I'm going to ask the courtroom deputy to come forward and pass these out to you. If you can, please raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the break.
Not the guy who's
all hands have been raised. Members of the jury, we are at the conclusion of the evidence and testimony in this case. The court is now going to instruct you on the law. The courtroom deputy is providing you copies of the jury instructions. Like I said at the beginning, you're going to be able to take these back with you into the deliberation room. There's not going to be a quiz or a test at the end. You don't need to memorize anything. If you'd like to read along, you can.
I could do a sugar-free, maybe. I'll have to look at it.
If you just want to listen, you can. It's completely up to you. Court's going to read most of the instructions and then turn it over to the lawyers for their closing arguments. The state will go first, as they have the burden. Then the defense will go. And then the state will have the opportunity to rebut. Then I will conclude the instructions and release you for your deliberations. After the state's closing, we're going to take our afternoon recess. At that point in time, I'll have the courtroom deputy provide you that emergency number. So if you need to reach out and do family or loved ones to let them know that you are on the jury and are deliberating, you can do that at that time. With that, members of the jury, the court's going to go ahead and begin reading you the jury instructions. Instruction 3.1, Introduction to Final Instructions. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial.
And jury instructions are not closing statements, so they are not part of the bingo. No cheating.
Please pay attention to the instructions I'm about to give to you. 3.2, Statement of the Charge. Sarah Boone, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crime of second-degree murder. 7.1, Introduction to Homicide. Sarah Boone is accused of second-degree murder. Murder in the second degree includes...
Bingo starts when closing arguments start.
...includes the lesser crime of manslaughter, both of which are unlawful. However, a killing that was excusable or that was committed by the justifiable use of deadly force is lawful. If you find Jorge Torres was killed by Sarah Boone, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing and deciding if the killing was second-degree murder or was manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable.
He'll read part of it and then they will give the closing, and then he'll read the rest, but there are 34 pages in total.
Use of deadly force. Justifiable homicide. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. Excusable homicide. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following three circumstances. 1. When the killing is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual, ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent. Or...
Nope. Lawyers can play along even in court if the judge allows them to sit there. So if you just hear someone yell at the Owens, say dancing with the dogs, you know one of them is playing along.
2. When the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Or 3. When the
bingo starts when closing argument starts.
Killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner.
It was.
A dangerous weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. Great bodily harm means great, as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such, does not include mere bruises. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Sarah Boone may be found guilty of second-degree murder or any lesser included crime. 7.4, murder, second degree. To prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. George Torres is dead. 2.
Good news, everyone. She was able to add another 100 cards. So if you want to change everyone's chance to win to 0.5%, get in there. Get moving. I have to put this link on top instead, because you could be today's lucky winner. No.
The death was caused by the criminal act of Sarah Boone. 3. There was an unlawful killing of George Torres by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that, 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. 3.4, when there are lesser included crimes or attempts. In considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crime of which she is charged, there may be evidence that she committed other acts that would constitute a lesser included crime or crimes. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of second-degree murder is manslaughter, culpable negligence. 7.7, manslaughter. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, George Torres is dead. 2A, Sarah Boone intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of George Torres. B, the death of George Torres was caused by the culpable negligence of Sarah Boone. Yes? I apologize. 4, thank you for that clarification. Sarah Boone I'll reread those for you. 2A, Sarah Boone intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of George Torres. Or B, the death of George Torres was caused by the culpable negligence of Sarah Boone. Every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intent to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed you. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. I will now define culpable negligence for you. As I have said, every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there is a violation of that duty, without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care towards others. In order for negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Capable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life, or of the safety of persons exposed to its dangerous effects, or such an entire want of care as to raise a presumption of a conscious indifference to consequences, or which shows wantonness or recklessness, or a grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public, or such an indifference to the rights of others as is equivalent to an intentional violation of such rights. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant must have known, or reasonably should have known, was likely to cause death or great bodily injury. 8.9. Culpable negligence. To prove the crime of culpable negligence, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. Sarah Boone exposed Jorge Torres Jr. to a personal injury. 2. She did so through culpable negligence. Actual injury is not required. I will now define culpable negligence for you. Each of us has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intent to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care for others. In order for negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard for human life, or for the safety of persons exposed to its dangerous effects, or such an entire want of care as to raise a presumption of a conscious indifference to consequences, or which shows wantonness or recklessness, or a grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public, or shows such indifference to the rights of others as is equivalent to an intentional violation of such rights. 3.6D, as in Delta, voluntary intoxication. Voluntary intoxication,
that's not European,
resulting from the use of alcohol is not a defense to a crime. Evidence of a defendant's voluntary intoxication may not be taken into consideration to show that she lacked the specific intent to commit any crime. A person is voluntarily intoxicated if he or she knowingly consumed a substance that he or she knew or should have known could cause intoxication. Voluntary intoxication is not a defense to second-degree murder, manslaughter, or culpable negligence. 3.6F, as in Foxtrot, justifiable use of deadly force. It is a defense to the crimes of second-degree murder, manslaughter, and culpable negligence if the actions of Sarah Boone constituted the justifiable use or threatened use of deadly force. Deadly force means force likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great, as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm. Sarah Boone does not have the burden of proving that she was justified in using deadly force. Instead, for you to find Sarah Boone guilty, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Sarah Boone was not justified in using deadly force. The law on the justifiable use, deadly force, is as follows. Sarah Boone was justified in using deadly force if she reasonably believed that such force or threat of force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to herself. Sarah Boone had no duty to retreat before using deadly force. In deciding whether Sarah Boone was justified in the use of deadly force, you must consider the circumstances at the time the force or threat of force was used. The danger need not have been actual. However, to justify the use of deadly force, the appearance of imminent danger must have been so real that Sarah Boone actually believed the use of deadly force was necessary. Moreover, to justify the use of deadly force, a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed the use of deadly force was necessary. However, the use of deadly force is not justified if you...
I don't know what you're asking, but minimum for second degree is 22.5 years, maximum life.
Find that Sarah Boone used force to initially provoke the threatened use of force against herself unless.
I believe after watching that stairwell yesterday, she was beating him up and putting him in timeout.
Yep.
I still can't see her. He was passed out because you can't manipulate a body when it's passed out. But I think she was putting him in timeout. No, you didn't miss anything. We started late.
1. The threat of force asserted towards the defendant was so great that she reasonably believed that she was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm. Please silence your cell phones. And had it exhausted every... Out. Whoever phone is on, get out right now.
That's just so effing stupid. And so disrespectful. We are here to find out if she murdered a man.
Members of the jury, Jorge Torres. Or...
And you want to have your phone on because you're so effing important. People, we have had cell phones for 20 years. Get over yourself.
Was in imminent danger. Members of the jury, I apologize. I'm going to read that over for you for the beginning. Paragraph 1. The threat of force asserted toward the defendant was so great that she reasonably believed that she was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm and had exhausted every reasonable means to escape the danger other than using deadly force on Jorge Torres. Or 2, in good faith, Sarah Boone withdrew from physical contact with Jorge Torres and clearly indicated to Jorge Torres that she wanted to withdraw and stop the use of deadly force. But Jorge Torres continued or resumed the threatened use of force. Physical contact includes any restraint on Jorge Torres's movement. If you find that Sarah Boone, who because of prior threats or difficulties with Jorge Torres Jr., had reasonable grounds to believe that she was in danger of death or great bodily harm at the hands of Jorge Torres, you may consider this fact in determining whether the actions of Sarah Boone were those of a reasonable person. If you find that at the time of the alleged second-degree murder, manslaughter, or culpable negligence, Sarah Boone knew that Jorge Torres had...
It was a way to control him because she kept calling him back and then calling the cops on him. Again, it's a measure of control.
...committed an act or acts of violence. You may consider that fact in determining whether Sarah Boone reasonably believed it was necessary for her to use deadly force. In considering the issue of self-defense, you may take into account the relative physical abilities and capacities of Sarah Boone and Jorge Torres.
Judge, I'm missing page 10 and 11.
I am too.
Okay. We will remedy that. Thank you, sir. Is it just your copy, Mr. Owens?
Anybody else missing 10 and 11?
I saw they didn't even put on a defense of the Milani Simon case.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
We'll bring it to you, sir. And we'll wait till I have those, sir, and we'll continue. Thank you.
She doesn't need to have intent. She caused his death by her actions. That's enough.
Thank you. Record reflect all thumbs were up. Page 11, special instruction on battered spouse syndrome. You have heard evidence that Sarah Boone suffers from battered spouse syndrome. If you find the evidence that Sarah Boone suffers from battered spouse syndrome credible, you may consider this evidence to assist you in determining whether a person in Sarah Boone's circumstances would reasonably believe that such force was necessary to defend herself against the imminent use of unlawful force by George Torres. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony regarding battered spouse syndrome. 3.6G, justifiable use of non-deadly force. It is a defense to the crimes of second-degree murder, manslaughter, and culpable negligence if the actions of Sarah Boone constituted the justifiable use of non-deadly force. Non-deadly force means force not likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great, as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm. Sarah Boone does not have the burden of proving that she was justified in using non-deadly force. Instead, for you to find Sarah Boone guilty, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Sarah Boone was not justified in using non-deadly force. The law on the justifiable use of non-deadly is as follows. Sarah Boone was justified in using non-deadly force against Jorge Torres and had no duty to retreat if she reasonably believed that such conduct was necessary to defend herself against Jorge Torres's imminent use of unlawful force. In deciding whether Sarah Boone was justified in the use of non-deadly force, you must consider the circumstances at the time the force or threat of force was used. The danger need not have been actual. However, to justify the use of non-deadly force, the appearance of imminent danger must have been so real that Sarah Boone actually believed the use of non-deadly force was necessary. Moreover, a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed the use of non-deadly force was necessary. However, the use of non-deadly force is not justified if you find that Sarah Boone used force to initially provoke or threatened use of force against herself, unless the threatened force asserted towards Sarah Boone was so great that she reasonably believed that she was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm and had exhausted every reasonable means to escape the danger other than using non-deadly force on Jorge Torres. Or, 2, in good faith, Sarah Boone withdrew from physical contact with Jorge Torres and indicated clearly to Jorge Torres that she wanted to withdraw and stop the use of non-deadly force. But Jorge Torres continued or resumed or threatened use of force.
Really good instruction. She never retreated anywhere, or he never used any force against her, or threatened. Well, she claims she did.
Physical contact includes any restraint on Jorge Torres's movement. If you find that Sarah Boone, who, because of prior threats or difficulties with Jorge Torres Jr., had reasonable grounds to believe that she was in danger of imminent use of unlawful force at the hands of Jorge Torres Jr., you may consider this fact in determining whether the actions of Sarah Boone were those of a reasonable person. If you find that at the time of the alleged second-degree murder and/or culpable negligence, Sarah Boone knew that Jorge Torres Jr. had committed an act or acts of violence, you may consider that fact in determining whether Sarah Boone reasonably believed it was necessary for her to use non-deadly force.
Dave says, whatever your thoughts about Sarah, the defense, the prosecution, or the judge, you have to admit this was a really entertaining trial that took a lot of turns nobody was expecting. Yes, it's been a trial that has had its emotional ups and downs. Chat have shown us it's gone either way a lot of the times, but at what people described as a weak state turned into a massive powerhouse yesterday, I think, when they knew they were going to play those videos, and they left the defense to open the door because the defense needed to open the door to prior bad acts, and they even fought them a little bit to open the door, and then they had it in there, and everyone was saying Owens is winning, Owens is running. Not everyone. Some said Owens run the courtroom, and in the end, it was their plan all along. So good tactics, good case. It's been one of the better cases I've followed. It's not as boring as many cases.
In considering the issue of self-defense, you may take into account the relative physical abilities and capacities of Sarah Boone and Jorge Torres. Special instruction on battered spouse syndrome. You have heard evidence that Sarah Boone suffers from battered spouse syndrome. If you find the evidence that Sarah Boone suffers from battered spouse syndrome credible, you may consider this evidence to assist you in determining whether a person in Sarah Boone's circumstances would reasonably believe that such force was necessary to defend herself against the imminent use of unlawful force by Jorge Torres. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony regarding battered spouse syndrome.
The minute she brought up that she was afraid of him and then got into the prior acts with his arrest and stuff like that, that's when she opened the door.
Point 7, plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the information through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if, having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. 3.9, weighing the evidence. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: 1, did the witness seem to have an opportunity?
I was one of the few who maintained throughout the case that hearing her making fun of him, to me, was the most bone-chilling video I've heard in my life, until I saw him sitting like a dog in the hallway yesterday. And my hatred for this woman, because again, I watch cases for a living on YouTube. I see people who kill everyone. So I hate her because she's an obnoxious B word, but I don't really care. But seeing how that man had been ruined by her relationship, his relationship with her yesterday, that turned into a whole nother level of evil. And I still thought it was an open and shut case, even when everyone else said they lost it when she got to take the stand, because they didn't went hard on her. They didn't go hard on her because they knew they had the ammunition. So everyone, it's like Jesus. Even he had doubts in the deserts, but you just don't give in to your doubt. You trust the baker, and then the jury will F you over.
To see and know the things about which the witness testified. 2, did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? 3, was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? 4, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? 5, does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? 6, did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Whether the state met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses, with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. The defendant in this case has become a witness. You should apply the same rules to consideration of her testimony that you apply to the testimony of the other witnesses. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. 3.9 Bravo, defendant statements. A statement claimed to have been made by the defendant outside of court has been placed before you. Such a statement should always be considered with caution and be weighed with great care to make certain it was freely and voluntarily made. Therefore, you must determine from the evidence that the defendant's alleged statement was knowingly, voluntarily, and freely made. In making this determination, you should consider the total circumstances, including, but not limited to, 1, whether, when the defendant made the statement,
we don't know what they're going to do in the jury room. We have no influence, no insight or anything.
She had been threatened in order to get her to make it. And 2, whether anyone had promised her anything in order to get her to make it. Law enforcement is not legally required to ask a suspect whether he or she wants to talk to law enforcement after Miranda warnings are read to a suspect. This is, however, one of the factors you may consider whether the defendant's statements were voluntarily made. If you conclude the defendant's out-of-court statement was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. 3.10, rules for deliberation. These are
I don't understand American sentencing rules, so I can't tell you, because half the state, the jury decides, the other half, the judge decide, and there's scorecards and giveaways and a freebie. And I don't understand American sentencing rules, so I can't say anything.
There are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. 1, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this matter. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. 2, this case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard.
The rules about legal self-defense was changed last year, I believe they said, because he had the wrong placard in the opening.
Yeah.
So I believe it was 2022, 2023, they changed them.
From the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of exhibits and evidence in these instructions. 3, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. 4, remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision, in this case. 5, your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. 6, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. 7, your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. 3.11, cautionary instruction. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. 2.7, closing argument. Both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. With that, state, you may proceed.
Everyone, if you need a bingo card, now's the time. Bingo will officially start when...
Or forever hold your...
Yeah.
Yeah. When he starts his first word, bingo is officially a go. Alkylex is the free word, as long as you give Sarah a cigarette after.
All right, Dave, we need a fashionista judgment on this gentleman's slightly tightish three-piece suit. And it's not his fault. He's just very broad-shouldered, and maybe if he got it tailored.
Yeah, but the problem is the jacket is too small. He's too wide over the shoulders for it. Especially when he has the flaps on the button, it'll flare out. But bingo cards, both. I don't know if Mo have linked the newest after we got more.
No, I did not.
Bingo charts. We are playing full board, blackout Jamie at 8 o'clock tonight board.
Yeah, general state of being bored, just completely blackout, not knowing anything.
Whatever you call it in America, it's every square must be filled out. Alkylex is the free word. If you are getting Magnum bottle and you have bottle on your card, ask Jemima and she will say it. I'll try and pull it up so everyone can see it on screen. If you have bingo, write bingo 135 or whatever number you have on your bingo card, because then Jemima can check it very easy and say, "You cheater," or "Hey, congratulations." More than one bingoer, we will do a spin on the wheel of justice to find out who will be the one lucky participant in the Jorge Torres Memorial Candy Off.
Marie, the link is at the top of the chat.
And Special K, I'm sorry my voice is like this the entire time. We'll do the verdict watch time after closing arguments, as we always do on this channel. 3, 2, 1. Go.
Just clean them gloves, sir.
This is a box. This is the box where Jorge Torres was killed. It's a small box, 28 by 20 by 8 7/8 inches. Jorge Torres was zipped up in this box. Jorge Torres took his last panicked breaths in this box.
I can see so many who have.
The medical examiner explained to us that with each breath,
he knows bingo's going on. He's like, I'm not going to use it.
Jorge Torres took in, there was less oxygen in this box. Jorge Torres was murdered in this box. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of myself, my trial partner, we thank you for your time and attention in this most important of trials. We now have the law from the judge in this case. This is what...
I don't know what tense is.
Like present tense, past tense. So I was going to say in American, but in English, like walk, walking, walked.
Yeah.
Jemima, I don't know. I'll Jemima will be clearing all of this out.
Our duty is to follow. And let's have a discussion regarding that law that we've just been read and given. The first section of note we're going to come to is called Introduction to Homicide. But this being a legal document written by a bunch of lawyers who you've seen for the last 2 weeks arguing with each other, pay careful attention to ands and ors. Remember, an and is somewhere, we're going to need both things or all the things, and if an or is there, then only one of those things we're going to need. So as we start out here on Introduction to Homicide, we come to the first section on justifiable homicide. And it reads, the killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time. Ladies and gentlemen, this section is completely inapplicable. It's inapplicable because Jorge Torres was zipped up in that suitcase. He could have committed
said it, y'all.
or
Suitcase.
attempted to commit a murder on anybody He couldn't even scratch his own head while he was in that suitcase. Next, we turn to excusable homicide. Here we have several paragraphs. And it reads, the killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following three circumstances. When the killing is committed by accident and in misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means, usual, ordinary caution, and without any unlawful intent. Well, the problem in this circumstance for the defendant is that she took the law into her own hands. Her testimony was that when Jorge Torres was in here, he was laughing and giggling and they were joking. And then he started to complain that he couldn't breathe. And that's when she said that she wanted him to stay in there so he could feel uncomfortable. So he could feel her grievances. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not lawful. That is not the use of ordinary caution. And that is not applicable in this circumstance. Second, when the killing occurs by accident.
Hate he's not standing by a microphone. Love that he's using the jury instructions to visualize, because they just heard a lot of words that, maybe. He's just taking all of it out of there. I like this way to do it.
I like that a lot.
And he's explaining it in a way that the jurors can take in. Because, again, I know he gave them the conjunction, junction, what's your function kind of talk. But to have it explained, to have it reasoned out, I mean, yes, I'm sure the jury is thinking, okay, this is the state's, idea. But it does give you sort of where they were going from and how they intended to prove it.
Yeah.
Or misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Jorge Torres couldn't provoke anything from his circumstance.
CC just said sudden provocation. You had that before. Don't go there. That's a testy subject still.
Jorge Torres was confined to this box. Next, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from sudden combat, a dangerous weapon is not used, the killing is not done in a cruel and unusual manner. This fails on 2 counts. There was no sudden combat. Her words, this was laughing and joking and we're all having fun, when she decides that it's going to get a little extra real for Jorge Torres. And it fails on the 2nd count because Jorge Torres was killed in a cruel and unusual manner. Next, we turn to our main charge of second-degree murder. The law informs us.
No, because one is a product and the other one is an action.
That to prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. I think it's important to stop right here. This sentence right here is telling us what has to be proven in order for the crime of second-degree murder.
Don't do that.
What?
Stop playing. And Stanek, link in the top. Get in there fast. Audio went out.
As each of those elements beyond all doubt. As to the first fact that Jorge Torres is dead, well, we have stipulation, amongst other things,
that
agrees to that. As to the second fact, the death was caused by Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone, in her own words, from the time that this case began on February 23rd, 2020, to when she took the witness stand a few days ago was consistent about one statement. She zipped him up. She didn't zip him out. She zipped him up in the suitcase, and she refused to zip him out. 3.
That's a weird way to put it.
There was an
Zip
unlawful
out?
killing of Jorge Torres by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. The law goes on to define for us what a depraved mind is, and also what an act is. And it's going to tell us that an act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act.
No, zipper is an object. Zipped is an action. And
feel free to use
unzipped, we need a ruling on unzipped. Unzipped, we
zip
need
out,
a ruling. Is that the
come
same
on.
as zipped out? Because man forgot the word unzipped.
It is the same as zip out. But zip
I think
sir.
Jess, we need a ruling fast because I think he just forgot the word.
I mean, I'm sure the defense is going to say all this too, but it's fine. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Act or a series of acts that one, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily harm to another, and is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and is of such a nature that the act itself displays an indifference to human life. Ladies and gentlemen, her conduct fits every one of those things. And if there was a scintilla of doubt that this was not the actions of a depraved mind.
I heard zipper as well before he went to the overhead.
I point to you, ING 1062, states 17. Mr. J, may you publish states 17?
Oh, his handwriting is worse than mine, and that's a feat.
Not in the way you asked for it, but I heard, and I might be wrong, but I think you said zipper. But I can say whatever I want. It's Jess who is the queen of the bingos, and I will just have to deal with her writing me 200 messages now on Discord saying you effed up my game. I thought I heard it, but I don't play.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a great thing. Zipper hasn't been there. I made a mistake. Sorry.
For everything you've done to me. Sarah. For everything you've done to me. Sarah. Fuck you. Sarah. Fuck you. Sarah. Stupid. Sarah. That's my name. Don't run it down. Sarah. I can't fucking believe it. Sarah. Yeah, that's when you do me, show me. Sarah.
Do you hear crying in the background? I bet that's his mom. I heard
that intake, and I thought I won't gonna mention it, but yes, it sounded like she was.
Because I was like, oh crud, if she goes, I'm gonna go. And guys, if you can't take this video, pop out for 2 minutes. You know, if there's a bingo, oh god.
Don't show it. Don't show it. This is so disrespectful. Sorry.
This woman should have taken the effing plea deal and not have to put the family through this. Gosh darn it. This woman is dumpster trash.
It's because she believed she was in the right, so.
Yeah, but for a mom to have to see that, piss off, Sarah.
Yeah, send notes to the class. C word.
No, they didn't get kicked out, Wendy Joe. I think it was too much for them to watch. I mean, it's heartbreaking when it's not someone you know. And I can imagine.
Remember, these are almost the final words of her son. And she had been sitting
someone
here.
Is just poking at him.
Yeah. It's never easy to lose a family member, but imagine the last thing your family member heard was a drunken B word making fun of you.
We are 2 hours in, Baker.
But I'll this is a good Christian channel. Even though Jamie's here,
True.
we still try and keep it above Sue level. Jamie, Sue had a birthday yesterday.
You may continue.
Happy birthday, Sue. Did you sing to her?
Yes.
You better have.
And the jury saw that. And the jury is going to want to fry her.
That's on you. It's on you. Sarah. Real ransom. Now you want to give it for it extra.
Does she say you thought you're real handsome and now you're going to pay extra for it?
I have tried to go step by step Zapruder film on this, and I still don't understand what she said.
Yeah.
I mean, I've slowed it down to half, and I'm like,
yes, recording words count. Anything on videos. What did we say? Anything on videos or anything counts. So
anything doing opening statements except what's in chat or said by any on stream counts.
Real ransom.
Real handsome.
I give it for it extra.
Now I'm gonna make a video for it extra. I think she's saying real handsome. Now you're gonna get this for it extra. You're gonna send it to your family. So
probably
that's what I couldn't hear it yesterday, but hearing it again now. So even now she was taunting him with, "I'm gonna hurt your relationship to your family," who she called fake Mexicans.
I can't believe it. That's what I was doing on me. Fuck you! Yeah. You should probably shut the fuck up.
Ladies and gentlemen, that exhibit removes any scintilla of doubt about the depravity of the defendant's actions. But we know from the evidence that this was not the first time she had considered.
Yes, this was played during way back in the beginning.
Killing Jorge Torres. We know from the evidence that on January 13th, 2020, approximately 1 month prior to Jorge Torres' murder, the defendant had a text message conversation Please do something with yourself, Sarah. God bless you. And bless you and all of you too. I'll get rid of him. Then I'll be better. Torres. But ladies and gentlemen, in this case, the law actually specifically tells us that the intent to cause death is not necessary. In order to convict second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. Next, we turn. I'm going to bypass the lesser included offenses because though she is guilty of those offenses as well, the law instructs us that she is to be convicted of for the highest offense in which the evidence supports, which is second-degree murder in this case. So turning our attention towards voluntary intoxication. If there was any question about the fact that Sarah imbibed alcohol on the night that Jorge Torres was murdered, and that maybe somehow that would excuse the conduct, or be some type of defense for the conduct. Well, this tells us that that's not the case. Voluntary intoxication resulting from the use of alcohol is not a defense to a crime. Evidence of a defendant's voluntary intoxication may not be taken into consideration to show that she lacked the specific intent to commit any crime. A person is voluntarily intoxicated if he or she knowingly consumed a substance that he or she knew or should have known could cause intoxication. Voluntary intoxication is not a defense to second-degree murder, manslaughter, or culpable negligence. Ladies and gentlemen, there's ample evidence of the defendant's intoxication from watching her on the public surveillance, buying the bottles of wine with Jorge Torres, to her admissions to drinking, to her voice that we heard on the video while she was torturing Jorge Torres. Next, we come to defenses. First, we come to the justifiable use of deadly force. It tells us it is a defense to the crimes of second-degree murder, manslaughter, and culpable negligence if the actions of Sarah Boone were justifiable use or threatened use of deadly force. Sarah Boone does not have the burden of proving that she was justified in using deadly force. Instead, for you to find Sarah Boone guilty, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Sarah Boone was not justified in using deadly force. The law on the justifiable use of deadly force is as follows. Sarah Boone was justified in using deadly force if she reasonably believed that such force or threat of force was necessary to prevent the imminent death or great bodily harm to herself. Sarah Boone had no duty to retreat. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments, Mr. Owens will rise, and he's going to show you.
Ooh, I like this. Oh, and the disdain he uses.
And this. And this.
Just tell me if you need the questions about the names read out to you instead of just pulling them on screen, just so people get the answer faster.
Is anyone else enjoying him using the defenses displays in full petty
Well,
mode?
the list of grievances that Sarah Boone had for Jorge Torres. He's going to talk to you about curtain rods. He's going to talk to you about black eyes. He's going to talk to you about what an awful, awful boyfriend Jorge Torres was. And ladies and gentlemen, at the end of all of that, it still will not change the fact that the defendant is not entitled to the justifiable use of deadly force. Because as we continue to read this instruction, it tells us, in deciding whether Sarah Boone was justified in using the use of deadly force, you must consider the circumstances at the time the force or the threat of force was used. Danger need not have been actual. However, to justify the
I put it on the screen, but I'll read it if I see any questions. We don't have any metadata from any pictures. And bottle of wines have been set for those who asked.
Use of deadly force, the appearance of imminent danger must have been so real that Sarah Boone actually believed that deadly force was necessary. Moreover, to justify the use of deadly force, and this is important, a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed the use of deadly force was necessary. Ladies and gentlemen, no reasonably prudent and cautious person would believe that a man who could barely fit into this box, who was incapable of movement, who was begging for his life, who was slowly asphyxiating, suffocating with each breath, would have needed to use deadly force against him. The justifiable use of deadly force utterly fails, utterly crashes like a house of cards. But there's more. However, the use of deadly force is not justified if you find that Sarah Boone used force to initially provoke threatened use of force against herself. Let's stop there before we consider the next two paragraphs. Some of the most critical testimony in this trial is her testimony on the stand. It was a great day. We were doing puzzles and artwork, dancing with the dogs, listening to music.
You got it. Everyone, Brandon, complaining about dancing with the dogs, you just got it. Dancing with the dogs can be marked off. Dancing with the dogs. I'm sitting in a makeup chair. Speaking of, will Sarah get the chair? They don't use Old Sparky anymore in Florida, I believe.
Okay, but can the mom just give her like one, fist bump to wherever she wants? I mean, a friendly little fist bump. I'm just asking for a friend.
With a taser to the face.
I'm kind of okay with it, which is why I'm not a judge.
I can go seat time. George gets into the suitcase. She comes and zips him up. But we're still laughing about it. We're still laughing after he zipped up in the suitcase. And then that's when George had the temerity to ask. Jorge Torres had the temerity.
Does art count for artwork?
To ask to be unzipped from the suitcase. And that's when Sarah Boone decided he needed to suffer. She was the initial aggressor, ladies and gentlemen. She provoked the use of force in this case. In her own words, we were laughing and playing right before he wanted to be let out because he couldn't breathe. Paragraph 1. The threat of force asserted toward the defendant was so great that she reasonably believed that she was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm and had exhausted every
Good day is covered by great day.
reasonable means
And playing for play.
to escape the danger.
Ooh.
And hide and seek have been said.
Other than using deadly force on George Torres. He couldn't exert anything, ladies and gentlemen. George Torres couldn't even exert his arm out of the suitcase. How on earth could he have exerted a force so great to justify his...
Judge, object.
Approach.
Oh, goodness.
Owens is like, oh, it was $400 at Kinko's, man. Them are all my
Yeah,
posters.
he keeps using my placards. I think this is one of those let's break the flow objections.
Yeah.
I like this guy better. He's better speaking than
Yes.
Mr. J.
He's got more emotion. And he is in full petty mode, and I am here for it. It's not fair. This is so not fair. You guys assume that I did something. And he's like, yeah, I touched your posters. What? Oh my gosh, if anyone can make a meme, this guy dropping a poster with the explosion in the back, not looking at it.
Yeah, instead of the mic drop, it's just that
The
sit
poster.
through the forehead. Yeah.
This is no help to the defendant. Second paragraph. In good faith, Sarah Boone withdrew from physical contact with George Torres and clearly indicated to George Torres that she wanted to withdraw and stop the use of deadly force. But George Torres continued or resumed threatened use of deadly force. Ladies and gentlemen, George Torres never got a chance to do anything. George Torres never was able to mount any aggression towards the defendant. Therefore, this paragraph is inapplicable. And the law tells us as well that physical contact in this case includes any restraint on George Torres's movements. The law also tells us, again, to find that Sarah Boone, because of prior threats or difficulties with George Torres, had reasonable grounds to believe that she was in danger of great bodily harm, of death or great bodily harm at the hands of George Torres. You may consider this fact in determining whether the actions of Sarah Boone were reasonable. Now, we're going to get to battered spouse syndrome in a moment. But again, I submit to you, this will be the opportunity for the defense to air grievances in regards to George Torres. But again, those grievances will not change the law, and they will not change the fact that the justifiable use of deadly force fails as a defense for the defendant. If you find that at the time of the alleged second-degree murder, manslaughter, culpable negligence, Sarah Boone.
He said asphyxiated. That's where it has been meant. But ask the judge if she'll allow asphyxiation and asphyxiate.
Knew that George Torres had committed an act or acts of violence. You may consider that fact in determining whether Sarah Boone reasonably believed it was necessary for her to use deadly force. Considering the issue of deadly force, you may take into account the relative physical abilities and capacities of Sarah Boone and George Torres. Now we come to the special instruction on battered spouse. you have heard evidence that Sarah Boone suffers from battered spouse syndrome. If you find Sarah Boone suffered from battered spouse syndrome credible, you may consider this evidence to assist you in determining whether, in Sarah Boone's circumstances, would reasonably believe that such force was necessary to defend herself against the imminent use of unlawful force by Jorge Torres. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony in regards to battered spouse. Ladies and gentlemen, we've heard from 3 experts in the areas of battered spouse. In this case, I think at the outset, it's important to note what battered spouse is and isn't, and what the law.
I love this has become battle bingo. Can I sneak this in? Can I sneak this in? Can you just close one eye and only see part of the word? Battle bingo is a go-go.
Trust us here. Battered spouse is not some carte blanche. Battered spouse is not a license to kill. The fact that Jorge Torres, at points, mistreated Sarah Boone, did things that were worthy enough to get him arrested, to get restraining orders placed upon him, doesn't mean that she walks around with an ace in her pocket when it comes to Jorge Torres. It doesn't mean that because he did these awful bad things, that now through the rest of time, she's a battered spouse and she just has the right to kill him, or to make him suffer, or to punish him, or to make him feel uncomfortable, or decide that he needs to be confined to a box. No. What the battered spouse syndrome instruction does is it talks about the imminency of fear. And when we heard about that testimony, we heard about it from Dr. Harper, and we heard about it from Dr. Brandon for the defense. And some of the testimony was a little difficult to understand at points, but there was one point in Dr. Brandon's testimony that was very critical. Dr. Brandon talked about rule-outs. He talked about the fact that when emotions and emotional reactions are involved, like trauma and trauma-based disorders, other possibilities have to be ruled out before we can even ascribe those actions to battered spouse syndrome. Other possibilities, according to Dr. Brandon, include alcohol abuse. Dr. Harper should have listened to Dr. Brandon's testimony, because Dr. Brandon completely undercut Dr. Harper's testimony. Dr. Harper relied heavily on the words of the defendant, who was abusing alcohol at the time of these events. And then you heard from the expert from the state, Tanya Warner. And her opinion was much more straightforward. Remember, Dr. Brandon did not render an opinion as to whether or not she suffered from battered spouse. Dr. Warner said affirmatively, yes, I believe she did suffer from battered spouse syndrome. But she also applied what Dr. Brandon was talking about. Other possibilities have to be ruled out as the trigger for a behavior, for an event. So, in Dr. Warner's estimation, the fact that at the time of this incident, they were laughing and joking and carrying on meant that the trigger was not domestic violence or some threat. In the defendant's own words, the trigger was him wanting to get out and her being reminded of the bad things that he had done to her. That's not imminence of fear. That's a reminder of bad things a person has done. And again, even if you were to believe that she was battered spouse triggered at the time of this event, it still does not save the day. Because all the battered spouse trigger law tells us is that it goes to that imminency requirement. It doesn't say there's no imminency requirement. It doesn't say that, look, if you're suffering from battered spouse and you're triggered by battered spouse, then, hey, there's no more imminency requirement, do as you wish. It just gives the ladies and gentlemen of the jury another thing to consider in determining whether or not that threat was imminent. And we know from the evidence, we know from the videos, there was absolutely no threat. And we know there was no threat because Jorge Torres never got out of that box. He was never got out of that box until sometime on the early afternoon of February 24th. Mr. J, can you please publish from stage 21?
Bingo doesn't have to finish with this guy. It's the entire closing statement. It's just to give you a little entertainment while we have to watch this. Yes, that's not how you play bingo, by helping them out.
I'm going to go to court and I'm going to tell the judge, listen, my fiance has nothing to do with it. It's all my fault. We were both drinking and got in an isolated situation that has never happened before. I love my fiance. She's a good woman. Her being in trouble in her life, she has a 7-year-old son that she loves and cherishes.
That's my Boston Terrier.
She has 2 dogs. One is blind, one is deaf. She goes around and she's driving and sees an animal that's injured. She'll stop in the middle of the street, no matter what kind of traffic it is, just to make sure that that animal doesn't get injured any more than where it already has. We both love each other. We both live together. Yes, every relationship has their arguments, but we are not the type of people that you guys are portraying us to be.
She especially.
Especially her. So please.
Amazing closing. Heart-wrenching.
Yes.
And they will go up there and say, don't believe the voice from beyond the grave. He was mean to her all the time, beat her up. All these videos she took really shows how bad he was to her. This is amazing.
Well,
Hard
this
to
is
watch,
like
triggering, but amazing work.
Is this like her hostage video where she's making him say all these nice things about her? Okay.
Yeah.
And I would like to apologize to everyone for the climate change. Futuristically, like Sarah says, I rolled my eyes so hard that I think I tilted the Earth off its axis by just a scooch. So sorry about the climate change, y'all.
Dismiss.
Dismiss this case. Drop it. She is not the type of person.
Good person.
She's a great person.
Angel.
I know she'd be an angel. She's close to her.
Best thing that has ever happened to you.
Yes, ma'am. And I love you to death. And I hate that we're going through this right now.
Sonnet.
What?
In the good.
Good, I love you. God will prevail and will take us out of this situation. Love you.
Clearly, George Torres is dominating the defendant. Clearly, George Torres is the one telling the defendant what to do. Clearly, George Torres is the one calling the shots at 4748 France Lane. Ladies and gentlemen, are we so sure that George Torres wasn't the person suffering from battered spouse syndrome?
Mic drop.
Next, we're going to come to the justifiable use of non-deadly force. The language and the arguments are pretty close to what we've already heard in the deadly force instruction, including the key language that it requires a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed that the use of non-deadly force was necessary. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that this was not a case of non-deadly force. George Torres lost his life as a result of these actions. We have heard the testimony of Dr. Sarah Zadovich, who described his cause and manner of death, who described the mechanism of death, how that oxygen dissipated in that suitcase. And when we also look at the imminency, we heard in opening statements by Mr. Owens that, oh, the big threat in this case, the awful threat, was in the magic 9 minutes between the video at 11:12 that she took, torturing George Torres, to her follow-up video at 11:23, after she had moved the suitcase. Mr. J, being published from States 17, IMG 1063. It was a short video. Well, what's one of the things that we notice by this point? You can hear how loud George's voice is on the 11:12 video. But now, roughly 11 minutes later, from the time that started, you see that the makeshift coffin that he's in has been moved, and his voice now is softer. The life is draining from George Torres, and it's evident in that video. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is evidence that there was no threat in the magic 9 minutes that was not recorded. There was only George Torres in this box, slowly being killed. Next, we come to weighing the evidence. This instruction tells us it is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witness acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider. Did the witness have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? In focusing on the defendant, absolutely. Two people walked through the front door on the evening of February 23rd, 2020 at 4748 France Court. Jorge Torres.
They played that as the first video.
And Sarah Boone. But only Sarah Boone ever walked out of that front door alive. Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? This is an emphatic no. And the litany of her intoxication in versions of events is evidence of that. Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? I would submit to you she wasn't. 4, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Clearly. Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? And I would say largely no. Because on the issue of whether or not Jorge Torres could have threatened her the way she says that he did, the answer is clearly no, and we know that from the forensic data. We know that from the items itself. Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? In regards to the defendant, it's almost more appropriate to ask about the time she did make a consistent statement. You listen to her version of events on the 911 call, on the body cameras, on her first interviews with law enforcement, and then you hear her in her next interview the next day with Detective Kopsel and Detective Lowen, and more details come out. Things change. First, she was never intoxicated, then she was intoxicated. Then there's just the whole fact of she omits the fact of, oh yeah, he was actually trying to attack me. Oh yeah, I was in fear for my life. When she said at every turn, no, it was just a great day. We were having fun. Oh my God, I can't believe this. We were doing good. The only stress we had was about jobs. And now, 4.5 years after the fact, it's time to come up with a new story. But ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that the truth does not change. The facts do not change. The videos do not change. And on any version of events that the defendant has given, they all add up to the fact that there is absolutely no doubt that she is guilty of murder.
Yes, she did.
I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, do you have any doubt about the defendant's guilt when she described using that baseball bat to hit Jorge Torres's fingers back in the suitcase when he...
Can we get fingers instead of fingering? Because fingering is a bigger word. Yes, will fingers... I think even though I have no participation in the bingo, fingering will probably not be a word.
attempted to save his life. Do you have any doubt when she is given how many versions of events in this case? Do you have any doubt after hearing the testimony of her neighbors about the loud crash and arguing that night? Do you have any doubt after hearing the testimony of Dr. Sarah Zadovich? Do you have any doubt after watching the videos of George Torres being murdered and her laughing about it and talking about the fact that he cheated on her? Do you have any doubt after reading the text messages from her phone? After seeing the videos of how she controlled and manipulated George Torres? And if you say, Mr. Cacciatore, I still have a doubt, well, then the law asks you, is that doubt to an element? And is that doubt a mere possible doubt, a speculative, an imaginary, or a forced doubt? I submit to you the idea that she had to do this because she was a battered spouse is an imaginary doubt. It's a doubt born from the imagination of Sarah Boone. It is not a reasonable doubt. But if you find yourself back in that deliberation room and you are just trying to think of some way in which the defendant is not guilty, just searching, struggling for that way, that also is not a reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen. That is a forced doubt. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm confident that when you read the entirety of those jury instructions and apply the law to the facts that came out in this case, that you are going to come back with the only lawful verdict, which is guilty as charged.
Yes, please put that postponement.
Members of the jury, it is 4:04. As I promised, we were going to take that afternoon break before the defense proceeds with their time.
Oh, you had an objection.
I've never heard of such a request.
So he's going to yell now.
Oh, shit. He's getting mad about the parents and the family, I bet. Prejudicing her.
He wants the parent thrown out. This would be a Marcy rule violation, right?
Y'all may be seated. Thank you.
That'll just
I am not
do that asshole.
Okay, may proceed.
Sarah Boone's entitled to a fair trial. I think that right has been compromised here today. I don't know who's scheduled to put the two detectives on the front row with the Torres family, the family of the victim. But they had.
His argumentation here is not part of bingo.
To have known, to tell them that the suitcase video, which has been around for 4.5 years, was going to be played during opening statement. And the state
Baker, can I curse?
Or the sheriff's department.
Yeah, sure.
Can I curse? This freaking asshat is defending a twat waffle, and they want to get mad about the family showing genuine upsetness after they've learned everything. They've been in court. They watched those doggone videos that they probably never saw. And he wants to go over here and police their grief because it's been 4 years. You know what? It's been 17 effing years since I lost my husband, and there are still days and still things that bring it up, and it hits you like a daggone truck. So screw you sideways, sir. Dingus off the bed. Between the children and the cats, off.
This guy is trying to use a grieving mother to get this case thrown out.
You know, just when you think Sarah can't get lower, and I know that he's vigorously defending his client or whatever, but there's also human decency. There's also, you know, being a freaking compassionate person and, he is just, and I'm sure Sarah, you know, in her full mecha thunder cunt, you know, mode was writing notes like, get them out of here. It's unfair.
Yeah.
You killed their son.
Those fake Hispanics, I knew they were going to ruin my trial. They're out for it. And thank all of you watching over on Mo's Twitter channel. It's nice to have all y'all over there. If you want to participate in chat, please come join us on YouTube. We have a very interactive chat. Today, especially with Battle Bingo going on, there will be friendships crossed by bingo. So please join us on the YouTube chat so we can bring up all your great insights as well.
Had to advise them, or the victim's advocate had to advise them that if they couldn't take it in front of a jury that's trying to decide the case, they needed to get out of the courtroom. Now, what happened here today should not ever happen. There should be safeguards in place. There's no room for this after 2 weeks of a murder trial for something like that to happen. One of the Torres members of the family audibly, during the 2-minute suitcase.
I know that they say no audible outburst, but this was from the heart outburst. It wasn't "F you, Sarah" or something like that. They can't.
No.
Every time I try to do
it.
No, when I try to start to do a speech for my children for their confirmation or anything, I start crying. I can't finish a speech to my children. I don't. And you know me, I can speak about anything at any point of the day. Poke me, put me in front of a camera, I'll talk. The second I try to tell my children how proud I am of them in front of a family, I will cry. Every time.
And you might think you're okay with it. She might have seen it a million times. I'm sure she has. But it's a different set. It can hit you much differently after, you know, all the things he said, everything that's come out, her son being portrayed as a monster. That's her little baby boy. She held him and put him on her chest as soon as he was born. This is going to hit different. And he is being a latent French. I'm trying to
express some kind of emotional reaction. I look back, he or she were bent over in agony, physical pain. The physical pain followed the audible announcement. You can't unring that bell. That's their responsibility to ensure that kind of thing doesn't happen, especially when they know they're going to show a video and the family of the victim is on the front row. I've never heard of such. I asked for a mistrial.
Response.
I've never heard of such a request. The victim's family has the right to be here. They were advised as to what will be used during closing arguments. I cannot make a decision for the victim's family and the homicide survivors as to whether or not they believe they can handle it. She clearly, or he, I don't know, couldn't, and I believe the appropriate thing was done. They left the court. But again, to say this is intentional sabotage and all the accusations that continuously get made are unsubstantiated, and it does not warrant a mistrial. People get warned, and sometimes they misjudge their own emotions. I don't understand what test we are expected to run on homicide survivors. So the motion should be denied.
Motion's denied. Jury's going to be back in about 13 minutes, counsel. So we'll reconvene at that point in time.
Could the state put the suitcase back in the morning?
Yeah, can we clean the well from the state's materials, please? Thank you.
Well, he's wrong, because he stated that this was an overt act by the state ambushing the family to elicit an emotional reaction. They have told the family, we are going to use this video. Can you handle it? And they said yes. Her heart broke. She couldn't handle it.
And she tried to leave. She didn't, wail and keen, in the front room. She knew she couldn't handle it, and she did.
Family was warned. Don't go back and listen to what he just told you. It was on the tape. I hear it. Everyone else hear it. That's why it's denied. The family had been told, we will show it. They said, we can handle it. She couldn't. He instantly turns it into, this is a deliberate sabotage of the case by the state. Because this douche canoe knows he's an idiot. He knows that his fate will never, ever get him that $1 million book deal. That he will never have that YouTube channel to rival Emily D. Baker, who's right now is probably having 30,000 people watching this. He will never be that person after this. This wasn't his Jodi Arias moment. They followed the rules.
Yeah, it's fine for him to make that argument. It's just not.
No, it's absolutely not fine to accuse the state of sabotaging a trial, to planting the family in the courtroom and then ambush them with a video of their dying son's last words. That's in no way fair, fine, or anything, especially yelling like they are 2-year-old kids. It would be fine to say, Your Honor, I believe you should admonish or remind the family no outburst if you're going to be in here, and tell everyone. He wanted a mistrial because he said it was an overt action by the state.
Well, also, he's very much like Sarah. He wanted those pictures. Those pictures were going to be his, spice, his pimp moment, if you will, the mic drop. And the fact that the state took all the wind out of his sails, he was already ticked off. He has been ticked off because none of his arguments are going well because he has to deal with Sarah. And unfortunately, he does not have a poker face. And instead of going up there and being calm, respectful, and saying, hey, this isn't good. Are they going to be able to stay in here? It did make a scene. I want to put that on the record. He spazzed out and acted like a complete toddler meltdown after 3 pixie sticks and some Jolt damn cola.
And of course, they can't sit in there and put on a show, crying to all heavens and yelling, throwing ash on their hair as they did in the old Rome. That's my thinking of Rome today. But the state couldn't prevent it. That's the problem with his argument. The state should prevent this. How? They had done everything they are obliged to do. They've talked to the victim's advocate. They talked to the family. They told them, we will show this video. So claiming that the state planned this is just another sign that this guy, I don't know. But hey, what do I know? I'm just an idiot with a YouTube channel.
Same.
They did that. They did that through the victim's advocate. They said, we are going to play this to you. Yeah, and again, how many of you heard her cry before I said it was the mom?
And thank you, Zach, for the super chat. I am ordering new cards. Thank you guys so much for the support. I've never gone through 200 tags before this quickly. So thank you guys so very much. This has been a very rough trial, but having people like you guys around and all of your support and encouragement has been just awesome and made this a little bit easier.
Yeah, the state is off the hook, and that's why I'm getting heated, because this guy is making everything into a crazy objection.
Yeah, everything's a curiosity.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's okay that she cried out, because of course it can influence the jury. But claiming it was a deliberate ambush, a word he used yesterday as well, on his case by playing a video to get that emotional outburst. I think the judge, to be fair, should have, when they left, said, please, anyone else, no outbursts. If you don't think you can control it, leave the courtroom. We have seen that in other cases, but we have seen, and I even think you, Jamie, you mentioned this when we watched the Karen Reed case, where Peggy is sitting there openly crying in the right across from the jury box. Right across from the jury box. I think you mentioned that that was a little bit too much for you, because she hadn't shown any emotion, and then all of a sudden, and there was nothing anywhere near this in that case. And I believe in the...
I don't have a problem with the crying at all. Like,
no.
I mean, we all know that they direct you in court. You have to try to control yourself. And yeah, if you see a video that's going to upset you, I mean, they got up and left, which was fine. My point was, when I said that he was right, he's just right for standing up for his client. What he's saying is absolute bull. But
but why I'm getting mad is because he's turning it in and say the state planned this.
Well, I mean, that's all he's got. That's the thing, is like he doesn't just go up there and judge, listen, this is what it is. No, he's got to be super extra and over the top, because he wants to get he wants to get this thrown out. I mean, so
yeah, and
I mean, I wouldn't have expected anything less with this guy. I mean, honestly.
No, and I think on a scale from 1 to Sarah Boone on a camera, how much yelling are we going to get from him doing his closing?
All of it. He's going to take the full hour and a half to just... We are going to be in a hallway sitting down with some angry man yelling at us. Being aggressive, being a jerk face, and this really doesn't play. He cannot read a room. And thank you so much, Tammy. You guys are just awesome. I hope we are having fun with bingo and keeping kind of this a little bit lighter, even though it is a terrible case. Yeah,
and I think Brandon's right. If he's just stuck with he's prejudicing my client.
Yeah. I mean, I get that argument, because that's all it is. I mean, regardless, it's like you got to try to control yourself. But they didn't really. I mean, I didn't think it was that big of a deal. It's not like they were just like wailing as they were walking out, and it was just so loud and everybody could hear it. You know, they were just trying to leave.
Defense attorneys are gifts from God. The only problem is some of them are like the gifts I get from Jamie every Christmas at the Christmas party, worn socks. And every time for Christmas, she gets from me an partridge in the pear tree.
What is a partridge?
It's a bird.
Isn't it like a mini chicken?
Yeah, like.
Well, a chicken is a bird, so it's a bird.
Are those pear trees the one that smell like death? Because I don't want any of them.
Why did my generosity towards Jamie turn into death and chickens?
Who knows?
I don't need any birds around in my life, so don't give me a partridge.
No, I have the same. Well, I have 30 seconds of need for a bird once a week, but other than that.
I have a question about the maids of milking. Can they be maids of other things like laundry folding and dishwashing? Because I take, 10 maids of doing all the stuff around my house.
Right.
My own personal Roomba army.
Well, Sarah found the perfect attorney for her aunt self. Cindy Luguhood, thank you so much. Yes. Bradford pear tree smells the worst. Agree, Mo. And I love taste of pear. That's a great taste. But looks like they're coming back. Oh, and by the way, if anyone's new here and who's been wondering about who we have been talking about the other days when we are saying someone has been out saving the seals, the hippopotami in Brazil, it's Jamie, our lovely co-host. Sadly, she have grown into a person with a spunk addiction. So
Giblets.
Stuff I hear when I'm not here. He thinks I'm not listening and I don't watch him, but I really am.
Jamie, I still love you, even though you don't laugh at my jokes anymore. The honeymoon phase is over. Just please don't zip me up in the suitcase again unless you put the cricket in there for company.
Well, I could be arranged.
It's a loud, noisy bird. So, like any British woman, 10 o'clock Friday night in a pub.
Listening to techno.
Oh my God.
Talking about soccer or football. Would you be a Man United?
We are back on the record, 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State appearances for the record.
Dave Kestro on behalf of the state. Jay for Florida, State of Florida. James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Captain Beck on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Tony, I love that Maria Moss uses the spelling of Lord that way, so it's not blasphemic, because it means shit in Danish.
Lord,
I used to do that, and I used to say that until Baker said it was poo. And then I was like, well, of course.
That's the Danish word for shit.
I would find the one curse word in another language that I love.
Ms. Boone is still seated at counsel's table wearing the same clothing from this morning. Are we ready to bring in our jury for the defense closing at this time? State. Defense.
Judge, I would like you to give the audience an instruction, and then if you would, instruct the state attorney to instruct whatever family members or friends, Jorge Torres, may not be in here, and may not be able to hear the instruction, but they come in during the trial so that we can try to get some order.
Are there any other members of Mr. Torres' family that may be outside that may be joining us? Okay, all right, so she's left, she's no longer here? Okay, that's what I just asked. Is there anyone outside? Okay.
She's outside, but she's not coming back.
Okay, all right. So, members of our gallery, good afternoon. I'm going to please ask you to please contain yourself and not to have any emotional outbursts. We had a minor one, and the person, whoever it was, had a small outburst, then hid next to another family member, and then excused herself during the last during the closing. It seemed to be minor in nature. However, I'm advising everyone that at this time, if you believe that you cannot control yourself or your emotional responses during the defense's closing argument or any rebuttal by the state, I'm going to politely ask you to excuse yourselves at this time. All right, thank you very much. Mr. Owens, anything else, sir?
No, sir.
All right, state. All right, let's bring back in our panel.
See, that's all that you need to do.
Yes.
Yeah, but again, he would still have yelled bloody murder even if he had done it twice.
Of course, he wants to get a mistrial badly.
Yeah. Kimber Hills, I believe that Jess have ruled that no speaking objection, please, has been overruled by just objection. But I will check with the chief.
It is, yes.
Poster.
She did say that, yes.
It is okay. Objection has covered no speaking objections.
Yes.
They're making their selections.
Okay, thank you. All can be seated. They're making their dinner selections. We'll just give them a couple minutes to do that. Thank you.
Uploading family. I guess this one over is the one still cutting. Go F yourself, where she's talked about how bad a dad he was. Doesn't she look kind of like a hairdresser?
I mean, I don't know.
She has
She has
beautiful
beautiful
hair.
hair.
So
Yeah. I don't think a hairdresser would have these kind of curls.
Who, that girl
But
in the end? Oh,
yeah,
her.
this one.
Okay, because I was like, no, that's the lead detective.
That's not good hair, is it?
Yeah.
Then this must be the hairdresser. But the one that she, still cutting. I hate you. Your dad is an asshole. It is Detective Good Hair. Oh my god. Well, my misogyny made me think Detective Good Hair is a hairdresser.
but you're not istrophobic because you just looked at her hair.
Yeah.
It'd be worse when I said, "Oh yeah, I can see the boob." Really good hair.
Owens is still grumpy face. Sarah's hair is trying to escape before she gets convicted.
Someone mentioned that her hair looks kind of like we had done the horizontal Roomba last night. And,
No, Sarah's hair is like, this ish is going down. I want out. It's trying to go to the door.
No, that's because I'm colorblind. Right, Jamie?
Yes. This is not color, guys.
Nina Canadian Jemima is the one to thank for this. She have made it into a blood sport.
We would have combat bingo on a Sarah Boone trial. Can we do a tranquil trial next? Like, I don't know. Just a civil suit.
And no, Sue, Chardonnay isn't wine. Everyone been asking for that one. No cheating, Sue.
What about the brand name of the wine? Like,
Woodbridge?
what if they never say it? Yeah.
Well, then hopefully not everyone has that on their bingo card. Not everyone is getting a prize, so we have to hope someone doesn't win.
We need to find a
Well, I
solve
personally hope
case.
everyone wins, but Jamie has put a very strict budget for this giveaway, so she hope all of you loses except one.
Yeah. I hope you all lose. Yeah.
Yeah. And
I'm trying to help.
Jamie has said, well, no one won. Send it to me.
Yeah. Just keep it coming.
Oh my goodness.
Did you find new favorites in what I sent you? Did you find
I just
any
ate
new
all the
favorites?
chocolate.
Ooh.
I was keeping the gummy stuff to share with my family.
Ooh.
Did you like that Milka with the strawberry?
Yeah, that one was good. The banana stuff, I'm not a huge fan of, but I don't like banana.
I love them.
I know. So I'm going to save those for see if my nephews like them.
What else with chocolatey? There was some marzipan bread.
Yes, there was that. That was good. You gave me a Yankee bar. There was some small chocolates. I don't know what those were. They were good.
The little mini moo.
Yeah.
That little thin milky. That's just some cheap kids chocolate, but it's good.
And I got a Skittle paddle. That was good.
The way Skittle paddle or skit pill or you do swallow, so I can hear it because you're like schoolboy, and I'm like, that was way back in your throat. How do you do that?
Who swallows me or Jamie?
Oh, crud! I just realized phrasing. Tag on it.
No, we say if you're from where Mass live, we call it skildpadde. But if you live on my island, it's skildpadde.
And if you are me, it's Skittle paddle.
Skittle paddle
I like Skittle paddle better.
Yeah.
Jamie, us Midwesterners have won.
And
did you get any
there
of
was some. Yeah, I saved some, the little lobsters. Lobsters.
I had a lot of them left over because Penilla flossed my house with them. And Salty Dog also enjoyed her candy.
I hope you did.
We are talking about Penilla won in the last giveaway, which we'll be doing again soon. Did you see what I'm going to give away for the next giveaway, Jamie?
No.
Oh, it is awesome.
What is that? What is that?
It's a little nutcracker.
It's a little chocolate nutcracker.
No, it's a Lego nutcracker.
Is it brown?
That apparently works, so his head can go up and down.
Look at him.
And
oh, cool.
Maybe he looks like he's made of wood.
Christmas tree ornaments.
Shut up. I want those.
Those are so cute. And their eyes are so googly. I love googly eyes.
I do too.
So they will be part of the next giveaway. And as you can see, I have 2 sets of each. So the next giveaway will probably be more Christmas related and not so much candy related.
Yeah. But those are cool.
Gathering all of his inner child angst to go up there and act like a horse's ass.
I'm glad you're here, Panilla. You're here, Panilla.
The
She
bald
loves
attorney is like,
paddle.
how the hell?
Skittle paddle.
How the hell did I get here? What am I sitting here with? Can I leave now? I'm here under duress. I was held hostage. Can I leave now too?
I think the jury went home. They just thought, F it. We don't want to hear it.
They're like, can we convict her now? We don't need to hear anything from the defense. We're good. We don't like that man yelling at us.
I love Jamie automatically went to chocolate. No, it's Lego.
Well, I was looking. It looks like a chocolate nutcracker, and then he's supposed to be wood, I guess. So
Churchwell isn't in the court. She hasn't been going, I believe. I think she's been working on something quite interesting. Apparently, I saw on Twitter she said she had something coming up, but I don't know if she ever disclosed what it was.
Yeah.
Yes, this will go into Monday, I think, because it's 4:30, and he said they will be done by 5:30. They won't be. Well, I give away Legos.
Okay.
I remember.
I was just, I don't know if that is allowed by the court or
Anything?
Been allowed since I started practicing in 1997.
If you want to split up your closing between the two of y'all, that's fine by me.
Well,
what in the name of
I
Hades?
intended on doing the closing, but when I finish, Mr. Henderson wants to say something. I may ask you to.
I've never seen it done that way. I've understood the sandwich can be broken. I've never ever seen a single closing argument split by another attorney.
If it's a discretionary issue, I'll leave it up to you, sir, on what you want to do and how you want to present your closing.
Delay.
But
I mean, do they just want to split it? Is that what he's trying to do?
No, that's actually the opposite of. He was more like, I'm going to do my closing, and if Mr. Henderson thought I forgot something, he'll just come up here and say something. It wasn't because we have seen this before that I'm going to do fitty or I'm going to do all the technical and he's going to do all the factual or something. He's just when I'm done, he might just stop by and say, "What? Yeah, I think we should say this too."
This
Why
is the
wasn't
most
this
breaded
discussed?
defense.
Hey, that's just south of where I'm living. Ærø, that's I can take a ferry out there from my city in. It'll take me like 45 minutes to sail over there. So I know all about Ærø. It's the funniest island. It's split in the middle, and they don't talk to each other across that imaginary line. Whenever you play football over there, you'll get into
reasonable. Who would be objecting during rebuttal?
Mr. Owens.
Okay, there you go.
My foremother, back in the days, was married to the guy who owned the mill on the hill. He was a fancy woman. No, he's. It was the other way around. He wanted to split it, and asked if it could be done, and the state said, "Well, it's been that the entire way." The way he wanted to do it is, if he forgot something, then Mr. Henderson could just go up there and say something. But that's not how you do it. You split you don't just put up your hand in class and someone else can talk. Who knows what's happening? It's
why is taking the jury so long?
Well, they just asked for the jury to come in, so yeah.
Oh.
Phone was not set. Stop cheating, Sue.
Is Sue cheating?
And normally we have seen tag teaming in closing arguments. We've seen that one where the state, one does the closing, then another does the rebuttal. We have seen it where they split it 50-50. So one goes into the storytelling part and the other one goes into presenting the evidence. But I've never seen that he's going to do his, then he's going to look at his tag team partner and say, "You want to come in and take the jump off the breadth rope?" The dangerous
Yeah, I've
rope.
never seen like a cleanup operator or cleanup guy for a closing.
According to the head judge, haven't been shown. People are claiming that video on her phone, only worded emails. Jemima at bakermedia.xo.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? Thank you. Y'all may be seated. Members of the jury, for one of the last times, if you could, please raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions. All hands have been raised. Members of the jury, at this time, the defense is going to proceed with their closing argument. Similar to the state's closing argument, these are not evidence. These are just arguments, and I ask you to pay attention to them. Thank you. Mr. Owens, you may proceed, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Y'all know me, I'm James Owens, along with Tony Henderson and the girls. We're all from Milton. I think y'all
That's sexist. Mention their names too.
figured that out, that we were from out of town. Santa Rosa County, it's northwest Florida, close to Pensacola. And my buddy Kevin Beck, he's a longtime friend. He's from New Mexico.
My buddy.
He's the guy who in the elevator said, "Why did I get involved in this case?" I'm going to make an executive ruling so no one is going to hate on Jedi Jess. Anyone who has phone on their board, check off phone. Phone is now a legal word. Just so.
Also, oh, go ahead.
Just so no one is going to kill Jedi Jess, because she has to follow along while they're talking, checking off the words, so she can't go back and look at it. But I trust, because Salty Dog went back, some other people went back. Phone is off. You can cross phone on the table.
Oh, and
if
wisdom
someone
from
asked
youngest
me, was
feral.
people mentioned, I'm going to yell again.
Is this the woman that is dumb at hide and seek? These trials are long and boring. You old people are weird. The end.
The team, the defense team, is here, and we're here to represent Miss Sarah Boone. And we feel confident that we're going to be able to show you why she's not guilty. Okay? And I'm going to take my time. I've got some notes. I'm not the most organized person in the world. I've got some exhibits that we're going to show you. And then we got a couple of videos at the end. Okay? And we're going to try our best to help you make the right decision. Okay? But yeah, Milton's a small town.
Objection.
Probably is. Overruled.
See how
He's actually going with, I'm just a small town lawyer, come to the big city, try to help this poor little lady out. But you folks know us. Up Milton, we simple folk. We folk like justice, America, and the flag. So you folks, please consider, could some three good old boys like us ever tell a lie? He did the small-time lawyer.
He went full Futurama lawyer chicken. Like, I'm just a small-town chicken lawyer. Just, oh my gosh. Well, okay, Andy from, Andy Griffith. Let's see how this goes for you.
Yeah. It's a trope they play on videos or in movies, but he did the good old boy stick. I love it.
small it is. 7 miles away is another small town called Pace. In between that is a Walmart. Very small town. We didn't know what to expect coming down here to Orlando.
Oh,
you find folks sit here in the jury box. You just come folk like me and come from small town where all we have is Walmart.
What does this have to do with Sarah?
We got in here 46 days before, and we really want to hear about it because this sweet old little lady, Sarah Boone, she's been railroaded. You know that. They do this to common folk like us. Look at that defense table. Fancy suits, fancy ties. I wear it off the rack. The guy, I have had more than 100 cases in court. Yeah. He comes off just as shifty as that guy sitting on the dock with Laurie Shavers. I'm not one of those rich personal injury lawyers. I'm a good lawyer.
Judge, I'm allowed to.
I'll give you a little bit more for intro, but then we need to get into it.
I'm going to get into it, but I wanted to say it's a small town, good people. We've been down here 3 weeks. We didn't know what to expect. We've been surprised. From
Jesus Christ, Baker.
We done been surprised. They use legal words and done stuff to us we never ever done seeing a trial before, Your Honor. Good people on the jury. There's an SNL sketch where they can't understand what the lawyer is. He's going to break into a movie Southern accent. I will die.
He's like, they done flim-flammed us.
Finch. It's the Atticus Finch defense.
Oh my God! Can we please
Did you do that
and let him go?
Yeah, just got to burn down that man, bro.
He's going full Boomhauer.
But he's now going to use the excuse the judge have told him the entire time. You knew what you were getting into. You can't complain.
Objection. Improper argument.
Mr. Owens, approach.
He's supposed to be talking about his client, not how confabulated he was or, confused or the conspirosities that he's baked up. Ma'am, stop smiling.
Any chance to go faster for his closing? We are at one. No, we were at normal speed. I can only speed it up till we catch up. Hey,
all I wanted to say is just since we've been here, we've been treated with respect and hospitality, and just like we've been at home. And we appreciate that. Now, I'm going to do some reading, and then I'm going to do some talking. But ultimately, this is about justifiable use of force. That is a legal defense in Florida. We as citizens, the law is designed to protect us from defending ourselves, to protect us from potential attack. And You are the only ones, in this case, because Sarah Boone was arrested, that's going to be able to look at it critically and objectively. Objectively. I like to say it, sir.
Objection.
Overruled.
Objectively. And the law in Florida gives y'all the power and authority to do that. The state attorney can't make the decision. They can't make the decision. They can try to influence you. And we're going to talk about some of the things they did here in this trial. And some of the things they said.
Objection. Objection.
Yes.
Some of the things they did here at trial.
Oh, he's going to talk about how he was ambushed and
they done did us dirty because them did put in evidence we didn't haven't seen before.
And they put Blondie next to her to keep her calm. But again, state, as we always say, watch out with the objection. Don't get the jury mad.
Yeah, like, you can't just constantly object.
But he can't constantly imply subtly or unsubtly, because he's unskillful and ham-fisted, that the state has basically lied to them. Even in the Chandler Halderson case, when the state, implied that the defense was lying to them or asking them to lie, that was an objection. Yeah. So there are things you cannot do. You can't just say, therefore. And he's treading a very fine line of basically saying the state is lying to you, by implication.
A prosperous opportunity showing the world who he is.
May proceed. Objections overruled.
Everything's been overruled so far.
They got their side, their position, we've got our side. So we're going to talk about that. But and we're going to talk about justifiable use of deadly force and non-deadly force. But either way, however you rule, it still justifies her behavior. And the result is nothing. Now, I don't believe there's anybody.
Overruled. Yes.
Oh, those emotional outbursts, you can't do them as a lawyer either, your lawyership. We don't know. We know Milton is a small town nestled between a Walmart and a tire factory, and we just simple folks up there, and we folks simple come to big city. Big city been good to us. We got waffles, we got Eggs Benedict. Never heard of such a fancy thing day in my life. That's where we are right now.
He's basically like, you all have water in your house?
We tried this commode thing we have down here with running water. It's really hard to drink out of, but it's fresh as a daisy.
It's the Clampetts go to court. This is ridiculous. Oh my God. And this is actually rattling Owens, so I think this is...
Yeah, but don't overdo it.
I think you will find, from considering the evidence in this case, that there is no doubt that Sarah Boone is the victim.
Oh, okay.
That Sarah Boone has been traumatized. That Sarah Boone is still traumatized. And the reason for the trauma is Jorge Torres. The reason for the trauma is Jorge Torres. From the positive things about the man that we've seen on video, to the positive things Sarah Boone has testified about, to the violent monster he becomes. And I mean monster, because it was repeatedly.
And what happens the next day? Man, I don't remember. I was drunk. I don't remember. That's the gaslight that this young woman, vulnerable woman, with nobody, just starving for love, starving for attention, and seeing the good in the man. And it was good. But every day was on the balance. She measured every day, depending on how it started and then how it ended. And that's the way she had to live her life, day in and day out, day in and day out. Dr. Harper and Dr. Brandon talked about trauma. Dr. Harper spoke of the veterans that she had treated for post-traumatic stress disorder. I don't know if you remember her testimony, but she spoke about some of the veterans that had been in the war in Iraq, and people in war a lot of times get post-traumatic stress. It used to be called shell shock and other things. But people in wartime, or police officers will get post-traumatic stress. And a lot of them come in, the males come in and just reply, oh, I'm all right. I'm all right. And so that's why Dr. Harper was talking about the veterans. That's what they'll do. But you've got to spend time with them. It just can't be one session. And you've got to run post-traumatic stress testing, which tells whether they really have post-traumatic stress. And we all probably have experienced some trauma. All of us have lost some loved ones. And it's awful. You're in shock. You can't believe it. It's disbelief. You don't sleep for days. And eventually, you have to go back to work. You take a week off. Life has to go on. Life has to go on. You go back to work. Kids are in school. You get a little time, right? Time heals, right? These veterans that come back from a deployment, they get back. They get some semblance of normalcy. They may or may not get some treatment, but time helps. Time heals. Everybody, it helps. Just time. Overcoming a divorce, overcoming a death, whatever trauma. Sarah Boone had no break. No break.
Saw in the text messages that she said, I'm a better woman now that he left me. And then she called him
I
back.
haven't. Okay,
Well,
can
we
you just
didn't
take the
see
vets out of this?
anything. Well, he's so stupid.
We did see in the text messages, she kept calling his family and say, I'm better now. He's you can stay with your mom and whack one off in her house.
True.
So, and then the next day she said, come back. I need the mega hugs.
Ew.
Burnt helplessness. Just giving up. Just giving up. I can't get out of this situation. They broke up. She'd go about 2 days. Texting and calling. Just learned helplessness. And it's, in the manual. Battered spouse syndrome is not, but what did you hear Dr. Harper say? She suffers from post-traumatic stress. That is a mental disorder. You are actually undergoing the psychological effects of post-traumatic stress. You're not in your right mind. And it's repeating itself. It's repeating itself again and again, day in and day out. And when you look at this law, that's what you have to apply. Someone in Sarah Boone's shoes when you're deciding whether her conduct was reasonable. Got a bunch of notes.
And of course it's not with that.
Oh, for the love of all that is Cheeto, sir. Also, you meant her slides.
Something I wanted to read.
Do they not have paper in small town Hickville?
Hey, and
Is it?
up there, Milton, we only use papers or bunghole.
Look, I live in certified hill chuck country. We know what paper is. We actually prepare.
Sarah Boone's long-term exposure to abuse created a state of learned helplessness and diminished her capacity to assess risk, especially in moments of heightened stress. The cyclical nature of this violence, the tension building, the battering, the contrition phases, caused Sarah to be trapped psychologically in that relationship. Due to this clear abuse, Sarah Boone had a reasonable belief of imminent harm under her state of mind. Jorge Torres had a history of violence against Sarah, and as a result, Sarah Boone's actions were the result of fear conditioned by abuse she endured over time. The cumulative effects of long-term abuse, as we saw her behavior on the 2-minute suitcase video, is a trauma response. Sarah Boone acted out of a sense of preservation. While tragic, it was not driven by malice, but a mind ravaged by abuse. And I'm going to ask you to try to understand. Try to understand. Sarah Boone, being emotionally and psychologically broken, whose actions may have been misguided attempts at survival but not murder. Imminent danger, her response reacted to that belief. It's somebody suffering from the long-term psychological effects of domestic violence. Who spent a lot of time? Dr. Brandon, you remember him. He was the first expert on trauma. Took some notes. Kevin Beck, you remember, did the direct examination of Dr. Brandon. He was from down in Miami, I think. He talked about the trauma, that you cannot escape from the abuse, that you develop coping skills to protect yourself, knowing that the bad things will happen today. It changes your behavior, not only your behavior, but your thinking. Your subjective thinking about fear and what to do. And if you remember, Dr. Brandon said it's all about that person's perception. Okay? A lot of times they will self-medicate with alcohol or drugs. A lot of times they suffer from anxiety. Basically, he said the trauma ends up being terror because you do not know what to expect. You do not know what is going to happen that night. It may be a great night. You may drink, and both of you have a great time. He falls asleep, passes out, you fall asleep, passes. But it may turn violent, depending on his mood. I don't know if you can tell. She would try to placate him. Dr. Brandon said, when you're trying to evaluate somebody, it takes time to get them to trust you. And the ultimate goal, he said, is to be a behavioral detective. If you're a forensic psychologist, is to be a behavioral detective. And the ultimate goal is to put yourself in the abused person's eyes so you can better understand their world. But ultimately, it's their perception of danger. Their perception of danger is what you have to look at. What a reasonable person would do under their perception of danger. Now, or go on. Trauma experts explain how victims' reactions in moments of stress are the product of the damaged psyche. Her actions, although tragic, and it was a tragedy, Jorge Torres lost his life in that suitcase. It's a reactionary response to sustained trauma. It's as if Sarah was acting out of a deeply ingrained fear and helplessness developed over the years. So it's a desperate need for survival, but battered women do things to keep the peace from time to time. And when they feel like they have a small portion of momentary power, they may enjoy that by vocalizing their position to the abuser. Sarah Boone's not perfect. Sarah Boone would argue with him, talk down to him. Some would say was somewhat abusive to him. Sarah's not charged with that. Sarah Boone is not charged with that. And I want to read you something on that subject. Essentially, Okay, I don't know where it's at. So I'm going to have to come back to it. But essentially what it said was...
all kudos is this?
Essentially what it said was eventually... It's been a 2-week trial, I'll let you know. I'm trying to get this right. I know it's important. What I want.
Again, you knew this trial when you took it. Stop acting like everyone surprised you with a time limit. I got 2 weeks. The state had just as much time doing this trial as you had.
At this point, Darrell Brooks did better on his closing. He meandered, he wandered, but he didn't lose his notes. And he didn't, go the state. Well, he did say the state was conspiracying against him, but he had a coherent, don't send me to jail kind of point. And Owens needs to learn to read a room. His marrying of veterans with Sarah Boone is going to be instantly off-putting if anyone on the jury has, a service member, was a service member. That can be instantly off-putting when you try to juxtapose Sarah Boone to people that actually deal with, trauma of being in combat or things like that.
Yeah, and it's just I don't know if it's a tactic to show up like, oh, I'm so befuddled, but it's, yeah.
What I'd say was someone can be mean and angry and hateful, intoxicated, and still be abused. They're not mutually exclusive. And mutual abuse exists where one is abusive towards another. And eventually the victim, Sarah Boone, trying to fight back against the abuse, became verbally abusive.
Oh my God.
While the victim has committed verbal abuse, it is important to remember that they, Sarah Boone, are the victim and have been pulled into an extremely vicious cycle where they are trying to survive. Sarah Boone intentionally left Jorge Torres in the suitcase. What's the act of a battered spouse syndrome woman? She went up to her room, she fell asleep, and passed out. These actions are disconnected. Ultimately, she didn't let him out because of her fear that she knew if he got out in that moment, what he would do. That's real fear. That's real trauma that she was experiencing at that time. Now, I talked to you about force being used. And I think I talked to you about blocking an attack using a physical restraint like the suitcase to block somebody's attack. And the example I give, I've got a couple of examples that may or may not apply. Let's say you're at a bar and you've got your buddies and the other guy's got their buddies and they're drinking and it ends up being an argument between two of them. And you realize that these two are fixing to get in it. Well, one of your buddies comes around on the other side and grabs the guy before he's able to strike him, right? So you're committing an offense on this guy, but it's a restraint. It's a restraint. You grab him by the neck and try to get him out the ball. So yeah, you're committing an act, but it's designed to defend another, which is legal. Or let's say you have a situation where you have a police officer and he's on patrol. He's in uniform, he's wearing a firearm, and of course he's got the bulletproof vest. And he goes to a call where there's a suspect that may be armed. A suspect that may be armed. And so he gets there, gets out of the squad car, he's walking around, of course he's taking out his gun because he realizes he may be armed. And eventually he sees the suspect, and the suspect reaches for his waist. Now, in that moment in time, that officer has to make a decision. Am I going home with my family tonight?
Can we just sing a song for the next hour and then skip all of this? Because F you for shitting on every single soldier with PTSD. F you for comparing what Sarah did. After fun and games, she turned violent. There was no threats. Now that's the same as a police officer who has to do a split-second decision when someone reaches for something when he's in a heightened state. She was calm, collected, mean, drunk, and wanted to kill him.
The problem is again, his examples are so completely juxtaposed to the Sarah that we know. It is almost ridiculous. Again, it's like putting Anakin before he was Darth Vader and he was good, and saying that I can't even analogize right now. This man is picking the very worst people to compare Sarah to.
Yeah.
Now,
and say a lot about Anakin, but he had a very, very effective kid welfare plan.
True, and he got an older woman.
And I asked Dr. Warner about his
thing
he's called fear response or fight or flight. You know, those decisions are made, it's instinctive based on your set of circumstances. She instinctively reacted to her unique set of circumstances to save her life or save herself from another one of these. I'm 63. I can't imagine that. I can't imagine that.
Was that the black eye or what? You should show it.
I didn't see it well enough.
I need to talk about kids a little bit. And if you remember, I'll get back. If you'll remember,
what the F is going on?
Dude is full on winging it. For the love of God.
Let's start with the witnesses, and then I'll talk about safety.
But
the first witness out of the box for the state, if you remember, was Juan Torres, the brother. Remember that? It was some time ago. It's been a while. Y'all taking notes. You may have to go back. Their first witness was a good witness for us. Their first witness in their prosecution.
That little tickle of blood in the ear, he couldn't imagine. He couldn't imagine.
Of Sarah Boone for murder was a good witness for us. Remember Tony Henderson with the cross-examiner, Juan Torres. Asked it, what did you hear Sarah Boone say? Juan Torres, she was yelling, he's been choking me. He's been choking me. Mr. Henderson said, did that surprise you? Juan Torres said no. That family knew what was going on.
Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Baker, can you pause it 1 sec?
Yep.
This, can I curse? Can I go?
Hey, I have had more super chats than I get in ad revenue, so go for it.
Owens, may you get stuck behind every single old woman trying to pay for something with a check and 37 coupons. You absolute dingleberry of... You are a boil on the butt of humanity that needs to be lanced. How flippin' dare you try to bring his goddamn family into it because you're pissed off that they showed emotion. You son of a bitch. Sit the hell down. You do not get to make fun of victims. You do not get to yell at them. You absolute festering boil.
And again, just go back to your own expert. What did she say about behavior? Calling the family and making up stories to make the family isolate the victim. Like, for instance, you choked me.
The neighbors knew what was going on. Earl Walker came in here. 80-something years old.
Thank you, Wendy Joe, for the swear jar dollar.
Wendy Joe. Kevin Beck. Called her. She saw it.
And Becca, thank you for no swear jar.
Is there any doubt? I tell you why there's no doubt. In cross-examination, I got Dr. Warner to even admit it. Did you hear it? Yes? Okay, so she suffers from battered syndrome. Wouldn't have been on direct. Well, maybe I don't really know. I hadn't had enough time to really see her.
That's not what she said.
You hadn't seen the pictures? You hadn't seen the 2-minute video? You've seen her
Can we speed forward?
Earlier this month. One time.
Did you show it?
And she's going to start testifying about stuff she's never said before until she showed up in court. About, well, based on what she told me, I don't think she was in imminent fear. Come on. This is a courtroom. This is a courtroom. Good thing y'all are here. Well, thank you.
Thank you for joining Church of Mo, Beckerlin.
It gets even worse than that. It gets even worse than that here in this courtroom. The state attorney referred to these pictures. That I was going to rise up and show these pictures to you.
Overruled. You may proceed.
That I was going to rise up.
Thank you, Beckerlin, for the contribution to Mo Swear Jar and D. Robinson.
Yes,
you were
so
much nicer than I was, Mo. Ever.
Well, I'm trying not to nuke Baker's channel. And my youngest, most feral is in the room. So I'm also trying not to say things that he'll repeat again.
You can open that swear jar, take a giant step back, and literally make love to your own face. Well, I'm not that limber, but thank you, Brandon. And
there's never a prouder moment when your son says twat waffle because he's heard me say it. So trying to be a little better, coach, better. Thank you guys so much. I will be getting tags, but I've got them on the way.
I miss Jamie's laughing, bring back Jamie fund. And Diane G, worst defense presentation ever, even considering the high speed. This isn't even that high speed. But now let you see it again.
Well, yeah, I'm going to do that. They put her on trial for murder. But what did they say? And I got to turn to this. Make sure I get this exactly like they said. So I took a bunch of notes. Let me make sure I got this quote.
Don't say you're going to say it and don't have your notes ready. You are such an annoying imbecile. Thank you so much, Total Rosenbot, for Twat Waffle and Jar Free Jamie. Jamie will move in the middle.
Hi. Look at me.
Oh, God. How much longer does he have?
An hour?
Oh,
hour and a half.
Something to the effect.
It's already been an hour,
Maybe
hasn't
George
it?
Torres is the battered spouse. Can you believe it?
Why? Yeah, I can.
Can you believe that?
I just need one juror to raise their hand.
I do.
Now you know why we're here. Now you know why we're here. Little boys learn early on that girls are different. You do not put your hands on a girl. You can't wrestle with them. You can't punch them. You can't kick them. You can't treat women.
Bull crap. If she hits you, you should be able to defend yourself. Bull crap. This would always put the man as the victim because, oh, you can't do anything to a lady. Bullshit. Bullshit. If she wants to tussle,
she should be tousled back. We are taught that we can't attack a girl and we have to treat them right. But if you want equal rights, you should get equal lefts as well. I hate this argument. Men are always the perpetrator of DV. Go fuck yourself with a cactus rolled in barbed wire. Sorry, Mo, if I'm new.
Oh, no, you're fine. This guy is offensive to integrity, to truth,
Cactus
to
with
ethics.
barbed wire? That's
He is skating so close to alleging that the state is doing something nefarious. Again, I am sorry, Mr. Owens. You picked a bad case with terrible fact pattern, a stubborn, recalcitrant horse's ass as, you know, your defendant, and this was going to be an S show no matter what. So stop whining like a 14-year-old little girl who didn't get to buy something at Hot Topic, and pull your little, you know, twig and berries up and be a real goddamn lawyer. How about that?
But I didn't have time to grow my my berries because up there in Milton, we don't have no time. Kelly D, thank you. Any jar, laugh jar, swear jar, you choose. Well, apparently Mo and I chose swear jar today.
We
And
chose
thank you, Wendy
violence
Jo.
today. Thank you, Wendy Jo and Bullstrom, so much. And I am writing everything down, so thank you. I'm working on it.
Yes.
Mr. Mo is
We,
home, so I can curse because he's got custody of the children now.
Swifty, thank you so much.
Thank you guys so much. You make this much funner because I would be raging by myself.
Yeah, and I just have to say I hate the argument that we boys done did no good to them lady folks. We can't do. She was an aggressive whore who was sleeping around with everyone while controlling this man's entire existence, while alienating him from his entire family. If she wants to punch him in the face, choke him out, he has every right to defend himself. He showed restraint. She didn't.
That way. When you become adults, I don't care what she does to you. I don't care what she says to you. If she gets in your face, whatever she does, you do not have a right to hit a woman. No, sir.
Yes, sir. If she comes at you like a dude, I've told my girls, she comes at you, go at a guy like a dude, expect him to treat you like a dude.
Protection.
What has they done?
Protection.
What evidence that they tried to put on?
Overruled.
What evidence that they tried to paint Sarah? Sarah's. What evidence?
I'm going to a bio break.
Controlled and manipulated were the words they used. You know, this ain't the 1900s. This is 2024.
Oh God, current year. And thank you, at Major Mom.
What's all these text messages? Why is that relevant? What are they trying to claim?
Your client is a bitch. That's what she's trying to claim.
She provoked his violence. Isn't that what they've done here in this trial?
Sustained.
Let me get back on this. Abraham Marino. I don't know if you remember him. Abraham Marino changed his statement. They took a statement from Abraham Marino in which Sarah stated, I don't know if you remember, but it was when the police were all there. I think they got the tape out and some neighbors were coming around. There were 2 or 3 neighbors sitting around. He said, Sarah came out and stated it was an accident. Okay? Well, then, it was an accident. And this Abraham Marino knew Jorge Torres from Philly. Okay? They were friends. They would talk either at the complex or if Moreno went to Paul's Ace Hardware or Ace Hardware, what it's called, the state's heard it. No advice.
But I'm going to object to reading from things that are not in evidence.
Approach.
This is insane.
So he kept rolling while I was gone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
We're
a
seeing
man is
so
never
much
allowed to touch a
projecting.
woman. Let's see, what else? George is not a victim. Sarah is the victim. They're all trying to bamboozle you, hoodwink you. They are snake oil salesmen, and they are trying to sell you, you know, BS and call it beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Pixie, my brother was in a relationship where he was DV'd, and he's a sweetheart and never fought back. He's still rebuilding his life. Yeah, and this guy just took a massive crap on that guy. And thank you, Wolfram. Jewel, USA, swear jar, we need it, exactly. And Dennis Heaton, because all the cool kids are doing it. Thank you.
Thank you guys
for
so much.
contributing. We will put it to good use because this is going to take all night, so I'm going to need to contact a guy in Colombia about some stay awake powder. But let's just agree that Jose Baez 2.0, he ain't.
But Bozo the Clown 2.0, he may be.
Mm-hmm. Jamie likes Bozo the Clown. She's a big fan of clowns.
Nah. No, thank you.
No, Jamie once was on a Habitat for Humanity build, and a clown showed up. They had a very heated and passionate love affair, and since then, Jamie can't see a red nose without getting a little bit excited and a little bit scared. Thank you so much, Toy and Irish. I get the hookup, Baker, for jazz. I got the hookup. Oh, for jazz. Oh. Well, you did send me that picture of that lady who looked like she could hook me up with some STDs.
Oh, goodness. This man is insufferable. How much longer do we have? I feel like a kid in the car who's like, Mom, are we there yet? Are we there yet? My brain is actively like, let's think about Futurama instead of this guy. Here, I'll play you an episode in your head.
This has actually not been going on for more than 41 minutes. With all the breaks, that's what, 30 minutes? Oh, and Toy, I didn't see that on StreamYard. She said, Gym Fund. F it. DI3, walk it off, repeat. Thank you, Toy. I figured out when I'm a button, I can't show. Oh.
You may proceed.
So 4.5 years, Marino says, all I heard Sarah say that afternoon was it was an accident. And then he came in here today, or this week, and said, no, she said, I was teaching him a lesson, things got out of hand, and then I fell asleep. 4.5 years later, we know he's friends with Torres. We go to here. Now, I want to talk to you about the two boys that live right next door. You remember Vincent Battaglia and Brandon Motes? Remember those guys? And you remember it came out in testimony, this event happened on February 23rd of 2020.
Thank you so much, Wolfram, for gifting 10 memberships to Mo in the Deep End.
And those went to Jewel OMN, Veruca NACL, Mama Bell, Lynn Garvey, or let's see, Just Teresa, Mary Moss, Darby Lee, Value 87, and Donna Shepard. So congratulations. Welcome to the Church of Mo. We have dark chocolate and sarcasm, and we really don't like this dude. Or this douche. Let's be real.
Thank you, Sammy, for... I absolutely adore you, Mo. Glad I found you and Baker. Lama Mo. And Owen is a douche nuzzle. Thank you so much.
But it came out in the testimony that Sarah had said, Jorge Torres, the night before, February 22nd of 2020, grabbed me by my hair and pulled me down the stairs in my apartment from top to bottom, which is consistent with what they were saying happened, remember? But they got the dates wrong. And remember, Mr. Henderson called Deputy Copsel, or Detective Copsel up in our case, and she had to say, yeah, I didn't take their two statements until the 27th, February the 27th, remember? So they're remembering back, and they both had similar stories. Of course, they had time to talk by then, on the 27th. I think the only recorded interviews they got that the night of this event, February 23rd, was from Sarah Boone and her ex-husband, Brian Boone, right? So they came back following up on the 27th. That's when they got a statement from Brandon Motes and Vincent Tagman. And at that time, they said, yeah, we heard that sound. Do you remember Sarah testifying? No, that was the night before. I complained about that, and I think one of them might testify. Yes, she said something about being drugged down the night before. It may have been, I can't remember now who it was. Well,
probably should know who it was when they're going back.
You know, it looked like that there may be some implication that Sarah got him in the suitcase and pushed him down the stairs. But I think we didn't have anything more than that. Remember? And then this photograph, which we introduced, which shows the bottom of the stairs, as you can see, there's Lucas's bookshelf, right? This is where Sarah Boone stored Lucas's stuff. You can see it's not disturbed at all. Anyway, I want to get back to Sarah. So we'll talk a little bit about that. But let me talk a little bit about the law. Unjustifiable use of force is legal and lawful if you reasonably believe, I think we all probably already understand it by now, you reasonably believe it was necessary to prevent imminent threat to harm. The law is crucial, ensuring that individuals can safeguard themselves in potentially dangerous situations. By acknowledging you have a right to defend yourself when you have a reasonable belief that force is necessary to prevent an attack. Okay? What did Mr. Henderson say in jury selection? You don't have to wait. You do not have to wait. If you're facing, in your mind, a reasonable imminent threat, you don't have to wait. Let's talk about Sarah Boone and this unconventional form of physical restraint to block the attack of Jorge Torres. What did you say? You saw something. Now, you got to think about that. You got to think about what was going on. You got to think about the trauma she was undergoing. You got to think about they've both been drinking, and you got to think about the fact that it was all fun and games for a while. And I think the biggest thing to know is that Jorge Torres chose to get in the suitcase. He's a grown man. That was his choice. She didn't force him in at gunpoint to get into that suitcase. He voluntarily got into that suitcase because they were drunk and being silly and stupid and playing hide and seek. Which I guess when you get so drunk, that seemed like a good thing. Zipped him up, they're laughing, carrying on. And as you know, Sarah likes to videotape a lot. And I know you've seen some of these videos and you're wondering why, but I think the evidence shows that when Jorge is being videotaped, he's not going to do anything. If you think about that, when Jorge is being videotaped, that's like her power. You know, Dr. Harper said that Sarah's words are her power. Sarah's words are her power. Physically,
Dr. Harper is a moron.
Physically, she's no match for him. Physically, she's no match.
Yes, she was.
That's her power. When she gets a chance, to have some control, that's what she does. And she videotapes because she knows when she's videotaping, she can tell it like it is. I can tell him what I want to tell him. A couple of these videos you've seen, she's telling him like it is. But she's got that video camera on, and George knows.
No. God, you piece of you are so lying about evidence. Tell it like it is. No, she berated him and threatened him to show those videos to his family. Again, she was controlling him. You're such a fucking liar.
And if he was such a monster, her holding a phone isn't going to stop him from doing crap because he's going to take the phone and destroy it.
He launched at her,
like
and then
Sarah
that one video. Phone. He launched in one video and straight away went away.
We've got one we'll show you in a minute. When he loses it, just a little bit. Right again. And of course, we got the TV. But they're getting around, playing around. Then, Sarah realizes, okay, this is my chance to say something to him. So she sits down, she turns on the phone, and you've seen the tape. You've seen the tape. For everything you've done to me, are the first words out of Sarah's mouth when the video begins. There's a lot packed into those words. Think about that. For everything you've done to me. This is how it feels when you choke me. Now that's in direct response as a result of the abuse that she has suffered at the hands of George Torres. She wants him for that moment to feel how she feels. She wants for that moment to feel, for him to feel how she feels. How uncomfortable. Lack of control.
Thank you, Moose, for being a member for 4 months. No hide and seek. She made him get in. She's poison. I totally agree. She forced him in there as a punishment.
When George is violent with her, just for a moment, she won't do it. If you can imagine.
No, we saw that.
Approach.
I think from the evidence, you can determine she was crazy. She was crazy.
She was
crazy about him.
Of course, it's a syndrome. But she felt like she couldn't do without. And it's like she videotapes it. And then it's turned off. And there's a 9-minute gap, 11-minute gap, whatever it is. 7-11, they're saying 9. I think if you count 2 of the other minutes. But there's 9 minutes that we don't have video. But what did Sarah say? Now, if you remember when you listen on my video, George is talking in a normal voice. It's not stressed. If you're talking, you can breathe. She had said she had some air. And of course, she doesn't realize the situation, that it's going to end the way it ends. So she has no appreciation of that. It's a canvas. All she knows is an old canvas suitcase that she's got some, the 2 zippers removed or spread out a little bit. So she thinks he's not being serious. But eventually he gets angry. She gets angry, he gets angry. He sends words to her, and then his hand starts to come out of the suitcase. She also said his tone changed. And I know everybody's got cadence with their spouse or boyfriend, girlfriend, but you know what I'm talking about. We've got a way of talking to people. We've got a way, your wife, your husband, you know each other. You know when they come in from work, what kind of mood they're in. Just by a couple of things, the way you just sense it, right? Well, especially somebody as hypervigilant as Sarah, and as hypervigilant as a battered spouse woman would realize that he can flip the switch at any time. When I get out of here, I'm going to end you. And he realizes he's getting out. He got his hand out. At that moment in time, in Sarah's mind, that's an imminent threat. So she's got a justifiable right to use force. What did she do? She went over there and grabbed it. She lifted it up. She tried to get his hand back in. Remember? She tried to get his hand to go back in. When you go back in, so it's...
Yes.
Like 40 minutes. When the police found it, the next morning, same spot. No attempts to hide. No attempts to delete phone. No attempts to tamper with evidence. Nothing. in the same spot as it was. She picks up the bat, she pokes him hard, trying to get him to stop trying to get out. And eventually he does. And you've seen the blunt force injuries, and you saw some of the circular injuries where you could tell there's a poking. I think it's right around here. And she poked him several times. You remember the pathologist said, I think, maybe 5, 6, or 7 times. She pokes him. And he's got some scratches. I don't know if they'll let you look at it, but on the back of that suitcase, it's got some bars, some metal bars that are inside the lining. There's some
I
lining
thought that was from Smexy time.
and it's for support when you walk in. She testified. You heard what she said, that she was justified. That's uncontroverted testimony. Now, let's talk about the jury instructions just for a minute. And, I want to talk about reasonable doubt for a minute. And they're fun things. Now, I've got one here. If you find it. If you're all looking. I think it's on page 15 or 22. We're going to talk about reasonable doubt in a minute, but if you look at those bottom 3 short paragraphs, it is the evidence introduced in this trial, and to get alone, if you're to look for the evidence or to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence itself, a conflict in the evidence, or lack of evidence. But here's the main thing. Obviously, I represent her, and I'm trying my best to show you honestly and fairly the doubt in this case. And 5 reasonable doubts, 17 reasonable doubts, 25 reasonable doubts. You have to have 1 reasonable doubt. I'm trying to show you throughout the evidence that each one of you can have a different reasonable doubt. Difference, but 1 reasonable doubt about the state's case, and your verdict is not guilty according to law. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, speculative doubt, or imaginary or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt, and this is a deeply held belief. Reasonable doubt is the highest standard we recognize in litigation. Car wreck or something like that is preponderance of the evidence standard, 51% you're entitled. Abiding conviction, that's a deeply held belief that you must have if you're thinking about something. That's a firm belief. That's a level of certainty.
Don't use the word conviction and Sarah in the same sentence.
That's what you gotta have.
Kind of subliminal.
I've got to be certain of her guilt. If, on the other hand, if after carefully considering,
I was
saying all the evidence that you want to do, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt. I'm not certain. I'm not certain of her guilt. Or if you have a conviction, I think there's some evidence of guilt, but it is one that is not stable, one which wavers and vacillates. One which wavers and vacillates. Then the charge is not proved beyond a reasonable doubt, and you should find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. Understand that? You've got to be certain of guilt. That's the high standard we recognize. If I've got some evidence of guilt, so okay, there's some evidence for conviction, but it's not it's not stable. It wavers and vacillates. Then under our system, you've got a reasonable doubt, and you've got the power and authority and the obligation under the law, if that's the way you feel, to vote that way. Later in the instruction, it goes on. It's up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You may rely on your own conclusion about the credibility of a witness. That is totally the province of the jurors to decide. The juror may believe or disbelieve any or all the part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. I want to show you this before I begin. But Dr. Warner said, this is their expert again. He testified that Sarah Boone suffers from battered syndrome. Battered women's experiences affect her perception of image danger. Those past experiences with Jorge Torres. Those past experiences with Jorge Torres. And there's a bunch. Affect their perception. Remember, Dr. Michael Brand talked about perception. Victims of repeat violence may fear death in situations others would not. The reason Sarah...
Hey, Baker, can you put me on full screen because I have something to say to Mr. Owens with my mug? Shut the fuck up, all the way the fuck up until you reach the top of Shut the Fuck Mountain, where there are no more fucks up to shut. Mr. Mo wouldn't take his birthday mug, so I stole it and broke out the Sarah Boone Arbor Mist giant thing. Gonna boon it up now.
I might even go, instead of the beer today, Brandon, it might be a Malort.
Way she was feeling that imminent threat of danger from Jorge was because of Jorge Torres. Jorge Torres is responsible for her mental state because of the way he has violently treated her. She reacted to his attempts to get out because of the way he treated her and the way she knows what is he going to do if he gets out of the suitcase. She knows. The second video is playing. She's flipped it back upside right. You hear him, it's 22 seconds. He says, Sarah, she's not going to open that suitcase. She's not going to open that suitcase. He's already threatened her. She used the bat to get him to stop trying to get out of it. Why would she do that? Why would she do that? I know what he's going to do. I know what he's going to do to me. I know him like I know him more than he knows himself. I know what he's going to do to me. You don't have to wait. That was justifiable. Now, you got to understand this. She intentionally used the bat to defend herself. She intentionally didn't unzip it to defend herself. Both of those are lawful under our law. She went upstairs. The dogs were upstairs. At some point, she called her husband, her ex-husband, Brian Boone. We know that many times she testified, or somebody in court said, she would often flee to her ex-husband's house. Sometimes. I believe that testimony came out from either Sarah or somebody. That sometimes she would flee, or sometimes she would flee to upstairs. One of those two. But the dogs were up there. She made a phone call. At some point, she fell asleep, passed out, fell asleep. We don't know. They had 2 big bottles of wine. Right? That was unintentional. That was unintentional. His death was unintentional. You remember when she was in the interrogation room? You remember that? Now, I don't know if we did a good job of this, but it came out that she got arrested. You remember the one time when she got the black eye? She got arrested for strangulation. And you remember that? It was, they ended up over there by the dryer, and he was banging her back of her head on the floor that had some very little car.
He wasn't against the dryer. She was against the metal door. Oh, he can't even quote his own witness correctly.
Because he and Sarah live in the same Delulu world.
Getting her arms out, and then she grabbed his neck. And she eventually got him off of her. And that's when he got up and stomped her in the eye. Remember? Well, the police came for that event, and they took statement, and Sarah was honest with the officers about what all, and they arrested her. Do you remember?
No, because she wasn't shown that video. And she wasn't honest. She said, why am I being arrested? Because you choked him. He kicked me. Yeah, because you choked him.
Remember that? They arrested her.
No, that video wasn't shown.
And she said, why? I was fighting back. You remember that? Why? I was fighting back.
That video wasn't. Was I on the toilet when they showed that video?
So from that point on, she didn't trust law enforcement. The video that they showed a while ago about George, that was about dropping the case, where she was defending herself and fighting back. I want to talk about this investigation by law enforcement.
Has it been 90 damn minutes yet? I know it has.
She didn't know the law. She's not a lawyer. She gets up the next morning. Brian's calling.
No.
Sarah's got to pick up Lucas at 3.
The difference a story makes. I was continuously following along with the state's presentation. It was to the point. It followed a line. I have felt I've listened to this story for 5 hours now, and we have moved nowhere.
What he has done is he has not taken time to collect his thoughts. I'm guessing because most lawyers on LawTube, I'm going by the law of averages, he has ADHD. We tend to think of in nebulas of thought and then have to work really hard at making it linear and not doing sidetracks. He did not take time to actually put his thoughts in order, make a coherent story. He has done 10% of a half-assed job this entire thing. I'm late. I didn't have time. Sir, again, you saw the circus, you saw the flying monkeys, you saw the Wicked Witch of the fucking, Florida, and you said, not only do I want a ticket, I want to be the ringmaster. Get your cranial rectitis taken care of and be a damn lawyer and just do your damn job. What is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Brian's calling. Eventually she walks down. She's looking for George. Where's George? He's quiet down there. Then she looks in the bathroom. She looks out. He's smoking a cigarette. He's on the computer. She sees the suitcase.
And again, how didn't she see the suitcase when she went outside, went to the bathroom, went to smoke? That suitcase was in the middle of the living room. We saw that living room. You would see it instantly when you walk down the stairs, turned around to go to the patio door. That's another thing that the state should have said. Why did you go through all of this? The suitcase was right in front of her.
And you can imagine.
Objection. Roll.
Sustained.
She sees him in the suitcase. She thinks, what did she do? What did she do? She tries to get her fiance out of the suitcase. They're engaged to be married. She's not trying to kill him. They're engaged to be married. She gets him out. She tries to do, he's purple. She tries her best to do CPR. She doesn't, you heard her, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know, call Brian. That's her safety valve. That's all she's got.
Because she always,
Brian eventually says she's coming over. She calls again in 2 minutes. I'm on the way. He gets there. You got to call 911. Man told her before, call 911. She calls 911. She tries to do CPR again. Is she busy trying to hide evidence? She busy trying to hide evidence? She busy trying to hide the back? No, she's trying to save his life. If she can. So the police get there. She knows if she told him, she fought back, she's going to be arrested. That's what happened before. What happened before? Like Gordon said on the video, she'd never been arrested before. Before that time, she was charged with that before. She lies. She lies. She's scared. She's scared. She doesn't know what to do. So she lies. She makes a decision to lie. Don't trust law enforcement. She doesn't know the law.
She don't trust law enforcement. Play that video where she hops, skips, and jump out of the house and said, "Yeah, you're here. Can I get a hug?" Oh,
I mean,
did he not watch yesterday's afternoon before he wrote this crap?
She did a full Mary Catherine from SNL, when the police came out. What are we talking about here?
Yeah. And Tina, this is what I'm always saying. Less is more in closing arguments.
She doesn't call a lawyer. She talked to Officer Rodriguez, was the first black female came up here first, the first one that arrived again. Talks to her. There's a report statement there where she doesn't tell the whole story. She lies. And then the detectives eventually get there and get her in the squad car. You hear the audio. I think it was played. She lies again. Then the next day, she goes down to the sheriff's department. Now, if they would have told her, hey, ma'am, we're going to arrest you, and she gets a lawyer to go down there to make a statement, and the lawyer would advise her.
Objection. Facts on evidence.
Sustained.
Move strike.
Stricken. The jury will pay no mention or give any weight to that statement.
She's not a lawyer. She didn't have a lawyer present when she made the statement. She didn't know the law. She didn't know she was justified in defending herself the way she did in this dysfunctional, toxic, abusive relationship.
We need Homer from The Simpsons. Boo, you suck.
I don't know if you remember, it was a 2-hour video, but there were some things she said, not intentional. And eventually, she wanted the detective, it was Detective Lowen, the male detective. And she said, I swear to you on my son's life, it was not intentional. What she was talking about was that George passed, was that George died. That was not intentional. She thought he was fine in there. Would he sober up? We've learned from their history, when Sarah gets drunk, she calls for help. When George gets drunk, he beats Sarah. That's their pattern. How many times do we see Sarah call the law? That's their pattern. Sarah told me, I didn't know, I think she said, I didn't know something like this could happen. I've never done it before. And Detective Lowen said, well, what did you expect was going to happen?
We are not close to 90 minutes. It's a minute and 10, 1 hour and 10 minutes now.
She was about 18 or 19, and she got a grandmother's hand-me-down pickup truck. It was an older truck, but she didn't have it long, and she gassed it up, but she didn't put any oil in it. Eventually, it burnt them up.
What?
And you don't know what you don't know. I hadn't done a good job of explaining, hey, you got to put oil in it too. Sarah Boone didn't know that he could die in there. It's an old beat-up canvas suitcase that she left a gap in. And as naive as that sounds, she didn't appreciate the danger. I mean, is that the way you want to kill somebody? Is that the way you're going to do it?
Doesn't matter how you want to kill him. You killed him.
To take care of. I'm not going to go to prison doing it like this. No attempt to hide the crime. I think the evidence is clear.
No, because she thought she could get out of it by saying not intentional. Oh.
This is hurting my soul. No more showing. Please make it stop. I'm going to have to pull out a doll and show where you hurt me in my brain.
Sarah Boone got stabbed.
She claimed she broke a glass and stabbed herself.
Stabbed with a steak knife in her leg. And she stayed with it.
Wait a minute. Can you pause it real quick? So if it was a serrated steak knife, and most steak knives are serrated, that would be a lot more jagged.
Yeah. She cut herself on a glass is what she had written to a friend in her text. When was this? Was this right before it happened? We know because there's videos. Yeah, I can't... Come on. Come on. Finish this off by getting into the suitcase just so we have something out of this.
Just for science. Oh my gosh.
She's been done. Poked between guys with a curtain rod.
Okay, the curtain rod thing is not as deep as y'all make it. I mean, I'm not trying to diminish, but that's a powerful picture. The curtain rod thing.
That last picture, I can show you something looking similar when I fell over once. I got so drunk I had to puke and hit the toilet.
Well, that's the problem, is we don't really know if that's what the pictures are from. No one knows. It could be just a stupid night of her drinking and falling down the stairs, and she takes it and it was, I'm gonna say that George did this to me. Who knows?
That black
Yeah.
eye is still very odd to me, that there's no swelling around any of the surrounding soft tissue. Now, with a black eye that, bruised, there would be fluid flowing there, your immune system, all of the reparative stuff. You swell to kind of repair things. It's really odd that it didn't swell on any of the soft tissue. But I'm not a
Yeah.
doctorologist or a criminologist or even play one on TV. Though ABC, if you want to, call.
The law empowers an individual to defend their life and safety when faced with a threat and to prevent an attack. That's what Sarah Boone did. That's what Sarah Boone did.
I don't have even.
I think it's important to understand Sarah had to be the parent a lot of times. It was her place. She had that $1,000 a month from the divorce settlement coming in. She had the car.
$1,000 a month.
Phone. She had the keys. She had to be the parent in a lot of ways.
Wait, she was a better parent than Brian Boone? What the hell Kool-Aid did you drink,
No,
sir?
she has to be the parent of
We'll talk a little bit about Dr. Harper.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you remember, Dr. Harper is from Okaloosa County, which is up in the Panhandle, close to where we're from. And she's the doctor that treated Sarah from early on. This happened in 2020. I think she first saw Sarah.
She never treated her.
Shortly thereafter. And over the 4.5 years, saw her 9 times and did all the testing for post-traumatic stress. Of course, she has the experience from the veterans, and she's testified that she's now just traveling around the state, testifying as a forensic psychologist. But, she talked about how important it is to develop
Yeah, that blows my mind.
the patient.
That she was getting child support.
It's going to take time when you have somebody suffering that kind of trauma and that kind of damaged psyche. It's going to take some time to get them where they can trust you and really tell you and talk to you and tell you what's going on with them.
Baker, is this illegal in Geneva? Can we call them? I'm pretty sure they're trying to Noriega me out of my room with Owens, and it's getting close to working. So can we call Geneva now?
My sister lives real close by Geneva. I'll call her and make her take the train down.
Bless you, from the Church of Mo.
I will be filing unlawful death suit because I will maybe have 2 my lords tonight.
Sarah uses her words with power. I think her testimony. I think the evidence supports that her testimony was credible.
Objection.
The evidence supports that her testimony is credible.
Objection is sustained.
I can't give my person. Okay. The evidence supports.
You can't say that the evidence that's for the jury to determine, you crap bucket, and you keep saying it. I can't give my opinion, but the evidence will support.
I'm glad they didn't teach them about personal opinions in that back hill lower school.
She's diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, alcohol use disorder, I think anxiety disorder, and battered spouse syndrome. Dr. Warner confirmed that. And, Dr. Michael Brannon, the first witness, he was brought in as a subject matter expert. So he hadn't treated Sarah. He was just testifying about the condition. He's been doing it a long time. He's an expert at it. And that's to advise you to try to understand what's going on. And as crazy as it sounds, in this syndrome, they try to protect the abuser. They're in love with them. They try to protect them. I don't know if you remember, but there was a time where Sarah Boone had a conversation with one of the neighbors, and they were talking about something. And she said, "Did you hear anything yet last night?" Remember, she said, "Shh, it's okay." Both George and Sarah lied to the police. They lied to medical people. I don't know if it's trained, but it just comes with the syndrome that you stay trapped in it. I think another big, if you think about this, when Sarah gets beaten by George, she calls the police. When Sarah gets beaten by George, she calls the police. And a lot of times she just wants him out. Just get him out. Get him to leave. She doesn't want him to get in trouble. She just wants him out. There never was a report of George calling the police on Sarah. She wasn't physically using it.
No, because she was in control of all of the phones. And you just said it. She called the police whenever there was trouble, except that one time where she took the law into her own hands, tortured a man to death.
The state is trying to present evidence. Is she emotionally abusive?
Sustained. Stricken. Members of the jury will pay no attention to that comment.
Well,
Give it no
also-
weight whatsoever.
He knew she'd lie, and he'd probably get thrown in jail. That's why he didn't call.
He said that in the video where they wake him up. He said it.
Like
She
every time
starts
I
it,
call,
and then I get arrested.
exactly. So
Yeah.
maybe that's why
Is
he didn't
this
call.
man going to be a horse's ass in front of the judge? I mean, given past behavior patterns, yes, but it's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it works for him.
He's doing the Alan Jackson without Alan Jackson's panache. I just keep
Well,
talking so I
Alan-
can get it out there.
Alan Jackson is prepared. He's on point. He knows his stuff. He is able to jump and be logical. This man is not even the Timu. If Timu had a Timu, that would be the lawyer. He's the Timu squared lawyer.
This is the Timu product you order off of Wish in Turkmenistan.
Been presented by the state is an attempt to show that Sarah mentally or emotionally abused George Torres. Again, she's not charged with that. She's not perfect. Some of that was her trauma. In Sarah's situation, you do become numb and hardened, I think, over time. That's a coping mechanism. It's a day-to-day thing, some good days, some,
Well, he might have forgot.
But the homicide detectives, I know if you saw that 2-hour video, at some point during the 2-hour video, they started talking about some of the violence. And they go, we know. They had already checked with neighbors or whoever. They knew. The neighbors knew. Police officers knew who responded. Torres' family knew. They all knew about the abuse. Dr. Harper testified that abused women act differently when they perceive a threat. I think Sarah Boone was loyal to her fault to George, even through all the abuse. Judge, I want to make a comment about a couple of things that were said by the prosecutor in opening statement.
You may proceed.
Okay. The prosecutor in opening
please.
statement, when he was talking about George Torres passing away, he started talking about Sarah Boone. And his quote was, because I wrote it down, George, in Sarah Boone's mind, George Torres deserved it. George Torres deserved it. That's the position they're taking.
That's not the win you think it is, sir.
She loved the man. She wasn't trying to kill him.
He deserved to die, is what he just said.
He also commented about.
Yes.
Can someone check his bar number? Is the Matrix glitching again? Did it get the stupid virus again? How? much longer is this going to be?
Yes, you should. Don't ask me what we can count it as. It's you who's the master of the bingo. He just said some people need a little dying sometimes.
Basically. Oh my God. What is it? Oh my gosh. And there's going to be another one, Mr. Today Jr. I can't handle this, Baker. This is mean. This is torture.
He only has 90 minutes, but in reality, this hasn't been 90 minutes. He started a minute and 25 seconds ago, and if you take out all the objections, he's only been speaking for an hour and 10. This feels longer than yesterday, and yesterday, well, it is actually Saturday here now.
Thank you, Baker, for hanging with us, even though it's 9 o'clock at your house.
Could we please? I thought he was tag teaming with his buddy. Yes, Swifty, but I think he forgot, or he'll just keep on yapping, and then that's because he didn't really want to tag team. His buddy just, if he had supplementary things to say, if he forgot some. I think his buddy is sitting there looking at him right now thinking, bro,
He's the dog sitting down drinking coffee while the house is on fire saying everything is fine. Look at the family. They're like, this man is a clown. This man is a clown. And they are able to see the jury. They are able to see the jury, and the jury is flippin' probably hating this. He lost the jury the minute he compared Sarah to cops, veterans, and then tried to attack the family. He was done.
Yeah. No, he's not ending. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that little Ace Hardware Store t-shirt gimmick, I'm not sure every judge would have allowed that.
Yeah, probably not. I will say Judge Kranick has been incredibly fair, incredibly reasoned. Even when we don't agree with his, decisions, he does have a reason for the. Are you playing a harmonica, or are you just trying to keep awake?
No, it's my fidget spinner.
Well, I know
that I don't have.
Oh, I wish my Post-its did that. That I would be fiddling with them all day. That's the problem.
I am fiddling every time we stream. I have it in my left hand, just sitting like cards, because we get a little bored.
We may all have a touch of the ADHD.
Yes, I live on an island, the same island where Hans Christian Andersen was born. I need Dr. Pepper, Blue-Eyed Dragon, Nope, Makeup, Plan, and Bloody Chardonnay. If no one has bingo when this crap festival ends, we will do a thing. We will have Jess read one word at the time left on the list, and then we will see who gets the bingo first.
The prosecutor said in opening about the violent episodes. It's a bunch of violent nonsense. What's his statement to you in opening statement? All this here, the photographs, is a bunch of violent nonsense. You'll have to make your mind up what it is.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said.
There were a couple of exhibits that I introduced late, and they were no contact provisions, where there had been a court order from a judge, not only a verbal order, but it was reduced to writing. So there was a court order for Jorge Torres not to have any contact with Sarah Boone. Okay. Court system got involved. Did have no contact with Jorge Torres. Now, I need to talk a little bit about that. And they talked about coercion, coercive control, power and control. Power control. We know about his abuse. We know he destroyed the home, the TV.
Yes,
we know about his jealousy.
11, 15,
You know, some of the things he said to her. We know about how he treated your dogs. Nicely when he was sober, but at times abused the dogs or threatened to do so.
He was dancing with the dogs when he was drunk.
If you think about power when you're controlling a person, and I think she testified that he kind of smothered her, always around her. Part of his fear was her realizing that she had enough and to leave it for good. That she would get the strength over time if she had enough time away from him. Well,
and don't call him back.
And he wasn't in control of it. Enough time away, she would come to her senses and realize she could do better.
I'm sorry.
I didn't stop Jorge Torres. Jorge Torres knew he was going to lose control. If she had a bunch of time away from him, she might move on. He was willing to violate a court order.
Marissa, what number of super chats do we need for you to call court and make this stop?
To maintain control.
Dave, get some Prosecco. We need help.
I want to show a couple of videos. I want to say something to you. Show me if this is going to happen. If we could dim the lights. Yes.
I think they have like half an hour left.
Oh, please show the one where he gets winded hitting an already broken television.
Yeah, let's just see that part where he attacks her and then immediately.
Do you understand? As of this moment, and until I can get you out, get the fuck out of here. I dare you.
Did you see this?
Look at it.
Yeah, and then she's hitting him back, and then he
Get away from me. Get away from me. Get away from me.
She hits him back, and then he retreats. He doesn't go monster. This is like AH, and then the monster came out. Every time he drank, the monster was there. She was aggressive. She was taunting him. I need to just be off screen for a second because I'm getting so angry with this.
I'm going to scream bloody murder. I'm going to scream bloody murder.
And guys, if this is, if you need to take a break, it is not, a weakness. Think of your mental health. This is a hard case for a lot of people. So go watch a puppy video, kitten video.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. You turn it off. Can you turn it off? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to finish up right here. And
don't lie to me, Owens. Finish up.
Objection. Sustained.
Sarah Boone is like any other citizen. Equal justice under the law. She should be treated like any other citizen.
Equal justice under the jail.
Fairly and impartial. Based on the circumstances she was facing at the time of this tragedy. Based on the battered spouse instruction, which is a special instruction that's given when women have a heightened sense of fear and trauma. It really utilizes in applying her subjective standards to the reasonable standard of what a reasonable person would do under her circumstances and using the force that she used to defend herself. I hope I haven't missed anything. I've tried my best.
I'm just a simple backwards country lawyer.
We ask that you do justice in this case and find her not guilty because the doubt is reasonable.
Oh, please do justice.
Show you where the doubt was. I trust your judgment. We spent a long time picking the jury, 4 days. We trust you. We appreciate your service and your obligation to do your duty. You have the power and authority to right this wrong. That's what we're asking you to do.
Yes, they do.
Sarah
Yes,
Boone's
the hell they do.
For a better life and for you.
Thank you, sir. Any rebuttal? Yes, sir. You may proceed.
Brandon,
on,
I know
Mr.
it's
J.
normally a beer on Friday, and it's not even Friday anymore. But after this crap, I need some of this crap. So if you're still here, Brandon, it's Malort o'clock.
Mazel tov, yes. And come on, Mr. J. Go out and do your best.
Try stringing 2 sentences together that isn't absolute rambling nonsense.
Or Mr. J, just play the video again. Now, hopefully you warn the family, but...
And Teresa,
Aww.
I am so happy for you, and I hope you enjoy every second of it, because nothing's better than kids. Well,
and happy
maybe
belated birthday,
grandkids.
little guy.
Yeah, and happy birthday, Minnie Dirk Smyer, yesterday. My God, yes, this is the rough run, Brandon. You better get ready. Oh. Wait.
I'm glad mine's Arbor Mist. I don't know. You keep telling yourself you like Malort. Baker, your Malort is like your Sarah Boone. Say no. Say no.
And I'll get the Dr. Pepper.
Ooh, good job, Jamie.
Dr. Pepper. That's a handle of what kind of...
No.
Well, Sarah Boone did teach us some things. No, Dave, well, we're getting to rebuttal, so maybe it's safe.
I'm ready to go now. Now I can stay up for 5 more hours till I have to be on another show.
Mr. Owens, move your crap.
Yes, Erin. Just like I might go to a bar after food.
Ooh, Baker's going out. Clubbing with Baker, a new stream every Friday night. Oh, hells yes. Bring back the suitcase. Annihilate this man.
Ladies and
That is
gentlemen,
the loudest high.
Jorge Torres is dead because the defendant believed he deserved to be zipped shut in a suitcase so that she could make him feel how she felt when he cheated on her, when he choked her, and to hold him there as a captive audience, according to her testimony. Now he has to listen to me. Well, right out of the gate, there are credibility issues. Cheating to me means viewing pornography. Well, we saw cheating really means women. And a heated conversation on June 14th about these women in Facebook. And that is what leads to the arrest on June 15th. He's out whoring, Candy Crush, all the bizarre things that you see in her phone. She uses the legal system as a weapon at times. There's no denying that they are engaging in violent behavior. And it is over nonsense. It is smashing TVs. They call the police and then they're standing.
The state has the burden. They always get the last word.
They're looking
Dave,
bewildered
we need
about
a
what to
tie
do and who to
judgment
say,
on this.
and laughing and joking. Ladies and gentlemen, the courtroom is the place for justice, not a suitcase. The reason we have a jury system originally started with the idea that the king, the crown in England, shouldn't be able to go and incarcerate citizens on his whim. So it developed into a system where citizens would have to say, yes, you can take our fellow citizen. But the opposite is also true. A citizen cannot take another citizen's life because he or she feels like it. That likewise requires a jury to decide that it was objectively reasonable for a person of ordinary prudence and caution. Like Mr. Cacciatore argued earlier, battered spouse syndrome is not a license to kill. Past grievances, even being stabbed in the leg, so on and so forth, do not give her the license to kill. There are still laws in place about when and how this can be done in a justifiable manner. I want to talk about the most important jury instruction in this case that has not been discussed very well or thoroughly. However, the use of deadly force is not justified if you find that Sarah Boone used force to initially provoke the threatened use of force against herself. And we'll stop at that comment. The facts of the case that came from her own mouth, if she is to be believed, and we will explore thoroughly why you should disregard every bit of her testimony, from court to the detectives, to the 911 operator, to the doctors. Her testimony, if it is to be believed, the most favorable light that she has presented of herself, is that at the end of a Sunday fun day, where we're drinking, we're outside by the dartboard, we're doing puzzles, we're doing arts and crafts, and there finally comes a point in time where we're going to play hide and seek. And he says, tag, you're it. Even though she's it, she goes upstairs, hides in the shower, eventually gets tired of being there, it's cold, so on and so forth, and she comes back downstairs. And as she comes back downstairs, she can see Mr. Torres fiddling to place himself inside the suitcase to try and hide for this game. And the lid is not closed, it's flapping. And out of jest, out of levity, undisputed according to her testimony, she comes over there and zips it shut. Whether it's 100% or enough for 2 fingers to get out, that is something that you decide as the jury. But there came a point in time where the fun and games was over. And Mr. Torres told her that. Babe, I can't breathe. Sarah, babe, let me out. This is all on video. We don't have to imagine this. This is all on video, 1062. At that point in time, she is using force against him that is not justified. She is the initial provocateur. She is the aggressor under the law. And what level of force is it? I can't breathe. Not let go of my hand, not get your hands off me. I can't breathe. This is no different than 2 people, maybe they're buddies at the bar, similar to an example that's given by Mr. Ohm, who are wrestling, and one has another one in a headlock. And there comes a point in time where the person on the receiving end of the headlock says, that's enough, I'm tapping. Jorge Torres was tapping, and she ignored it. And she was kind enough to tell you why. Out of anger, which translates to hatred, ill will, spite, just like that in jury instruction for second-degree murder. She told you exactly why. She got angry. Him saying, I can't breathe, babe, was what triggered her. Not a fear of imminent harm. Those are her own words. That is the law. These are the 2 paragraphs that solve this equation without getting up on a big whiteboard in college that's 30 feet long, 15 feet high, and a ladder, and somebody's scribbling Latin words and Greek letters for months and months to solve this huge, complicated equation. The equation is solved in 2 paragraphs. She is the initial aggressor. He is saying, I can't breathe. It is no different than a naked chokehold that she does not let go of. And she told you it's because I want him to listen to me. This is my bully pulpit. This is how he made me feel in the past. She doesn't describe it as teaching him a lesson, but that's exactly what she says. I want him to feel like I felt in the past. I want to tell him things. Ladies and gentlemen, we can play semantical games, but that is teaching him a lesson. Therefore, we have to look at the other 2 paragraphs. Because right now, plain as day, the use of deadly force is not justified if you find that Sarah Boone used force to initially provoke the threatened use of force against herself. And what force are we talking about? Well, the threat of force that she tells you she was facing was him fighting for survival. Him sticking his fingers out of the suitcase. Him sticking his hand out. That is the threat of force, coupled with, I'm going to end you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, she is the initial provocateur. She is the one using deadly force against him. If I have somebody in a rear naked chokehold, They are entitled to use deadly force against me to break that chokehold, at least until we're separated. He had every right to say what he said. He had every right to exist and stick his hand out and try and survive to breathe another day. However, the use of force is not justified if you find that Sarah Boone used the force to initially provoke the threatened use of force against herself, unless she does one of two things. And she did neither. Not even close. The threat of force asserted towards the defendant was so great that she reasonably believed that she was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm. All right, let's give her absolutely every benefit of the doubt, which you should. This is a criminal prosecution. The state of Florida has alleged she committed murder. You need to do everything you can to look for reasonable doubt. But a reasonable doubt is not an imaginary doubt, a forced doubt, speculative doubt. So accepting that all of their past history, accepting the doctor's testimony and the limitations on what they reviewed compared to what we reviewed. We did a much more thorough review of the relationship than any of the doctors did in this case. So let's give her that first clause. Because of their past relationship, it was George now fighting for his right to exist and saying that he will end her if he gets out. We'll give her that. But just like Mr. Cacciatore mentioned earlier, lawyers, words mean things to us, and they mean things to everybody, but really to us. Or an and. There's an and. Had exhausted every reasonable means to escape the danger other than using deadly force on Jorge Torres. She did not use every reasonable means to escape the danger that now, after provoking him, that he was presenting to her, according to her. She didn't pick up her cell phone and start walking, call 911. She didn't do anything other than, if you believe that is why she called Brian Boone, made a phone call to Brian Boone, and unfortunately, because of past history, he just ignored her drunken.
None, because it's positional asphyxiation. It doesn't matter if he had every scintilla of oxygen in the universe inside that suitcase. He was so constricted he couldn't breathe. He couldn't ventilate his blood, and that's why he finally passed away. It's the same thing that happens when you see all those old people who used a car and a garden hose. Your blood just gets filled up with the waste product instead of the oxygen, and then you'll die.
Imagine you can only breathe with the upper lobes of your lungs. So the CO2 gets stuck. I mean, a lot of waste product gets stuck in the lower part of your lungs. They basically start dying without oxygen. So you are trying to breathe with basically dying lungs.
Well, and he was scrunched up so hard that it was like, preventing.
Yeah, his entire system was prohibited. Yeah, and that's why it's positional asphyxiation. It's not asphyxiation.
Yeah, Brandon has it right. It's like COPD.
She did not exhaust every reasonable means to escape this danger that she created. She started it. She created this. Other than using the deadly force on Jorge Torres. Now, this is a weird situation. This is not a rear naked chokehold. This is a suitcase, or as Mr. Cacciatore said, a box, or actually more aptly described it as a coffin. And when you secure somebody into a box or a coffin, you can still exert that deadly force on them from a distance. I'll give you a quick example from a couple of movies that I love. In 1977 in May, a movie came out. It's called Star Wars. They eventually called it Episode 4. In the first scene, there is this large imposing figure that wears black armor. He is a government agent, and he is looking for some stolen classified documents. He picks a man up who he believes is responsible for this treachery and breaks his neck and chokes him to death when he doesn't tell him where the plans are. We all understand that. That is direct force. We all understand. But what we need to understand is the force she's exerting from the couch. And then when she goes up to bed, she is still exerting that force on him. She set these implementations into motion and did not stop. So later in this movie that came out in 1977, another co-employee of this dark, imposing figure, Vader, insults his religion. He does not go to HR. He takes matters into his own hands and chokes this person
I love this man.
from a distance. Ironically, while we're talking about force, it's the force. And then in the subsequent movie, he's like doing it from his office. He's killing his incompetent employees on different ships. Force, deadly force, can be exerted from a distance in this situation. So whether she's on the couch or whether she turns in for bed, she is still using that deadly force on him. She has not exhausted every reasonable means to escape this danger. Do something. You started this. You put him in the position where he cannot breathe. She's required by law to do something about it. Not something, everything. There was no efforts in this case. None. Or, in good faith, Sarah Boone withdrew from physical contact with Jorge Torres and clearly indicated to Jorge Torres that she wanted to withdraw and stop the use of deadly force. But Jorge Torres continued or resumed the threatened use of force. That did not happen. She never withdrew from physical contact. She is still, like Vader, choking him from the couch, choking him from bed. She never withdrew that force. Physical contact includes any restraint on Jorge Torres' movements. She never indicated that she wanted to
This is not the victim
Sarah,
you're looking for.
babe, I can't breathe. All right, if I let you out, are you going to come out peacefully? Since I started this, I'm the one that made you not be able to breathe. That didn't happen. So ladies and gentlemen, this entire analysis about deadly force starts and ends there. She was the provocateur. These are her obligations when she starts it. She put him in fear of death. He is literally telling her, I cannot breathe. A couple other things about the law. Second-degree murder does not require a proof of intent to kill. Argument was made repeatedly that she didn't intend to kill him. That has never been the state's suggestion. Because why would we suggest we prove something that we don't have to? It's not her subjective belief. Well, Sarah Boone doesn't believe that this suitcase can kill him, even though he's repeatedly said, I can't breathe. It's a person of ordinary judgment who would know, is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another. A person of ordinary judgment who hears, I can't breathe, babe, Sarah, and his voice gets weaker 9 minutes later. You're on notice. This is statutory notice. Done from ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. Her words speak for herself. This was not out of fear. This was out of hatred and anger. Born out of all those horrible things that has been done to her and done to him. Understand, we're not going to...
Yes, she's 47 and he called her a young lady. It was so cringe because even as a 27-year-old man myself, who's half a year older than Sarah Boone, I, on most mornings after doing these way too long streams, not getting enough sleep, feel like I am at least 28.
Past is of such nature that the act itself indicates a difference in human life. I don't care that you're saying you can't breathe. Fuck you. That's my name. Don't wear it out. Fuck you. It's second-degree murder. We do not have to prove the intent to kill. We have to. She intended the act. She intended the act of zipping him shut. She continued to intend that act when he said, I can't breathe. That act resulted in his death. That's a manslaughter, but then when you add in the hatred, ill will, spite, and the depraved mind, that's what makes it second-degree murder. And that 2-minute video is the textbook definition of depraved mind as we define it here in Florida. Voluntary intoxication is not a defense. You cannot...
Funny that when Volstrom and I met each other, we found out would be half a year apart. That's interesting.
Isn't that adorable?
We were the almost two oldest at the table in Tennessee, but only with half a year.
I feel sorry for her because they had 2 1.5-liter bottles of wine and then some from the leftovers from the day before. And quite frankly, she's blackout drunk. She's blackout drunk. She doesn't remember making the videos. She turns her phone over right to the deputy the next day because she doesn't know what's on it. She doesn't remember doing it. Another thing that we just haven't talked about much is...
Sorry?
I said, is it a Bart Simpson tie? Is that what he has on?
No, it's birds. I can't remember which artists do them, but it's some kind of birds with blue eyes.
Her story. She can't be up in the shower hiding and taking a picture at 11:03 p.m. 9 minutes before the video. That portion of her story just doesn't add up. And what it shows is it's more like 20 minutes instead of 11 or 12 minutes that we know he's trapped in what turns out to be his coffin. Let's talk about her testimony at trial. And we'll talk about all the problems. A lot of her issues predated her relationship with Mr. Torres. So it's not attributable to the trauma from Mr. Torres with all the luggage she brought into the relationship. And listen to the way she talks. It's not splitting the bills. It's helping without argument. It's not cleaning up and doing Sunday chores. It's cleaning up so we can relax. It's a reward. She talks about him like he's a child. I need to lead him to the next activity from one to the other. And then you saw all the videos, and I'm not going to belabor it, what that we showed in rebuttal, but the relationship and the power dynamics speak for itself. He was treated like the third dog. And it might very well have been a dog that bit and was violent, but he was treated like a dog. Why are you leaning against my door? Get out of here. Go downstairs. You're worthless. You're garbage. They showed the part of the video where he slaps the phone, but that's after 5 or 6 minutes of being berated and dehumanized in a way that nobody should be treated. He just wanted to get in bed and lay down next to his fiance. Instead, get away from the side of my door, you useless dog. I thought it might be a good point in time to listen to the music. You know, when does Mr. Torres get to decide what to do? I mean, she paints this picture that he goes off and does all these things on his own, goes and buys wine when he's not supposed to, does all these things when he's not supposed to, but when does he get to do what he wants? Suitcase downstairs for a week so they can donate it. What was in their lives that was...
I am the smallest streamer. Well, me and Mo are the smallest streamer covering this, but of course they always come here for the quality content. That is Baker Mo and the boss herself, J. May.
Yes,
preventing them from getting that suitcase to Goodwill or whatever. Neither one of them worked. What's going on? Lucas is over there on Mondays and Tuesdays. The story about the suitcase having already been down there is quite suspect, and we will get into that more. But again, it's not we went on a trip together, we had a great time. It's, I quote unquote, I recently took him on a trip. Then it comes down to the moment of truth, which we've already gone over. And it's just quite frankly inconsistent, but she doesn't, there's no explanation for the picture. Her explanation at trial when I brought it up to her was, I just don't remember. I don't remember this period in time from the picture at 11:03 to when I was supposed to be coming down the stairs. There's a major glitch in her matrix. She shakes the suitcase. Please stop doing this to me. And then his hand gets out. Now she's the point in time when she gets angry and doesn't do what the law requires after basically choking him with his coffin. Beats him into submission with the bat and turns it back over. For the first time ever at trial, she says, I'm going to fucking end you, is what he said. She never told that to even her doctors. We've heard the arguments why she didn't tell the truth to the police and all that. And there's a lot of truth into the argument that was made. There's a lot of truth. When the argument is made that she didn't understand self-defense, what that means, what it comes across as, she makes the story change as she learns about it.
Yes.
When we apply the jury instructions to her statement, all 6 of them apply against her. Won't belabor this since it was discussed earlier. But did the witness have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Even at trial, she admitted that she was intoxicated for the first time. She went back and forth with the police about whether or not she was intoxicated and her standard of drunkenness and whatnot, but she was so intoxicated that she still felt the effects of it at 1 in the afternoon the following day. The medical examiner told you that alcohol dissipates in the average person. Everybody's different, tolerance, all sorts of things come into play, but on average, 0.015 grams per deciliter will dissipate every hour. So you can do the math. 0.015 times 14 puts her at 2.5 times the legal limit. For those reasons alone, you should not believe anything she told you. You should not believe anything she told the police. You should not believe anything she told the doctors. She was at 2.5 times the legal limit. She has a gap in her memory that's unexplained when I brought up the photograph at 11:03. You can't have it both ways. I don't remember 11:03 to 11:12, but I was upstairs in the shower hiding. Does the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Well, this ties into what we're talking about. But again, there's a glitch in the matrix, 11:03 to 11:12. Her memory is not accurate. By her own admission, I don't remember. She tells the police when they show her the video, I don't remember that happening. Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? I submit when we got off script, and by we, I mean with both attorneys, she wasn't as honest and straightforward as when it was a very directed and smooth examination. I came out of the gate with something that was off script. Tell me about Pamela Erickson. Tell me about Christine. Tell me about Crystal. Because she's the one that said cheating to her meant pornography. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you know, she knew exactly who those people were, and that she believed that he was cheating on them with her. And apparently she is too, with some guy named Ben. But when I describe this as a violent, nonsensical relationship, that's exactly what it is. It's not to downplay the violence. She got stabbed. She had minor surgery. It got infected. Those injuries are real. But they just don't apply in this case. They just don't apply when you use that self-defense instruction when she's the aggressor, if it's to be believed.
Object.
Approach.
I like the other guy's tone more. He's a little less linear, but he's saying all the things we have been yelling about. And I don't drink enough because I can already feel that, my lord.
Same. I'm feeling this Arbor Mist. Hurry up, sir.
Arbor Mist. Nope. Baker, you have had my lord. Don't say the thing you wanted to say, that it sounded like a feminine hygiene product you use somewhere below the equator.
It's not Summer's Eve. Arbor Mist.
Jamie, did you know you can get vanilla vodka?
Yeah. I'm very aware.
Oh.
I hate vodka. Ugh. I had a really bad, my teen days with vodka weren't well, so I can't.
Of course, Chad, as you all know, as Jamie would never never drank in her teen years.
My teen days, yeah.
Let me say it loud and clear. Bad spouse syndrome does not have any effect on this case. It has no relationship to this case because she is the aggressor. She zipped him shut in the suitcase after he said, I couldn't breathe, she wouldn't let him out. Therefore, all of the instructions above that paragraph of however do not apply. They do not apply. Now, turning back to what I was saying, did the witness have some interest in how the case would be decided? Well, of course. 3 out of 4 panels that y'all came from indicated to the judge fear of punishment was more important than the fear of public speaking. It speaks for itself. She has an interest in the outcome of the case. Now let's talk about, does her testimony agree with the other evidence in the case? You do not have to accept this story. Let's pretend, as you should, because all 6 of these things, we haven't gotten to the inconsistent statements. Let's pretend her testimony doesn't exist, and you just have to look at the circumstances. The testimony from the defendant is Jorge Torres' head is here. You can stand if you need. You've been sitting a long time too. His head is here. His butt is kind of down here. His feet are here. And his hands and his knees are up here. He's in the fetal position, if we remember right.
This is fucking brilliant. And he got the jury to stand up to see what he's showing. Engaging.
The hematoma on his head is on the left side. The bruises, the deep bruises on his back, are on his left side. You hear that? That's solid. You don't have to accept that she put those marks on him while he was in there. The evidence doesn't support it. You can conclude she used this bat when he was outside the suitcase. You don't have to believe her when she said they were playing hide and seek. You don't.
Holy balls!
Kicking that suitcase over in that way, hearing that ka-dunk. Oh my effing god! This, I take back what I just said.
A salute to
That
you,
was
sir.
Brilliant.
You are the PIMP in your ridiculous tie, sir. It's a crime against fashion. But if your kids gave it to you for luck, then bless you, sir, for wearing it.
I have to believe her because she doesn't know the rules. She came downstairs, saw what she had done, and had all the opportunity in the world to clean up whatever mess may have been at the bottom of the stairs. But ladies and gentlemen, physics doesn't lie. She can't expect you to believe her testimony about the loud boom being the day before compared to her two neighbors who weren't drinking, who have no interest in the outcome of the case, who suffer from none of the infirmities of her testimony. She suffers from all 6 infirmities. When her neighbors say there was a loud boom that night, there was a loud boom that night. Did it shake the wall they shared in common? It shook the wall that they shared in common. Did she have any injuries consistent with being dragged up and down the stairs the night before? No. You saw the pictures the CSI took. You don't have to accept her story about hide and seek. Something made that loud boom. It takes energy to make a loud boom. Energy that could very well be in the form of somebody going down some of the stairs, all the stairs, in the suitcase, out of the suitcase. But that's what the evidence supports, is there was a loud boom that shook the walls and interrupted a FaceTime conversation that was so loud that the girlfriend on the other end heard it. Something loud happened. And then there was silence, according to the witnesses. And they can argue that Juan Torres' testimony was great for them. It's great for the state. She was screaming at him already at 7:30 p.m. She was already on her bully pulpit. And we know she doesn't need to put him into the coffin to get on her bully pulpit. There's video after video of her on her bully pulpit telling him how it's going to be, how you're going to live your life. Go take a walk. Do this. Do that. You don't have to accept anything she said. It's inconsistent that he received the hematoma to his head, his bloody mouth. How is his mouth getting bloodied inside the suitcase? That's protected from her and her bat. But that suitcase, a 100-pound drunk woman is not beating through the wood of that suitcase or whatever it is that's making that noise when it's thumped. Ladies and gentlemen, those injuries happen outside of the suitcase. Ladies and gentlemen, somebody or something went down those stairs. She has no injuries consistent with going down the stairs. He does. He has blunt force trauma all over him. You don't have to buy her story.
Preach,
and you
sir,
shouldn't.
Preach.
The inconsistencies, I'm not going to belabor it. Your dinner is waiting in back. Let's just briefly talk about the experts, and we'll move on to the end.
Yeah.
I mean,
Dr. Brandon was absolutely fantastic. He explained everything that you all needed to know about battered spouse syndrome. And this isn't about whether one of them or both of them had battered spouse, because at the end of the day, she's the initial aggressor, and she had the duty to do the things that the law requires. But it does call into question the credibility of the past power dynamics of their relationship. Those videos speak for themselves. The officer in the last video asks him, dude, you're a guy. Why don't you do something about this woman, your wifey, who you don't want to rat on for beating you? He said, man, I'm not a beefcake. I'm not going to rat her out. There's countless examples, if you apply Dr. Brandon's testimony to Juan Torres, that really shows you the power dynamics of the relationship. He was her violent pet. Dr. Harper. I don't find much quarrel with what she says about battered spouse syndrome, and nobody should. I mean, she's the expert. But
thank you, HF. He's cooking her. Exactly. And we could have a baby now.
She's not Miss Boone's treating physician. She's not her treating psychologist. The way it was described in argument, and I believe from Dr. Brandon's testimony, was she's supposed to be a forensic detective. Get to the bottom of this. She's going to come in here at trial and tell you her opinion you should rely upon. With 9 visits, she never asked the defendant what it is the victim said that put you in imminent fear of death or great bodily harm. That's the crux of the matter, Doc. You're never going to ask her what it is he said or did for this grand jury instruction about threat of force or use of force? It's remarkable. And, you know, she didn't review everything that was presented to you. At the end of the day, it's your opinion that matters about this relationship. And again, we agree with Dr. Werner. It doesn't matter. She had the duty to retreat. She had the duty to take the chokehold off. And if it was too dangerous for her to directly take the chokehold off, she had the duty to do something else, everything in her power to stop him from dying, because she started it. She set it in motion. She used the force grip on him from a distance, the couch and from bed. It was her obligation to stop, and she didn't. But Dr. Werner, she was called by the state of Florida after having evaluated and listened to the defendant give a similar story and concluded battered spouse doesn't apply. So she was never asked to delve any deeper into it. Given the information that she did have, the limited information, she agrees. Yes, Ms. Boone has battered spouse syndrome, but it doesn't apply to the case because she was the aggressor and she did not fulfill her obligations. And really just your gut common sense. Go back to jury selection. In jury selection, There was examples about bullies day after day doing something to somebody. And somebody raised their hand and said, don't they have to do something that day? Don't they have to do something that day? And he didn't. After he was put in fear of death and told her he can't breathe, the imminent threat of great bodily harm and death she is describing to you is him fighting for his life to escape. She did not fulfill her obligations. There's details that matter. Again, not to belabor it. I mean, the evidence in the body-worn camera and the 911 calls, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter of as who stated what. Who knows what happened between these two? You see them with the police. Can't believe anything they're saying. It's not offered to prove that she's a bad person. It's not offered to prove that Mr. Torres is a bad person. It's simply offered to call in question the reliability and credibility of what she said about the past. That's all that it's there for. But there are some nuggets and some Easter eggs. There was an argument made during closings that Mr. Torres knows not to do anything when being videotaped. Bizarrely, shortly thereafter, they showed a very edited clip of him attacking her and slapping the phone out of her hand. He knows he was being videotaped, and there was another video like it too. So to make the argument that he doesn't do anything, he's a good boy when he's being videotaped, it's belied by their own argument. They showed one of the videos. Learned helplessness. She seemed to control everything. I mean, his birth certificate, it gets torn up when he doesn't comply with her wishes. You'll see the rest of the text messages if you choose to delve into them. But I would suggest you don't have to, given the jury instruction about aggressor. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a long 2 weeks, and you are making a very, very important decision for Ms. Boone, and a very, very important decision for Mr. Torres in the state of Florida and his family. He's dead. She killed him. She's admitting she killed him to have this affirmative defense if I was justified. It was not justified under our law. She does not get to decide that she has a license to kill because of her past grievances. The law requires her to stop using the force that she started applying to him. And she didn't. She didn't withdraw. She didn't tell him he was withdrawn. She didn't use every means available to try and stop this from happening. She didn't. And you know what was in her heart. She tells you it's hatred, ill will, spite, and venom. This is not a self-defense case under the law. Go back and follow the law. You cannot feel sorry for her. You cannot feel sorry for him. You cannot feel angry at her. You cannot feel angry at him. It's maddening to see their relationship. It is maddening. Nobody would want this life for yourselves or your children. It is violent nonsense, but it does not affect what she did and what her duties were under the law that night. She wanted to punish him. She did, and then she left him there. And she had an obligation, if you even believe her story about the imminent threat for him fighting for his life, she had an obligation to do something about it and not just go upstairs and let him suffocate. Thank you.
Thank you both. Members of the jury, I have some additional instructions to read to you. You would be so kind to turn to page 21 of 22. Instruction 3.12, verdict. You may find the defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crime as the evidence may justify or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form that has been proven, beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then, of course, your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to the crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. If you're looking for it, you don't have it. I do. That's why we only have one. The verdict form reads, in the Circuit Court of the 9th Judicial Circuit in and for Orange County, Florida, case number 48-2020-CF-002603-O, State of Florida Plaintiff versus Sarah Boone Defendant. Verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree as charged in the information. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of manslaughter. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of culpable negligence. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. So say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, on this blank day of blank, 2024, signed, foreperson. Final instruction, members of the jury, page 22.
If it isn't unzip, you can't acquit. Thank you so much, Atheist Ant.
I love that.
Rachel, are you coming back when the verdict is in? Girl, I ain't leaving you. I promised you a verdict watch. We're gonna do a verdict watch. It's only 1 a.m. Are you getting tired? I just have to be out of here at 4:30 because I have to put on my costume to join the experts FNL
Ooh.
Halloween extravaganza.
Instruction 3.13, submitting case to jury. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the court deputy. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict, and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberations should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case.
9 a.m. Eastern is the Stabby Day show.
Person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as an email or any other means.
No, he didn't.
Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communications rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the court deputy. Many of you may have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices on your seats, or they will be guarded by the court deputy while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the court deputy. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. All exhibits, with the exception of Exhibit 10, which purports to be a wooden baseball bat, will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. If you wish to see Exhibit 10, which purports to be a wooden baseball bat, please request that in writing. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply in this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate the rules we all share. Parties approach. Members of our jury, I want to take a moment and thank you for your time, your service, and your participation in this very important process. As I said to you last week, be it Monday or Tuesday, maybe even on Wednesday, without your sacrifice and your service, the wheels of justice would simply come to a screeching halt. And on behalf of myself, the state, the defense, and Ms. Boone, we thank you for that sacrifice. With that, jurors wearing badge 295, 9, 569, 515, 130, 249, and 448, and 110, who successfully served as our alternate jurors in this trial. I wish I could give you more than my thanks and a hot meal that's waiting for you, but I do thank you for your service and your sacrifice. Courtroom deputy is going to take you out at this time so you can collect your meal, and I'll meet you back there momentarily to give you your jury certificates. Thank you for your service. The rest of y'all, if I didn't call your badge, you need to hang out.
Oh, Sarah, do you see those prison walls just closing in on you? Kind of like a suitcase. You leave someone
Thank you. All
in,
may be seated.
let them die.
For you 6, you are that will be deliberating in this case. I thank you again for your time and your service. The exhibits will be brought back to you momentarily, and a meal is waiting for you. We will work till approximately 10 o'clock tonight if you do not render a verdict before then. And I thank you again for your time and your service. I'm going to ask the courtroom deputy to go ahead and take you back now to the deliberation room.
Oh, Sarah, can you see those castles for thee? What about thee?
You can bring your phone with you to the basket that the deputy will take and collect for you. Thank you.
You take your mail when you treat him like a dog. But the jury will find that you have the unaccustomed pride.
Y'all can be seated. Thank you very much.
Sarah, does that plea deal look really, really good right now?
Did you intend for the jurors to take the notes into the deliberation room?
Yes.
Okay, I would object to that on the ground that it allows one juror to potentially assert that their notes are better than others as opposed to just relying on their memories.
Any response, State?
That's not the law.
There's a verdict form. There's an instruction that I read specifically on that, sir, that no one juror's notes should trump another juror's notes or their memory. So your objection is overruled.
I like that rule in Florida. Juries should be able to take their own notes back.
Mr. J and or Mr. Cacciatore, do you have the clean laptop for the review by the defense? While we're putting that together, can both the state and the defense review all exhibits that were entered into evidence and confirm they are what they purport to be, so that all exhibits that were entered, with the exception of Exhibit 10, the bat, would be sent back to our jury? Yes, please.
Well, I put up a poll, and I didn't put in this.
I'm going to speak to the alternate.
It will find the truth and not. And the results are 93% find says they will be the truth verdict. 3% says not guilty, and 3% says hung. Now to the ever-present, most important of all polls. Verdict time. Oh, I did that wrong. I might be a little tired. Oh. Oh. Well, no bingo was found. So Jemima will now put one word in chat from the list of potential words. I will put it up on screen so everyone can see that word. And then we'll go until someone yells bang, 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 bingo. And they have to say it exactly like that. Yes, Jess wins because she became El Maestro del Bingo. Let's keep it fair so no one claims that, well, you have to be a member of Jamie's media network to win the prize.
You do, though.
Yeah, well, we don't tell them that. I don't know about Blondie, but I just don't feel it's court appropriate, the clothes she's wearing.
It's so very, very tight. And she has a lovely figure. It is nothing jealousy. It's not. It may be me being a little prudish since I have teen girls, and I know that men's gazes are attracted to it, and I'm not trying to be a prude or a Puritan, but biology. Heck, I see a woman with her health and safety board all out. I'm confused.
Roland, well, it's still fun to win because then you can get to say, I am closing champion. And for reference, I'm using a digital spinning wheel to pick words, so no cheating is allowed, Sue.
Don't cheat, Sue.
Sue had her birthday, so she got a few freebies yesterday for 2 C words and 2 F words, and apparently she's cheating today, according to Danny T. And Jess, 1 minute has passed. Word number 2. Thank you. Oh, you're already running a 1 minute countdown. Repeatedly. It can't be a fix because I have nothing to do with it. What was number 1? Number 1 was opinion, public opinion. And of course, Sue the big cheater has already filled out repeatedly. Some call her cheater. Third word is hungover, what I will be tomorrow. Yes, Boober, I am staying around until I have to go on the expert show later. Sue, I'm pulling your leg because I can't spread. No, you haven't had enough, my lord, to say you want to spread her out the legs.
You stop it.
The word was hungover. And the fourth word is one of those words we heard in Canton. Horrific. That's when a lady of the night rips her pants. Horrific. I got the first Jamie laugh of the day.
It's when the lady of a night rips her pants. Horrific.
Yeah.
We're back on the record.
2026. You're so ridiculous.
3, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State appearances for the record. Defense.
James Elmer from this gun.
I have the parties had the opportunity to.
Maria Moss claims bingo, bingo, bingo. You have to write bingo and the 3-letter numbers, and then we'll hold with new words until Jess have confirmed or denied.
Review and inspect all the evidence to be sent back with the jury.
The defense has as best as I could.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't keep a tally, so I trust the clerks.
Madam Clerk is the best, so I have no doubts that everything is included. State, had the opportunity to review it?
Mr. Cashtori's person did that.
Okay. All right. And with regard to the laptop, has it been inspected?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so we'll send the exhibits back with the exception of Exhibit 10, the bat, and the clean laptop to our jury. Ms. Boone, I've got a couple of questions to go over with you again, ma'am, if I could. Ma'am, you were sworn previously this morning. You've been present throughout the entire trial, starting last week through today. You've been seated next to your lawyers at counsel's table. You've had the opportunity to observe the opening statements, the direct examination and cross-examination of all the state's witnesses, the direct examination and cross-examination of all the defense witnesses, and the opening or the closing statements as well that were presented by both sides. You've also had the opportunity to observe all of the exhibits that were presented as evidence in this case. Are you satisfied with your lawyers up and until this point?
Absolutely.
And are you in agreement with the strategy utilized in your defense?
Yes.
The last issue that I need to address is the state's request for in-camera hearing regarding financial arrangements between defendant and defense team.
Well, they'll probably say.
Whatever at this point, she's like, no, they were horrible.
And sadly, Maria Moss has gone to Sue School of Bingo. No mention of straight A student. Bingo is still on.
State, what is your concern?
It's a very expensive defense, and she's indigent, and there are bar rules that limit the ways that things.
Oh, we're getting to the shenanigans.
None of my business unless it's raised in the 3850. So if there's an in-camera proceeding, I would ask to be sealed, and won't be any need to get into it unless there's a 3850 claim that was a conflict of interest.
Is there anything other than concern or speculation that you have?
Just things in passing that have been said and observed. It's a very expensive defense. That's my concern. I don't want her to be able to raise any arguments that, well, I would have pled if I had a conflict-free lawyer who did not want it to go to trial for his or her own reasons.
Okay.
Oh my
Mr.
God.
Owens, is there anything of concern that I need to be aware of in camera?
No, sir.
Mr. Henderson, same question to you, sir. Is there anything of concern that I need to be aware of in camera or otherwise?
No, sir.
Mr. Beck, same question for you. Is there anything of concern that I need to be aware of, be it here or in camera?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
Judge, and if you need to inquire from my client about whether or not she wanted to enter a plea or whether she wanted to go to trial, but, you know, we made it clear that it was her decision, not my decision to go to trial because I'm trying to gain some publicity or money or book deal or whatever.
Yeah.
But that was her decision. There was some strong conversations we had about what was on the table. And Ms. Boone, that she has a right to, wanted to try.
Mr. Henderson and Mr. Beck, would you agree with Mr. Owens' recitation as to none of the financial issues being book deals or anything on the table at this point in time?
Judge, yes, because I definitely don't know about it.
Okay. Mr. Beck, anything to add, sir?
Only, Your Honor, that I believe it's the attorney-client privilege information, but there are no concerns about comment.
I colloquied Mr. Owens, your client, before we picked a jury as to the offer in this case and whether or not she was ready and wanted to proceed to trial. And she had affirmed at that point in time that's what she wanted to do. So I see no reason to inquire of that further. State, is there anything else we need to address? Defense, anything else?
Yes.
All right, please give your cell phone numbers to Madam Clerk. We will be on verdict watch. And I thank you all for your hard work in this case. We're off the record.
We have a pending 003 is a no good bingo, missing nope and Chardonnay. So we will continue word number.
Is she trying to act confused about the plea deal? Or I'm confused, I guess.
It was the state that had that motion, and they're now talking about it. And she said, no,
Okay.
there was no deal was stricken.
All right. I was having to supervise the youngest, most feral shower time because, you know, he needs to be told to use soap and actually get in the shower.
Fifth word is not fair. Not fair. Like Jamie yelling at me is not fair if you need it in a sentence.
It's very fair. I don't yell for no reason. David. Out of here. What?
Come on. What the hell is that? Sixth word, one everyone has been waiting for. Dr. Pepper.
Boy.
Here we go. Game is over. Everyone has that one. And I need to open this one.
No bingos? Come on.
Well, you have to do
Everyone's
the
saying,
whole thing.
Oh.
I was just missing one.
I so want. Oh, go ahead, Baker.
Seventh word. The word that Sarah says, I don't drink that. Fish have sex in it. Water, order, order.
Oh my gosh. The Malort is with you, my son. The Malort is with you.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Coffee Nut. Dennis Eden has a Yahtzee.
Good job, Dennis. You know how to play this game.
It's like saying tag you're it when you're playing hide and seek.
Yeah.
Yeah, as my son said,
we're playing bingo. Yahtzee.
He is dumb at hide and seek.
8th word, plan. Like I plan to not listen to Jamie when she yells at me.
That might
See,
not
you
be a
asked
good
for it.
plan.
You asked for it.
I don't ask for it.
Mhm.
I just react to it.
Nope.
Well, MLS, we have a unique talent. We really do.
Well, maybe in the next time we need some better words.
We need to stop using the words we say on stream, actual words from the stream.
Yeah.
We need to do like manslaughter or unaliving or,
Yeah.
Like court words, actual court words.
Well, when I did bingo, oh, here it is.
Ooh.
Now we have a bingo. 9th word is the blue-eyed dragon lady. What is a Sarah Boone?
Well, David, he decided to do like a coverall, not just a line or two. So
Well,
that's
I'm not
probably
like
why.
Dave who says, I'm making a bingo. We have 5 potential words. I'll put 5 in there. They'll scramble it up. No one will get it.
Is that how David plays?
Yeah. Well, most of the times, instead of making up words because it's too hard, he just puts in numbers. And because he can't count past 1, it's just 5 squares of 1.
Oh my goodness.
Tenth word. Here it is, Sue. Nope. Sue, have bingo. I also see a judge.
Mhm.
Oh, Sue is not. Nope. I think he's just in there getting his stuff. I don't think he's back there to say anything because he's just talking to personal. Well, hey, Boober's mom. We are sorry that you join us in this state of disrepair, but to my excuse, it's 1:25 in the morning and I had my Lord. I am feeling happy. Oh, Sue, you got it. Woodbridge is here. Woodbridge
I think
is the 11th word.
I think she said she needed Chardonnay.
I know. Well, Sue don't need Chardonnay, but she's having some.
I feel like Sue doesn't drink Chardonnay. Could be wrong, but I don't feel like she's a Chardonnay lady.
No, she's probably more like the whiskey you have on the bottom shelf and 2
Well,
of them.
not necessarily. I just feel like she's a shots lady, but I could be wrong.
Brandon needs some Chardonnay as well.
Yes.
That too.
Beer.
Beer or shots. That's what I would picture.
Well, a beer isn't a beer without a sidecar, is it?
Sure.
And for those asking, Publix have been mentioned, yes. Danny G claims bingo, but she forgot to put in her 3 numbers so we can check them. Danny T, Publix has been said you have to put in your 3 numbers. Zero 9 0. 090. And then we'll find out if Danny have made a Sue or she played fair. Sue's gonna beat me.
She's gonna see you in real life and you're gonna get the slap.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we're gonna try to feel bad.
I won't.
No. Jamie will be the one holding my arms.
We're like, take your shot, Sue. Here's your chance.
Everyone, don't erase your boards yet. If Danny isn't a go, we have Maria back with another try. We have a winner, Danny.
Yay!
T.
Congratulations.
You need like a sound effect for this. You should have had something ready, Baker.
Baker's just barely holding on.
Ooh,
It's
you know
like
what
a
Baker
gajillion
needs to
o'clock.
do? Yeah, I know. He needs his announcer voice.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, bring it out. I'm pressuring you right now.
I'm just seeing if I have anything.
Ooh.
Lord.
Bingo, bingo, bingo. We have a winner. Danny T with number 090 was the inaugural winner of Closing Statements. Bingo, go, go, go. Thank all y'all for playing. Hope you had a little bit of fun. Next time, we'll take a look at the words and make them a little more real lifey, because who else but the Baker says fingering, fingering.
And alky legs.
Alky legs, oh, alky legs.
That's why that was a free word.
What was
Yeah,
the
I
other
feel
one
like-
that I didn't feel like was going to come into play? God, I can't think of it. Water, maybe? I don't think water was ever going to be said.
Yeah. So, positively optimistically, I'm hoping that they all talk through dinner and they're just like, yeah, can we go home? Yeah, F this heifer. And, finish dinner and then give us a verdict. But realistically, I'm thinking 2 to 3 hours because they need to decompress. They need to be able to talk about all this. They haven't been able to, kind of compare notes, even just, say, what the hell was Owen smoking? Why is he acting like an emo kid in, Hot Topic when his Karen mom tells him no?
Yeah. What's the fastest return we've seen? 15 minutes?
What?
It wasn't a case we covered, but it was covered on Law Tubers.
It's been so long since we've done because Karen Reed was like 3 days of who the hell knows.
Yeah. Chat believes that it will be 2 to 4 hours, 50%. Less than 2 hours, 42%. And I did that the wrong way around. 4 to 8 hours, 5%, and 8+ hours, 2%. So if we believe chat, we'll be out of here in
20 zillion years.
Well, we've been on Verdict Watch now for 30 minutes, so we'll be out of here by... Now I have to do all the math at this hour. It's 7:30, so we should be out of here by 9.
Okay.
If we can believe chat. Jedi, just thank you so much with the help with the bingo. It was a first-time try. If people like it, then we might do it for another trial. It's fun to have some interaction with the chat, because closing and opening statements can get pretty effing boring. And thank you, Jess, for being a wonderful mod and helping out. And Special K, thank you, Broken Baker. Love your channel. Well, thank you so much. We love having you all here, and it's so nice that you hang out with us even when there's nothing really to talk about. But there is something to talk about today, because I promised you we would look at her divorce filings, because there are some Sarah Booneisms in there. Oh, I can do a poll. Should we do bingo again? I love polls because it helps with my interaction, so YouTube thinks it's a popular chat.
Ooh, I did not know that. Baker's just spilling all the tea on how to grift. Grifting 101 with Baker this Saturday, right after Beauty on a Budget with Jamie.
Oh, don't you start, Timo.
Tomorrow, Jamie's segment tomorrow will be how to talk.
Oh my gosh, you guys! There's a class called Basic Grifting. Should we all learn how to be grifters together?
Oh, I want to learn how to be basic too. Double class. I'm double majoring in basic and grifter.
Mm-hmm.
Ew, then I'd have to get a pumpkin spice latte. Ugh. Never mind.
Yum.
I don't like coffee. So.
No. It's okay. I won't shame you. I love
By the time I add enough sugar and creamer, I might as well just have a goddamn, milkshake and go on over to Culver's and have a damn milkshake. It's like 74 grams of sugar, and I'd rather have a milkshake.
Yeah, then you're not like I love when people would be like, I love coffee, and then they all, like this girl I worked with, all she got was basically milkshakes with like a spritz of coffee in it. I was like, that's not coffee. It's not real coffee. You got a milkshake.
And thank you, Joyful, for a pair sticker saying thank you. No, thank you. Do Mo and Jamie get to eat dinner? I'm manning the fort. They leave when they need to leave. Marissa, you can't leave.
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Mr. Mo has taken over the shift. At least one of the children has bathed, which is good.
Well, well, you have girls. They'll bathe automatically.
Well, yeah, and they're teens, so they're like, hi, see ya, bye.
Yeah.
Yeah, her appeals will be, Your Honor, I promised my fans they would be millionaires. I didn't give them enough. She has been around on Social Blade. I think, no, that's not the one. I can't remember the one where you can see what people earn, because it's a little bit off, but yeah. Do you watch old trials on stream? Hardly ever, because it's kind of like watching a football game that you know who wins. I have to sit here, entertain you, run chat, run backboard. If I have to sit here and I know that in 2 hours we're going to get to either something exciting or something really, really boring, I would probably lose my mind. It's fun doing this, and it's really good when we have these big interactive chats and we get to have some good cases we can yell at. But sometimes you have the border patrol that looked super good, that a guy unaliving his mistress and their love child, well, not love, be turned into 8 weeks of absolutely nothing.
Oh
It's
my God.
really, really hard to, and I've been sick all week. I still have a fever. I haven't left my house for more than, without taking out the dog sitting part, I have left my house for less than an hour this week. So sitting here,
much like our little goofy trials that we would find.
Yeah.
I love the days when I'd be like, hey, Baker, there's like 3 new trials starting on Law and Crime. And I'd be like, this one looks fun. And he was like, all right. And we go in it to completely blind. We don't know what's going on. It's the best.
No, Border Patrol was boring because they made it into, well, the case in chief, but then the DP part of it was so amazingly boring. And the defense team was boring. And the state was even worse.
Yeah, it was such a boring case.
And they brought in things like Latin machismo and cultural, norms and things like that. Just things that were a or a forensic social anthropologist or something, just to spew ridiculous nonsense about maybe typical behavior in the Latin community. It was beyond obtuse and abstract for that trial, but they just kind of threw it out there, kind of like Sarah Boone just threw everything on the wall to see which spaghetti strand would stick.
Yeah, they were never on time. Right now, this week, I think the shortest day we have had has been 8 hours. I don't watch trials when I don't watch them with you, because I would go find a ticket to Japan and go into that special little forest if I had to watch more trials. I'll try and keep up. Try and keep the one with all the cherry blossoms just to be happy.
Yeah.
Where did your mind go? You're so dark. I try to keep an eye on Twit and all of that. That's why whenever people come in and say, do you know about Alderson? There's some weird lady trying to go to Thailand. I thought only middle-aged men who couldn't hook up with anyone in their own country went to Thailand. What do I know? Apparently, she hired a hitman. Do you know about the Delphi? No, Mo is an expert on Delphi. Have you read the last filing in? No, because I've been doing this 10 hours a day the last week.
He doesn't even know about the Idaho 4, so it's fine.
Who are they?
I haven't. I have not even gotten into. That is a case I want to look at, but I kind of like the idea of coming in not knowing anything when the trial starts.
I like doing that too.
Well, it's like what we did with the Karen Reed case. You guys knew a lot because you've been covering all of the, hearings, and I kind of came in like, who's a McAllister, or who's a Higgins? What is all this craziness? Why are we talking about snow? I think I asked that the first 3 days. I was like, are we talking about a murder here or a blizzard? Because I don't understand.
Yeah, sometimes I just want to see like what they have to say in the trial, the actual trial.
Yeah, and the thing is, everyone asked the same question, but there's that's the good thing about lawsuit. There's someone covering the case you want to see, or you can try and reach out to people and do want to see it. Did I see about the 20-year-old who retired after making 68 mil? No. She will be working at Crocus within 5 years, is my bet. And for everyone who thinks, oh, 68 million, nope, you're not going to make it. The average monthly pay for an OnlyFans model is $126. Remember, you don't get to 68 million if you're paid $126. So someone is getting paid way less than $126 a month. So,
well,
and guys out there, I can give you a few websites. Don't pay for it. At least if you're going to pay for it, go to the town over and find that special house with the red light, because then you get the feeling.
Or gentlemen, for just a simple $25, you will never see a picture of my chesticular region after it went through 6 kids in gravity. This is a reverse hostage situation. I will send you a picture of Nancy Pelosi's cleavage.
Yeah.
That's what her OnlyFans will be about.
Yeah. The average
I probably make bank with that.
You should. You should go to your local, Xerox place and make yourself a poster board like Owen's. Of just her chest.
God, I would totally do that.
Yeah,
Health
and then
and
set
safety unleashed.
a dollar amount. Where do you want me to stop?
Yeah.
Oh, do you
You
remember?
need to get one of those things with like where you
Is
stick
it
your head in
Major
it and it's
League?
just the body.
Yeah,
Major
do you
League, yeah.
remember Minor League, or I can't
No,
remember. It had
Major League.
Charlie Sheen in it. And they
It's to
kept
make them
taking
play
off
better.
the little stickers with her in a swimsuit. Oh my gosh, I have come up with a plan. No more bathwater sales for me. I am moving on up.
Yeah. $20 a month. Jesus, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, I was like, where'd he go? Anyways, so you have some Sarah Boone divorce papers?
Oh yeah, does she
Yes.
have the big C? I can't remember, or did she lie about that? It's
Well,
Sarah's, the survey says.
she claims it.
Well, Sarah claims a lot of things, like to be an angel and a Helen Keller dog, whisperer, but do I
An
believe
angel.
it?
An angel.
Jesus.
And I have a blind dog, a blind one. Did you blind the dog, ma'am? I mean, who the hell gave Sarah rescue dogs? I need them to come to the front and the center of the congregation and explain theyself.
They should.
Well, now I know where Valhalla has to not take me the next time.
The flop house on the right. Don't go to the one on the left. Not high class.
This is Sarah Boone's divorce papers. We are reading them because, as you
We
can
have to
see,
fill time.
yeah, and there's handwritten notes from Sarah.
Oh,
just to
dear
fill time.
God.
Either this or it would be me singing "Hey Macarena" for the time it takes to us to get back.
The Macarena.
Yeah.
We'll do the whole dance. It'll be great. That's the only one I know. Forget the Cupid shuffle, because I'm like, wait, left or right? I can't remember. Like, crap, which is my left? I'm always a second late.
Well, first of all, there's Dear Sarah Boone. Our records indicate that the clerk of court does not have a correct address for you on file and is unable to send child support payments to you. Money may have been sent but was returned or may be on hold because your address is not current, according to blah, blah, blah. As of...
April 12th,
April
2000.
21, the clerk of court has not been able to disburse funds to you for the above case. It is very important that the clerk of court have the current address for you on file to ensure support payments are processed in a timely manner. And if funds have not been claimed after 12 months, to be sent to the state of Florida as unclaimed property. To prevent your funds from being sent to the Florida Unclaimed Property Office, please contact the clerk of court.
I was thinking the same thing, Peter. Then how are they sending her this letter if they don't have her correct address?
No,
Where's it going?
they are sending it to Winter Park, apartment 3.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And again, it's the same. We don't have your correct address. July 17, 2022. Mr. Martel, I am in receipt of your letter requesting a date to be set for former husband's petition to modify, but have a few concerns and questions before doing so. First, I would like to make it known I have been diagnosed with the big C and I am awaiting outside professional medical consult and treatment options. I do not know the level of severity, duration of time, or outcome for any of this, nor the effect it will have on my case, which I am currently incarcerated for, or the case at hand with former husband. As said in my previous letter, no one had a crystal ball. I do not know 4 months in advance my location or status, making it impossible to determine the best date to choose from which you have proposed. With that being said, my concerns / questions are as follows. 1. What are the requirements under Florida law stating a mediation needs to be scheduled for the petition to modify? Please provide documentation so I can understand the practices, procedures, and protocols for this area of family law and can be abided accordingly. I can also have a general timeline of what to expect, if possible, other than a letter from your firm telling me what I have to do. Or what I have, yeah. Please provide copies of all documents to be discussed, which includes original marriage paperwork, pre-modifications to see and compare specifically what is being requested to be modified. 3. Please send contact information, location, and
Credentials
of the selected mediator, Karen Middlekauf, Esquire. What is her affiliation with the Martel firm and how was she selected? Will former husband be in attendance? Who all will be included in and doing this meeting? Who is the judge overseeing this case and receiving copies of all correspondence, signing and approving paperwork? Oh, she just wanted an address to a judge.
Yeah.
Is there going to be an agenda for discussion during the meeting to be received in advance for preparation and review? What if selected date has to be changed due to unforeseen complications or circumstances? Will I be penalized, rescheduled? Is the point of this mediation to try and force me into signing an agreement to the only terms available presented by former husband, or are my modification going to be allowed for discussion also in order for both parties to be included in the final agreements for and with the best possible outcome? What if I don't agree? How is a video conference scheduled? Will this be a private meeting? Is face-to-face an option? As said, I do not know what date is best for me considering my current situations and now health complications. By answering and explaining further the aforementioned concerns and questions will most definitely assist in my decision making. Your expedited response is greatly appreciated, as well as providing all requested documents and information. Thank you in advance for your assistance, patience, and cooperation. I am continuing my pursuit of seeking representation and still doing everything I can with the minute amount of resources I have available. I am not giving up in any way. So again, thank you and all who are involved for your patience. I look forward to your response. Sarah Boone.
Oh, dear Lord.
July 17th, 2022, same date. Judge Dean, after coming back from an outside medical appointment for my big C and surgery, I really wanted to call my son to hear his voice and brighten my long, arduous day. In doing so, he was checking the mail, telling me I had a letter. What? In doing so, he was What? I wanted to call my son to brighten my day. In doing so, calling your son, he was checking the mail. Oh, your son was checking the mail. I was, what the F? Telling me I had a letter from you and wanted to be helpful and read for me. The document was an order to dispense medication stating 1. The order was granted by you. 2. Parties can move forward, meaning former husband and his attorney, as I'm just told what to do and have no representation. The case is set for trial when? And 3. The court remains. What the hell is that word?
Jurisdiction?
Is it over jurisdiction?
Oh, I don't know. Over jurisdiction in this instant case, what does that mean? When my 11-year-old was finished reading, his response was, I'm sorry. I don't know what Dad's trying to do now. I myself, I'm trying to figure out what new underhand terror he's attempting, so I decided to call him directly and ask, 1. Why was this sent to him and not to me, the other party? What else am I not receiving or being informed about regarding this matter? 2. Why did he not communicate anything to me or with me during any of the
multitudinous?
What is this?
This woman
is
just
this
plays
words?
with she plays with she is a half-wit pretending to be a midwit, and she looks like a dimwit because she just puts these $17 words in there. But most highly intelligent people don't throw out 75-letter words because we understand that the point of correspondence is to connect with someone, not to make yourself look intelligent.
But multitudinous is a cromulent word.
She's a cromulent.
All unknown. She's a wine mom. She makes up the words.
No, I'm a Mo. I make up the words. Fubar, I wish.
Apparently, this is the punishment.
Should be.
Fubar, you crazy Aussie. Yeah, I never heard that one too. Can you use it in a sentence? Yes. Multitudinous is a word, is a sentence. Oh, all right. Yeah, it is.
The multitudinous delays in this case have been ridiculous.
So the many delays.
Yeah, basically, again, she is trying to show how intelligent, how incredibly smart she is, but she doesn't understand that what she needs is to be understood, to be clear, to be concise. And she is like a squirrel who has been given an energy drink. She bounces from thing to thing to thing, and she throws in these $17 words just to make herself feel smart.
Says the word maker himself. Well, I can blame it because I only speak English as my third language, and I have an accent. So it sounds funny when I make up words like fingering or going in raw.
No, those aren't made up words. Those are things. You just say them in inappropriate times. Well, that's the problem.
Then I made up a word called moist o'clock. That's not a thing.
Well, that is his made up word, yes.
I'm
Multitudinous
sorry,
phone.
Kirk 71. I failed grammar. I really did. I think I made some of my English teachers drink with my run-on sentences and dangling participles. So
Yeah, it's like one of those students who, I find the longest word so I can fill out more word for more letters in my report. The many phone calls we've had since this order was granted or prior to even being generated, so this could be avoided. I call almost every day to speak to my son, then call former husband during the day while my son is at school to try and attempt having reasonable conversation/discussions about personal matters such as this. Imagine this being read for the jury. No way she comes off controlling at all.
No.
and again, she's using Lucas as a human chess piece. She is, making him read, bringing him into the divorce proceedings where every single expert will tell you, and most of the courts will have, clauses in there where the parents are not supposed to speak ill of the other parents. They're not supposed to involve them in the case. This is going against anything that a normal, rational human being would do for their child. She is willing to throw him into the middle to make herself look good or make him, a pawn of victimhood.
And Bodega's Nigerian accent. No, I can't do it. Say Mui's the clock.
Yes.
It turns Irish every time.
It is Irish. You sound like a leprechaun.
I'm pretty sure if that leprechaun ever went to Ireland, he would be beaten up.
You sound like the movie The Leprechaun. That's it. It always reminds me of every time I hear it. Makes me think of that movie.
I am trying to alleviate any additional difficulties and am constantly coming up with solutions. I bet not. In everything to work with former husband to complete this process in a positive, fair, and accurate manner. How can this be done now the medication has been dispensed? Both parties could have figured something out instead of just canceling completely. Former husband could have explained his intentions to help understand my circumstances better in being unable to choose a date for mediation 4 months in advance. On top of my big C, on top of my trial, I simply asked for help from former husband and his attorney and yourself, Your Honor, to provide information so I could choose, even if the date has to be changed. I, the other party, was bypassed and ignored completely with no explanation from anyone. I wasn't even able to respond in a more timely manner because I never received the order or knew was granted until my son happened to check the mail that day and read it to me. This mediation is all I have to be rightfully heard and utilize my rights as a mother and human being to be seen in a clearer light, not as the one-sided, ugly, unfair, slanderous everything said by former husband. I attempted to be professional and correspond with everyone. I explained my situation and simply asked for some important documents to be better prepared, as this would probably be my only opportunity to make myself count in all of this. I asked how to set up a video and asked if face-to-face was an option. My requests and questions were all in an attempt to choose a date and schedule this much needed, very important mediation. I included you also, Judge Dean, after being instructed by former husband's attorney to correspond to him so you would know my attempt, request, and willingness to cooperate, as well as my eagerness to comply. I simply asked for paperwork to review
I do not have any, and I am being accused by former husband of being difficult and uncooperative by not signing documents I've never seen or knew existed until being served with a summons notifying me of his means to take all I have left other than the marrow from my bones.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, Jesus, Marion.
God.
Oh, we need to get her some wood. She is going to build her own cross. She is going to get stigmata. She is a martyr, people. She will be beatified soon, and you will learn about her in catechism school. Giblets, this woman.
I know you're saying Hail Marys now. It'll be Hail Sarah soon. Please understand, I never said no or that I was not going to schedule. I want to be at my best possible with all information for my review beforehand, as would former husband be and his attorney, but not myself unless I... What the hell is this? Normally she writes kinda okay. As would former husband be and his attorney, but not myself unless I request it. Why am I being penalized for wanting to be prepared? Why was no explanation or reason given or discussed for canceling the mediation? Why was no attempt made to make sure I, the other party, and the other parent was included along with everyone else to have the same understanding of what was happening? Why was my copy of this order not sent to me at my current location instead of to former husband who I already knew since he was the one who generated the plan?
What?
How would I have known any of this if not found and read by my son? Completely unfair and wrong. I am being penalized for doing everything I'm supposed to be doing and for my attempts to show my heartfelt desire and determination to be part of this, to rightfully be the other party. If I have to go through this too on top of everything else, I will and am. It should not be held against me to correspond, make my basic request, and ask questions to choose the correct armor of choice for this mediation and ongoing battle so I can confidently explain myself and fight for my rights and to be the mother I am and will always be. I ask for nothing out of the ordinary. Any caring, competent mother, human being would not themselves ask for in a situation like mine. Oh, I thought someone was saying something. Well, a few, Brandon. Also, in the letter to me from former husband's attorney, providing me mediation dates to choose from, July 5th, 22, have you seen? It specifically states, please respond to this correspondent within 20 days of receipt with your preferred date and attendance method. Otherwise, we will unilaterally schedule the conference and send you the details. I did with my request to help give me a better understanding. So why wasn't this unilaterally scheduled as stated? It was cancelled. Would it have been better on my part to have just not corresponded at all, so this mediation could have been unilaterally scheduled? I feel if I had not... Yeah?
I figured out what this reminds me of. Has anyone ever seen Seven with John Doe's journals? Like, he has hundreds of composition books just filled with random, like, ramblings of craziness.
Yeah.
That's what that reminds me of.
This
Good
is
movie, always want a different ending.
This is just... It's kind of like me at 2 in the morning. I'm just saying stuff I really shouldn't say. And she's just putting it on paper. I feel if I had not made my willing and eager attempt to abide by everyone's rules and played the part of the terrible lowlife inmate former husband
and what seems to be everyone else wants me to be, I would be preparing, reviewing, and working around this unilaterally scheduled mediation. I do not understand, and no one has made any attempts to help me. Honorable Dean, please understand, this mediation is everything and can help ease the ongoing pain of whatever former husband's daily terror is he chooses to inflict. Makes me beg pitifully for pictures which I still have not received. Has me call every week to ask for commissary funds so I can purchase necessities and sugar for my glucose. In Danish, that's glucose. That's why it's hard to say.
Oh.
Concerns. So she needs sugar for her diabetes.
Okay, so the diabetic woman who asked for Pop-Tarts, a bunch of candy, some juice boxes, so just a whole freaking ton of refined sugars. But she needs... Okay, Sarah. Alrighty then.
Well, the only glucose concern she has is, I'm not getting my Twinkies.
True.
Well, just like Jorge, he was being browbeaten into the relationship. It takes one day at a time, but they will turn you. She might be giving herself type 2. She doesn't need sugar. Yeah. How can she drink? Really easy. You open your mouth and pour it in. Alcoholics don't think about it. A lot of alcoholics have diabetes. And why should he pay you commissary funds? He didn't put you in prison. Then says no, refuses the occasional hot meal on a Sunday. I was made to cry over a cheeseburger when explaining to him the amount of weight I am continuously losing weekly due to being sick, and thought this would help me gain by eating. I was still told no. As far as I am aware, the dissolution of marriage agreement regarding alimony, which I did sign, is still and has been in effect, meaning I have funds available to purchase this aforementioned and had been doing previous with no problem, conflict, or difficulty. Everything was non-confrontational. That is wrong time of day to read. And smooth, running until former husband implemented or trying to these inaccurate, unnecessary modification. The relief he is seeking could have been avoided until he decided to involve our son and my maternal rights. Again, one obscure, unfortunate incident does not and will ever define who I am, and it makes no difference where I am for former husband to think I am unable to make meaningful, moralistic decisions involving our son.
Did she just call the death of George an obscure, unfortunate incident?
Yeah. Hey.
That
was a Sunday
knock
morning.
Over a vase and, it cracks and you're like, okay, well, it was old and no one really liked it. Or you drop something on the floor. That is not what you say when you murder someone. Holy shit, what is wrong with this woman?
It was an accident.
It was a boo-boo.
It happens.
Sarah likes to add listic or futuristically, she likes to add suffixes to everything. She thinks it, again, makes her sound smart.
Yeah. It's she's just an idiot. I love her.
She is late in French.
Yeah. Regardless of my circumstances, this mediation will allow a just and fair opportunity for both parties to be equally heard. I can make everyone aware I'm someone and worthy, most of all for and to my son. Please, Your Honor, please allow the mediation to be scheduled. Please take into consideration everything I have graciously said. and explained, I don't think she knows what graciously said, because she's a whining cowbag. That's not gracious. And explained everything I still want to say and have a right to, please, or provide another suggestions with some kind of facilitator to give a neutral opinion and assistance to both parties to work together. Two parties, two sides, two voices. How else can I be heard, seen, or accounted for? I too have defining points for discussion, and my understanding was this was part of the reason for mediation, to aid in a fair, reasonable outcome for both parties, for compromises to be made, not controlling demands. Specific details need to be discussed regarding all of the agreements, as some I have not even seen. The supplemental petition for modification of final judgment and joint stipulation for modification, the most recent. What is their pre-modification for all? This being why I requested these documents. In summary, so because I have nothing and no one, former husband having an attorney, multiple monetary resources, a familial support, a familial support system, also with unlimited resources in every way, I am to just accept defeat unfairly and be okay with everything. I am saddened how the justice system is so unjust and unable to help people as myself, who were once advocates for I voted in jail, and raised to believe,
oh dear God,
in the safety, indivisibility, goodness, and truth of, and what honor is supposed to be, and where can always be found. What the fuck? At this point in my life, I'm severely disappointed. What do I have to say? Anything to say different or show for? Where is my testimony? It reels just.
I think she really meant to say, "Is it really just?"
Oh, is it really just? Oh, so she's
I
got
mean,
another one.
That's what I'm interpreting, but I am not a languageologist, and I didn't major in parapsychosis, so.
Well, I used to be a serologist, but I didn't get the latest book on her.
Yeah, I only
race.
have the DSM Sarah 1 edition. It's been revised.
Yeah, we need an update in the serology. I've communicated with everyone, tried to explain everything to make my effort known. I have no access to a computer to check my status in this or documents being filed, no access to make viable phone calls to worthwhile agencies asking for any assistance due to unauthorized numbers per OCCD rules. I can't even contact former husband's attorney to ask my questions and voice my concerns directly. Nope. Because you have to communicate. Yeah, because you can't just call him. Then you can make up what you're saying. I've written so many letters I lost count. I tried everything, still trying. In every way. What else can I do, Judge Dean? Please allow the mediation. Please help me in however you can. Please don't just show me where to sign former husband's unfair, incorrect paperwork. Any act of kindness, no matter how small, is ever wasted. ASAP. Thank you always for your time, review, and understanding.
Did you go Aesop's Fables on him?
Yeah.
Are you, ma'am? How you are ridiculous? Oh my God.
For your time, review, and understanding, for future reference and correspondence, please make sure to use my address as follows. Please be fair and see my point of view and determination. I try desperately every day to come up with solutions for and in everything. The reason I am again contacting you directly, hoping and praying you are able to use your right, proper, and unprejudiced judgment and authority to help someone as myself finally have testimony to the struggle which I am and have been long overdue for. I patiently await. Again, I'm grateful. Thank you. September 9th. Judge Dean, forgive me in advance. I am inadvertently lacking in the progress and updates of my case and need your assistance to help. Please provide clarification and explanation for multiple legitimate concerns I have that are hindering my rights to be included in my case fully, honestly, and correctly. This past Friday, September 9th, I received a copy of the order for the case management conference for September 19th. The order was done and ordered on Monday, August 22nd. The copy of the order was postmarked Wednesday, September 7th. Why was I not mailed this the same day it was signed? Why was only former husband and his attorney in receipt? Why was I finally mailed a copy 2 weeks after completion? Would I have received last month? I could have had ample time to prepare and make arrangements to respond sooner. How is this acceptable? Your Honor, why am I not being included on and in everything the same time everyone else is? I am either not at all mailed pertinent information and updates, it's sent to the wrong person, or I'm receiving last minute being made to scramble with the ongoing fear and threat of not being included, and is not by choice either. Do you all not understand, remember, or care that I am the other party? The respondent in this case, the way I'm being treated by all other parties is wrong, unjust, and seems unlawful given their appearance. I don't care due to lack of response and the extended length of time I take when I do from not receiving my needed documents to respond accordingly. Now, I have only 5 days from receiving my copy on my end, which includes the time it takes for you to even receive this letter, to prayerfully grant permission to me so I can be included at this case management conference in my case next Monday. I do not have a legal representative or steward to also be included at this conference on my behalf, making my efforts and attempts more desperate and my want more furiously. Judge Steen, please understand, please see my determination and the never-ending hurdles continuously being pushed in front of me or thrown where I keep having to learn how
Baker, I'm kind of wishing that she pulled an Atreyu in the Neverending Story and got swallowed by mud at this point.
Yeah.
I would fly away on Falcor. I'm kidding. I'm so done with this woman. My one wish would be that she would just stop. That would be the Neverending Story part 2, though. So, I mean, if we're pulling out old movies and Mr. J, I love you, please tell me we have a verdict, Baker.
No, sadly not.
Come on, guys.
Yeah, get out
For
of
cereal.
here. It's almost
Do you want me
been
to
2
take
hours.
over reading, or is it helping you stay awake?
Please do.
Okay, where are we? Determination. Hurdles continuously being pushed in front of me or thrown where I keep having to learn how to jump higher and higher. Just know that with my heartfelt will, my honorable cause, and unbridled love for my son, and my rights to be his mother, to be able to make competent, important, and valued decisions in his life, I'm going to learn how to fly over the hurdles in this case, and my other case, in my battle with the big C, and any other health issue I'm dealing with. Fly. I'm not going to jump anymore. It's my right to be heard, seen, and respected. This woman is insufferable. As the person and mother I am, it is not right in any way for me to be ignored, bypassed, which she misspelled because it's a Y, not an I, you ass, and automatically overruled because I am poor with no family or support system. I am not mute. My dog is. I am not mentally, I can't say that word, latent French or repaired. I am a loving, determined mother, friend, teacher, supporter, suitcaser. I'm also a quote-unquote ex-wife that the ex-husband needs to conclude will always, underlined, be in our son's life and his. That sounds like a fucking threat. and come to an acceptance of the situation, which nonetheless is temporary. There, here, there, whenever, now, then, future. Former husband is going to have to respectfully deal with me one way or another. We have a child together. The sooner he comes to terms with all of this, as I have, the sooner the beginning of his hard sought after quote unquote relief can start. And he and whomever else also need to remember crystal balls are a novelty. The hell is she going with this? I am doing everything in every way to stay afloat and still be part of everything involving my son's life and mine. In the meantime, I have been providing quote unquote relief to former husband, ew, in numerous ways on a daily basis. Sorry.
While in
Nothing.
prison, so she's phone smexing him.
She's giving him an audio, old fashioned.
Yeah.
God. That's why they took away her phone privileges so much.
Hey Brian, do like I used to do. Stick your hand down there and move it around like a squirrel got caught in your pants. Use nails.
Jesus giblets! I'm helping him in every way. What is wrong with this woman?
Well, she's helping him by not calling him at the middle of the night. Say, I just killed my boyfriend. Verdict, verdict, verdict. Nothing.
Okay.
We are a little behind.
Wagstaff is the school in Bob's Burgers. I cannot take Wagstaff Law Firm seriously. I just think of Louise.
Jamie, if you're listening, can you check Twit? Well, she's also giving me release.
Oh, it is. I don't think she understood. If you read this out loud, and of course you were a 12-year-old boy, or you had the humor of one, like I do, you would realize phraseology in that. You'd be like, that doesn't sound right, because it sounds like I'm giving him sexual favors to, get money for commissary, which might be considered, I don't know, solicitation of funds through sexual means.
No, false alarm. False alarm. I think they have worked through dinner. Court TV deliberation clock is something they put up. It doesn't mean anything. You bought me coffee. Oh, I need coffee. No, but she can give inmate Pena some release. I heard sheep cheese is a really good lubricant.
It's not ew because she's a woman. It's ew because it's Sarah. Just thought I'd clarify that. I believe Sarah should be kept safe, or, well, all of humanity, he, she, zim, zer, should be kept safe from Sarah. All right, let's see here. Nothing. Do you want to read her?
No. I can watch chat for a second.
Nothing was as difficult or tumultuous until he decided to devise his scheming, manipulative plans and agreements. No one would know this because no one is giving me a chance to be a part of anything. Although the playing field is completely unseen and the odds are stacked so high against me. Oh, uneven, sorry. I can't see the top and I have nothing. I'm going to fly. Giblets. With that being said, and unfortunately at the last minute, now that you have received and read this with only a couple days remaining before the conference, I want and am entitled to be in attendance, however necessary. I am also rightfully updated, present, and most importantly included for the preparation of the upcoming hurdles futuristically, what needs to be done so I can be there Monday, September 19th, 2022 at 3:30 p.m. Courtroom, blah, blah, blah. Transport order, video setup, telephonic appearance must be court ordered per instructions on the copy of the order setting the hearing. How? If it's not right that I am unable to attend this due to last-minute attempted arrangements being made for me to do so, I would have received the information when everyone else did 2 weeks ago. Timely plans could have been made and scheduled just as the I need to scroll up just a scotch. Let's see. As the order was on August 22nd, 2022, today, September 9th, 2022, and finally, for whatever reason, I am just now aware is scheduled. Please instruct me what I may need to do so I can cooperate and greatly increase my opportunity to be there. How can I validate and educate when no educate Jesus, Mary and Joseph, when no one listens to me or cares or is in front of me? Down just Thank you, as always, for your invaluable time consideration, our much needed overdue assistance. Who else is there, Honorable Dean? I am also still waiting for your response from my most recent letter sent to you on August 17th, 2022, regarding another order dispensing mediation. I never received that and was only made aware was generated by my 11-year-old son reading it to me due to being sent to his address. Please provide update for that as well. Also, on the order for the conference, I am graciously requesting to be included and in part of on page 2 of 2, where all parties were sent a true and correct copy. My address is incorrect. Please change so no other penalty, mistake, or reasons are made to be used against me in whatever way it seems. Everyone, especially former husband, is hoping will be my demise. Again, thank you, Judge Dean. I look forward to meeting you. Fist bump or hug. Oh, dear geez. You can read that one bigger. This woman is nuts.
Dear Judge Dean, I wanted to take a moment to thank you for allowing me to be in attendance during the case management meeting last Monday. It has been such a long time since something good and real has happened to me since being incarcerated for ongoing 3 years almost. I thank you profusely for helping me listen to me and having an open heart and mind to see me as a human being, a mother also. Your invaluable time, empathy, and understanding are beyond appreciated. Thank you for seeing me. I am so impressed, and my sincerest gratitude cannot be fully expressed for your kindness and goodness. I look forward to any future meetings there may be and am confident my hard work, determination, and efforts will not return me void and fall on deaf ears. A victory indeed in my battles in preparation for the war on the horizon. I will not creep away as I continue to be brave and fight on. Thank you for giving me hope more than you know. It was an honor to meet you, Your Honor. As sorrowful yet always rejoicing, as poor yet making many rich, as having nothing and possessing all things. 2 Corinthians 6:10. Thank you for seeing that crystal balls don't work at all, ever. Dust catches.
This woman is acting like she's Aragorn at Helm's Deep. Like, we'll fight till dawn. We will. She watched The Patriot and she was like, or Braveheart, and she's like, grr, we will win the day.
Bye, Jamie. We don't owe you anything and are waiting for you to be beguiled. So we can get out of here and away from you. I don't want to deal with you anymore. I'm going now. Click. Yelling at me so loud the phone is distorted. So loud, former husband. His father came in and told him to stop being mean to me before hanging up. Honorable Dean, this is what was told to me by my 11-year-old son when I asked about his best friend and how she was doing since he hadn't mentioned her in a while. He told me she's she started acting strange after he told her he was moving and wouldn't see her anymore. She's upset with him. The conversations continued with me asking why he's telling his friend this, and nothing set in stone and will be discussed when the time comes. Oh, we're leaving, and it doesn't matter what you say. We have an attorney. Eventually, it turned into the aforementioned statement, and I was laughed at, disrespected, shut down, and hung up on by my son over asking about his friends. You see, this is where I turn and ask, how is this okay, Your Honor? This is exactly how former husband treats me, and his unfortunate successfully passed this disgusting trait to our son. Nonetheless, how dare both of them disregard me the way they are making me feel like I am nothing, no one, worthless, and a joke. I'm sick of being laughed at. I'd rather. Day to talk with former husband calmly and rationally. I asked him why our son spoke to me that way. He did. And where's he getting the idea you're all definitely leaving / moving? He's losing good friends over it. Well, that's the plan, and I figured you should start getting used to it. 15 miles can be overruled. It means nothing. That's why I have an attorney. You don't. We're
Does
just
she
waiting.
have to put the laughing in? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
How would
my
you know he was laughing maniacally when he said it?
Okay,
Ugh, Jamie, you don't know women like we do.
I guess I don't.
Men. That's why I have an attorney. You don't. We're just waiting for you to be sentenced. The judge knows everything, and there's not much you can do or say about any of it. You'll see. We're leaving no matter what, regardless of the outcome. What's the point of me fighting for my life with my son when I'm treated the way I am by both of them? This is a form of mental and emotional abuse. Former
You
husband
want to be
encouraged.
protected from an
Hey, there's
11-year-old, your son.
Jedi Jess is saying verdict in Old Line.
Holy shit balls.
Oh boy. That was quick.
This better be
2 hours.
Please, God, let this be
real?
real.
No. Fucking 1 hour.
If it's real,
It's Sarah Boone. Let's be real.
put it on blast.
Oh yeah, let me.
That's an hour.
What?
An hour.
Oh.
Well, the verdict isn't
Wow.
going. I do. But it's not my first trial stream.
Yeah, I know.
So
Law
it's
and
really
Crime
an hour.
tweeted.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna.
It's
I didn't want
roughly
to
an
put
hour.
out.
The jury left roughly an hour and 20 minutes ago. Oh my effing God.
This doesn't seem
Can someone put it on the
good.
Discord for people who might have been going away?
Yeah.
But they need to call the lawyers back and stuff like that. So
She said it's a verdict. She said it's verdict. Marissa.
Holy fazolies! I am here for it. Please let Sarah Boone collapse and possibly pass out. This is more for me than like humanity.
Yeah.
Actually, it's good for humanity
And
too.
And with 161 votes, 70% says yes to more bingo for cases. So now we just have to find our next case, because I have nothing, absolutely nothing on the docket till January. Well, there's a hearing in the Karen Reed case coming up. But
And Bush, you win. You called it. These
1 hour.
jurors
It's
were like,
an
let's
hour
get the
20.
lasagna and leave.
Yeah, can we get another docket back?
To be fair,
I'll
when
just
I
have to
did
see if-
jury duty, we took about 10 minutes. We were ready to leave too, but we had also, in Indiana, you're allowed to discuss the case, not come to any conclusions on every break, which is something that is really, really odd to me because of, the jury instructions in most other states.
Yeah.
But we had already talked about just about everything, and we were like, let's go.
Yeah, and they because you can get a witness that can totally change what you talked about earlier. So, but let's get back to Sarah while we're waiting. Yes, we have the Quinton Nixon on 29th. That is supposed to continue. I'll just read it, and you can watch court while it happens.
Oh, sounds good.
This is a form of mental and emotional abuse. Former husband encourages and enables it. I'm yelled at for everything. I'm afraid to call for fear I'll be obliterated and brought to a new level of low, or try to see how hard I can be made to cry. Then laughed at. I'm damned if I do and damned if I don't. If you do continue in my fight, which I will and am, I'm disrespected and almost destroyed. If I don't, then I look like an uncaring, heartless, incompetent mother, person, former husband is hell-bent on making me out to be. I just started speaking to my son from being screamed at with cruel lies and horrible, mean things that I will not repeat over nothing. I didn't call for 3 weeks because of the shock and pure hurt. I am still in for what was said. I am made to feel like a chore, burden, a pest. Well, I am not welcomed. Like life is better without me. Everything is one-sided. My son never met my parents, grandparents, aunt or uncles, deceased. Never knew my family. He only knows the Boones who viciously slander me, his mother, behind my back. Perpetually made me the dumb black sheep and continuously plot my demise together. They poisoned my son and pitted him against me. Since day one, when I was just 9 days into my incarceration, former husband took it upon himself to make the egregious decision to tell him I would be gone and he wouldn't see me for 25 years or longer of his little life. My son cannot be my son and is tortured by the confusion in whatever he can be, in whether he can be close to me like we always been, or even be nice to me. I feel to be home. Our son is just an innocent pawn in former husband's scheme to seek his sad, bitter, unrelenting revenge against me. He has broken plastic and covered it in fool's gold. He is not the angel he appears to be. He is an insensitive, callous tyrant and fully endorsed by his family. No one listens to me. I have made the active decisions to not call for an undetermined length of time so I can take a break from the beratement. I can only take the terrors inflicted by former husband in doses. Right now, I've gotten my fill from both of them. If my son wants to speak to me, he can write or schedule a visit, which I doubt will happen for the lack of encouragement and inclusion of me to have a relationship with our son by former husband. Please understand, I can only take so much. On top of everything else, I love my son. I need my son, just not this version, not right now. Your son is your son no matter what version he is.
No, you know what? No. Again, I have 3 teenagers right now, almost 4. And are they sometimes not the easiest people to like? Absolutely. But you give them grace because you remember what you were like as a teen. Your brain is on fire with hormones. You don't see your parents as people. They're your parents. And, they're kids. So you give them a lot of grace because you acted like a pain in the behind teenager and you're still alive, which meant your parents, let you live. So for the love of God, this woman is so incredibly selfish. She wants unconditional love, but is so conditional with her love. It is so beyond my grasp to understand her worldview.
And used to be younger. This is Sarah's writing in her divorce case. And Kim, don't go anywhere. We have a verdict, so don't go anywhere. But go back and rewatch state closing. Defense closing was, at most times, incoherent ramblings. Yeah, that's why we always try and double check with TwitchWad. But they will have, because they said get the lawyer's number. So we are just waiting, and that's why, to entertain the time, wasted a little bit. I am reading Sarah Boone's heartfelt FU to her son because he didn't say the words she wanted him to say. What can I do? What can you do, please? This is not right. Every time I try to speak to former husband about anything, ends up ugly and unsuccessfully. He has taken it upon himself to self-diagnose my case from watching YouTube, his reliable source. Hey, Brian Boone, if you want to do an interview, give us a call at brokenbaker22@gmail.com. And of course, Court TV, telling me my trial is less than 3 weeks away, assumed I fired all of my attorneys. Remember, I am a number 6, but not by choice, and constantly telling me how wrong I'm doing everything. He keeps asking me why I keep delaying everything. He gives assumed case details about witnesses, occurrences, etc. over phone, telling me about my case. He is assuming everything. He thinks he knows everything about my case. This is wrong. I'm being penalized even more for wrong, empty accusations and information. This only multiplies his anger and spiteful blah blah. You can't see, is to do everything I can to keep him here. Ludicrous. This is why I felt the need, Judge Dean, to hesitantly include you in this ongoing struggles I'm having with former husband and his incompetency regarding my life and case. It's never ending and only gets worse. I would also like to be known, I have not gotten any of my orders for a hygiene kit, deodorant that works, toothpaste, and a washcloth, or for a measly coffee packets that I beggar asking for in July, and offer you approved on September 13th during our meeting. My ability to start receiving alimony again after former husband immensely diminished and tried to stop. It's the middle of October. There's always an excuse. The most recent and for the last 3 months is that his debit CC won't work because it's a jail and people steal. He had to use our son's allowance card just to finally get me a hot meal I mentioned to you, which ended up coming on my birthday, only because I told him about this letter I'm writing. I'm still waiting on the other orders, so I can be alert and presentable when my attorney does finally show up, who still has not since the last time I spoke to you.
Good Lord.
My God.
Please know also, my bank account, which I've had for 30 years, has closed due to former husband's failure to pay alimony as instructed by our dissolution of marriage agreement. Then also by you. I cannot deposit any checks. One I have been waiting on for him to mail me since February and could use towards commissary when he wasn't giving anything. All of my subscriptions are not being renewed. Anything with autopay cannot be approved. I can't even deposit the alimony former husband is supposed to be paying. I've had this account for 30 years. He assumed his plan would work in not having to pay, so he withheld, causing this to happen. I have no bank account, Your Honor. And for the supposedly encountering with his debit could have been avoided. Would he have been paying and abiding by the rules? My bank account would be open still. He could have used my debit card, and I would already have the necessities I'm needing. Former husband is his own troublemaker. He makes his life difficult
all of his assumption and defiant attitude. Even if I wasn't incarcerated, I'd be getting the same problems from him. He keeps tripping over his power trips and taking it out on me. Where are my orders? How can I get my bank account reopened? He gets no relief from his own doing. Everything was okay before he tried implementing all of his agreements and started a second job soothsaying. The constant assaultive, degrading remarks, fear infliction, and terrorizing threats must stop. It makes no difference how soft my approach is in trying to explain to former husband how unnecessary and harmful his actions and comments are, and being the example he is to our son. Given permission, he can do the same, especially to me, his mother, and also to other women futuristically. Just stop, please. Former husband tries to taunt me every opportunity he can to get every opportunity he gets every opportunity he can to get a reaction from me, knowing he's got the upper hand in almost everything and can either laugh at me or hang up, or both. As said before, I am not helpless. I have God and your awareness on my situation, Judge Dean, to hopefully impose your authority in all manners available to provide any permissible release for everyone. Something needs to be done sooner than later, considering... Blink. Just checking, we're still live.
We are live.
Just to make sure. Something needs to be done sooner than later, considering my trial has an unknown date. I refuse to continue cooperating with former husband on any of his terms and the way they are being handled. Look at the bigger picture. In conclusion, the most painful, horrific remark made to me by former husband so far during my attempted call to talk about our son's upcoming birthday, with the conversation always turning into their... And of course, that's copied wrong. When you're finally put away, this move will be the best thing to happen to us. We can't wait to get out of Orlando and away from you, laughing. Also, where we are moving is very close to the prison. It's going to be very easy and convenient for us. Thank you for your time and assistance. Most of all, your understanding. I waited as long as I could in everything to involve you, but I don't know what to do and how much more abuse I could endure. I felt...
Oh boy. We have a judge.
Let's do the crab dance. Jury, jury, get it right, get it right.
Second. We are on the record.
Yeah, 1 hour, 1.5 hours. If it's a verdict, it's not a hung jury. That's 100% sure. It is either not guilty or guilty. It's not lesser included. It's not a hung jury. It must be yes or no.
And holy crow, I have never wished I were a boy more, because my bladder was like, I is nervous. So I heard the judge come back and I was like, come on, hurry up, come on. I know TMI, but still.
No, that was PMI.
True.
And case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State, we get your parents for the record.
Yes, sure, on behalf of the state. Wayne Jenkins, state.
Defense.
James Owens for the Spoon.
Kevin Becker, service.
Mr. Henderson's not going to be here.
Okay, all right. Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table, wearing the same clothing from this morning. Yes, Mr. Beck.
The judge, they've got her in chains, and they've got her in the ankle handcuffs, so she can't go anywhere. I'm just asking, we would like the rides during the jury coming in. I'm asking if there's any way we can take off the handcuffs and the waist chain so that the jury would see it in case there's something wrong with the verdict form, or there's an issue, which sometimes happens, but that's my position.
Okay. I've been advised by the sheriff that during the reading of the verdict, due to Miss Boone's status as an inmate, their leg irons and the cuffs are to be attached.
Well, but she's going to stay seated.
That's fine.
Mr. Beck's going to stay seated.
I would ask for us all to remain seated and remind everybody in the gallery that there should be no emotional reactions.
I was just about to address that, sir. Thank you very much. All right, members of the jury, my understanding, or members of the gallery, good evening. My understanding is that the jury in this matter has reached a verdict. I don't know what's going to be until it's read. If you are unable to contain yourself emotionally and you're going to react in any way, be it in joy or in sadness, I'm going to ask you politely to excuse yourself at this time.
The judge can barely say sadness. He's like, no,
Cannot be any emotional outbursts when the verdict is read. Does everybody understand that? I see everybody nodding their heads. Okay.
Try to refresh your...
State, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, Judge.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in our jury. Everyone will remain seated.
Okay, come on. Here you go.
Do they feed it directly into our ears?
Oh, they were waking us up. I see. They were making sure we were not asleep.
Woo! Almost the most exciting part.
Oh, I'm feeling oddly nervous now.
I'm getting a whiskey too. No matter how it goes, I'm going.
Oh, dang it, Baker.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? Members of the jury, you may be seated. Thank you. Members of our jury, good evening. I understand that you've come to a verdict in this case.
Yes.
If you could please hand the verdict form to the deputy, please. Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, if you could please publish the verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the Ninth Judicial Circuit in Orange County, Florida, case number 2020 CF 2603, the state of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree as charged in the information. So say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, on this 25th day of October 2024.
Here we
the
go.
court has been signed by the whole person.
Madam Clerk, please poll our jury.
Juror seat number 1, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror seat number 2, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror seat number 3, is this your true
Yes,
and
it
correct
is.
verdict? Juror seat number 4, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror seat number 5, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror seat number 6, is this your true and correct verdict?
Those 15 years looks pretty good now.
Members of our jury, again, I want to thank you for your time, your sacrifice, and your attention in this matter. I know that we spent almost 2 weeks together, and it was not taken lightly, and I really appreciate the time and the effort and the sacrifice that you put into this case. I want to advise you now of your final instruction. Members, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and your consideration in this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak to anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. With that, members of the jury, again, I thank you for your service. I'm going to ask you to return to the deliberation room. I'll be back there shortly with your jury certificates, and thank you.
Go ahead.
Your Honorship, futuristically, I would have to complain about representation.
Ms. Boone, the jury has spoken in this matter and has found you guilty of murder in the second degree. The court adjudicates you guilty of murder in the second degree. As this is your first felony conviction, you are entitled to a pre-sentencing investigation by the Department of Corrections. Mr. Owens, are you seeking that in this case?
Yes.
Okay. State, I will order the Department of Corrections to prepare the pre-sentencing investigation. State, for the purposes of sentencing, do you anticipate eliciting any testimony from, be it the victim's family?
Oh, they're doing sentencing right now?
Back statements, sir.
Mr. Owens, do you plan on presenting any evidence during the course of the sentencing hearing, sir?
Probably some testimony from Dr. Harper.
Okay, all right.
No, I think.
How long do you think, State, that you would need?
You mean timing-wise, or are we thinking?
A quantum of time, sir. Yeah, well, normally it takes about 30 days or so. I'm confirming with Anita as to availability. I just want to know from your side of the ledger, how much time? Okay, 15 minutes. How much time do you think you're going to need to produce anything from your side of the ledger, sir? Mr. Owens.
I'd say 30 minutes.
Okay.
30 to 45.
So if we set this for an hour, that would be sufficient.
Pardon me. Okay. State agrees.
Is that sufficient, Mr. Owens?
Thank you, just about.
Okay, all right, give me a moment.
It's the Lord making me dance. Maybe it's because it's almost 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Paid 22 and a half is minimum.
Ms. Barrios is checking. Just give us a moment. We can set this matter for 1:30 in the afternoon for sentencing on December 2. State, is that acceptable? It's a Monday.
I just status here, but I'll make it work.
I can move it to later if necessary.
I'm co-counsel on it.
Okay. Defense. Yes, sir.
That's Monday, December 2 at 1:30?
Yes, sir.
I can be here.
Ma'am, you've been adjudicated guilty. I now remand you into the custody of the Orange County Jail pending sentencing on December 2 at 1:30. State, anything else we need to address?
Not from the state.
Defense. All right. Thank you very much. We're off the record.
Oh.
Well, what we all wanted. I mean,
Are we shocked? No.
I mean,
well,
there was a
honest,
piece of me that was like,
little bit.
could be a little bit, yeah. I honestly thought they might go for like a lesser included or something.
Yeah, yeah. We see that in so many cases that we don't want to be the bad guys. Let's do a lesser. And after Nicholas Mew, I've been really in a slump with the juries. Yeah. It's
well, yeah, and like there was a video in that situation that was horrific, and they still were like, nah. So yeah.
Everyone, this concludes so far the Sarah Boone coverage.
Yes.
An absolutely insane woman who ruined her husband's life, ended her boyfriend's life, luckily won't be around to ruin her son's life. To all of you, we have said this more than once. You don't deserve this. If you can see any of the same traits and you are just saying, well,
she'll be better if I just consider if you might need to reach out to someone who can help you.
Yes.
DV is a cancer that we don't talk about enough. You could see the defense attorney claiming DV can never be made against a man because men should never raise their hands against women. Neither should women. So please, even though we're all happy, smiling, and I'm in my little glass of happy juice, remember, you don't deserve to be treated anything like Sarah treated George. You deserve the best possible life you can have, and no one should tell you otherwise. Now, Mo, I'll let you talk. Oh, it's just I talked over her every time, so.
Well, her earphones are dying, she said.
Oh, her earphones are dying.
I didn't know.
So I'm trying to charge them quickly, but my earphones are like, we've been on for 7 hours.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to like slowly like quick recharge them because of course I've lost the other one and have no idea where it is. I blame Friberto, but
But this case hasn't been easy on any of us on the panel. Thank you so much, Marissa, for coming in and helping out when we couldn't do it. Jess, thank you for inventing bingo. And thank you all for being here. It's been a wonderful trial. We have done it on two different channels. We have had great numbers. We wish you would all do the YouTube thing. Doesn't cost you anything, and it just makes us giggle like schoolgirls. We will be back in. Well, you ladies will be back in
just a little bit.
You'll be back in 12 hours, where we will be doing Stab Your Day, my, Mo, and Jamie's Saturday show, where we talk about nothing trial related until we start talking about it. Tomorrow it'll be a precursor for Jamie's inaugural Beauty on a Budget, where tomorrow it'll be Bruno, is it good for the skin or not? You can't miss that part.
Wait, what did you say?
Bruno, is it good for the skin or not?
Bruno?
Pruno.
Pruno.
Prison wine.
Oh, gross.
But if you have somewhere else to go before coming back here tomorrow in 12 hours, you should go to The Expert. He has his Halloween stream. I will now go change into my Halloween costume and join that show. I hope a lot of you will join us over there. It's a Friday night show, kind of like our Saturday morning show. Nothing is planned, and it'll take a detour from there. Mama Smith, thank you to both Big and Mo for making sure we didn't miss anything, and thanks to all the mods. Yeah, thank you to all the
so much.
Wolfie, thank you for always being there, taking care of Mo's chat, especially
Thank you so much.
where shit hit the fan, to say it in a less pleasant way. This has been a ride up and down. We have had our fair share of trolls, been called all kinds of names, which is fair. We are YouTubers, we have thick skin, but if your life really is, the highlight is yelling at someone online, then follow me on Twitter, because I do it all the time with Danish politicians. My plan is to get blocked by the entire government. No. This has been an emotional roller coaster for this panel. Remember, you are worth it.
Yes.
No matter what anyone tells you, your mom, your dad, your brothers, your sisters, your loved ones. No. It's been a hard ride. We have seen a lot of abuse on the screen. A lot of you got triggered. Always remember, step away. We will still be here. And we will also be here with a new trial as soon as Jamie gets me healthy enough that I can do another trial.
Yeah.
What, Brandon? Golden what? What? Someone fix that. Fix what? Golden. Okay. What happened?
I'm confused.
He's hiding people. He's hiding.
Oh.
things.
Oh, yeah. And this has been the case where Brandon's phone screen accidentally started hiding people. It wasn't Brandon's fault. Not Brandon's fault at all. I have a slightly used metal construction someone calls La Tour d'Eiffel in Paris. You can buy from me for scrap iron price if you want to do. But join Brandon and the rest over in... Oh, thank you. Someone donated on Buy Me a Coffee. Thank you so much, Salty Dog, for 5 corner kisses. On
Awesome.
Oh, by the way, Mary Moss, contact me, either DM me on Discord, twat, or brokenbaker22@gmail.com, and I will make sure I ship your candy out as soon as possible. And remember, we will be setting up another giveaway to you wonderful subscribers. Not members, sorry, I treat my members like shit, but my subscriber like kings and queens. So when I do the giveaway, you don't have to be a paying member, just as long as you're subscribed to the channel, because it's a little way of saying thank you so much for all you do when you help us do.
It was Danny
shows.
T who won. It was Danny T.
Well, I give it to Maria Moss because Danny T claims Sue was.
I love how you just make up things.
I thought it was Danny. Well, Danny would have won if. No, Mary Moss would have won if.
Danny T got it.
Everyone, it's 3:07 a.m. and I still have to do at least an hour on another show, and then I have to be back again in less than 12 hours. Tomorrow will be a lot of interpretant dancing by the alternate juror. So, as they say on Rossman's Rants, hasta la taco. I need to find my outro.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100. Because it is 100% correct.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All
right, I'm in love.
Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't have cared.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.